Have you ever stared into the heart of a storm and felt the silence staring back? Tonight, as the snow falls and the winds whisper, we delve into frozen nightmares, hidden terrors buried in the frost. Let the storm rage outside while you settle in for a journey into the unknown. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and tell us where you're listening from. Your next chilling tale starts now. Story 1. I first noticed the footprints when I stepped outside to gather firewood. Fresh, unmistakable against the untouched snow. They led from the edge of the forest straight to my door. My heart skipped. The snow had been falling thick all day, blanketing everything beneath a heavy layer of white. The wind had been howling for hours. No one could have walked through this without me hearing them. I froze, my breath coming out in quick bursts, the cold air biting at my skin. I had been alone in this cabin for 3 days, just me and the storm. No roads, no neighbors, only snow-covered trees and an endless sky. I had convinced myself I was safe, alone, but these tracks, they didn't make sense. They hadn't been there earlier. The storm had been relentless, and the snow had been falling too fast for them to still be visible. Yet there they were, crisp, fresh, as though someone had walked up to my door just moments ago. "Hello?" My voice came out quieter than I intended, swallowed by the thick snowfall. "Is someone out there?" Silence. Not even the rustling of the trees. Only the wind howling low through the branches. I strained my ears, but there was nothing. Not a sound. My fingers tingled as I crouched, following the tracks to the edge of the forest, expecting them to continue into the woods, but they didn't. They just stopped. I stared at the final footprint, my breath shallow. No other marks. No sign of life. The snow was too fresh, too untouched. It was as if whoever made these tracks had vanished into thin air. I stood there, the cold creeping into my bones, my mind racing. I couldn't pull my eyes away from that last footprint. Something about it felt wrong. A part of me screamed to turn back, but another part, the part that was growing more frantic, urged me to keep going. I forced myself to take a breath. It was just the storm, I told myself. Just the wind. I was imagining things. I had to be. When I turned to go back, the sky had darkened. The wind had picked up, howling in fury. The cold gnawed at me, sinking deeper. I bolted the door behind me, adding another log to the fire. But my mind wouldn't stop racing. Those tracks, how could they be so fresh? How had I missed them? The wind battered the cabin through the night. The storm raged louder, as if trying to break through the walls. I tried to read, but my eyes kept flicking to the window, scanning the storm outside. Every gust of wind, every creak of the cabin felt like a whisper. When I couldn't stand it any longer, I grabbed my coat, my boots, my flashlight, and stepped outside. The wind nearly knocked me over, snow stinging my face. I struggled to keep the beam steady. The tracks were back, but now, they didn't just lead to the door. They circled around the cabin, jagged, erratic, as if someone or something had stalked me. A chill crept up my spine. My pulse quickened. I shone the light into the trees, half expecting to see eyes staring back at me. But there was nothing. Only darkness. Only the storm. I took a step back, heart hammering in my chest. A shadow flickered at the edge of the beam. I spun. Nothing. The night was still, silent. My hands trembled as I stumbled back to the cabin. I slammed the door shut, dragging a heavy chair in front of it, my heart pounding. Then came the knocking. At first, it was so faint I thought I imagined it, like a branch tapping against the window. But then it grew louder, deliberate, as though someone was knocking on the glass. Knock, knock, knock. I froze. The sound moved from one window to the next, following the same pattern as the tracks. My breath hitched. My fingers gripped the axe I had found in the shed, knuckles white. The knocking continued, then suddenly it stopped. Just like that. Silence. But it wasn't peaceful, it was thick, oppressive, like the whole world was holding its breath. I stayed by the fire, eyes darting to every shadow, every flicker of movement. Every creak of the floorboards seemed amplified in the stillness. And then the whispers began. First faint, a hiss in the wind, then louder, closer. A voice, or many voices, indistinct but urgent, like they were calling me, beckoning me. Come outside. Let us in. I tried to ignore it, wrapping myself tighter in a blanket, but the whispers, they didn't stop. They slipped under my skin, crawled through the walls. I could feel them now. Near. So near. By the fourth night, I hadn't slept. I couldn't. I sat in the corner, clutching the axe, wide-eyed, listening to the wind, the whispers, the thudding of my heart. The door rattled violently as if something or someone was trying to break it down. I gritted my teeth, paralyzed. I couldn't move. My legs wouldn't obey. The whispers grew louder, more distinct. Open the door, let us in. The walls trembled under the weight of their voices. Panic bubbled inside me. The door groaned, the wood creaking under the strain. I couldn't take it anymore. Then suddenly everything stopped. Silence. My hand shook as I reached for the door. Slowly, cautiously, I unbolted it. Outside, everything was still. Pristine. The snow untouched. But there, at the edge of the threshold, was a single set of footprints. They led away from the cabin, disappearing into the woods. I thought it was over. I thought I was safe. But then I saw it. The last footprint. It wasn't facing away from me. It was turned toward the cabin. The figure had taken one final step before vanishing into the storm. Its gaze was fixed on me where I stood, frozen in terror. I slammed the door shut, locked it, bolted the chair into place. Now as the storm howls outside, I hear the whispers again. But this time they're not in the wind, they're inside, crawling under the floorboards, rising from the walls. I know I'm not alone, and I have no idea who or what is watching me now. Story 2. The silence was the first thing that scared me. It wasn't the emptiness of the mountain retreat, nor the fact that I was alone in a room with no sound except my own breathing. It was the deep, suffocating quiet that filled the lodge. The kind that presses in on your chest until you feel like you can't draw a full breath. I had come here to escape the noise of the city, to shut out the endless pings of my phone, the constant stream of emails, the weight of deadlines. But this silence, this was something else. The storm had trapped us in the lodge for the night, the snow piling up outside like a wall between me and the world. It was peaceful at first, the kind of peace you only get when the world is buried beneath layers of snow. I welcomed it, but by the second night, the quiet was no longer a refuge. It had become oppressive, like a heavy weight on my chest, squeezing tighter every time I listened too closely. The creak of floorboards, the whisper of wind against frosted windows, the crackling of the fire, all of it felt too loud, too real. And then, on the third morning, everything changed. I woke to a stillness so unnatural, it felt wrong. The wind had stopped completely, the usual howling replaced by an eerie calm. At first I thought the storm had passed, but the air in the lodge was still, almost suffocating. I rose from bed, groggy and shivering from the cold act, and padded out into the hallway, expecting to see signs of life. But there was nothing. The other guests were gone. Their rooms were neat, beds made as if they'd never been used, shoes lined up by the door, jackets hanging in the coat racks. The absence of people hit me in a way I didn't expect. It wasn't just their absence, it was the order of it. It was as if they'd vanished without a trace, and I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been here just moments ago. Father Martin, the retreat leader, was gone too. His room, always meticulously organized, was empty. On the front desk, his journal was open, the pages pristine except for one detail, a smeared black fingerprint in the corner. I didn't know whether it was his or if someone had left it there. Panic gnawed at my insides, but I tried to stay calm. I made my way to the lodge's front door, only to find it blocked, piled high with snow, the drifts outside nearly as tall as I was. The landline was dead. My phone, which had already been rendered useless by the retreat's no-tech policy, was completely unresponsive. I pressed the power button repeatedly, but the screen stayed blank. That's when I realized I wasn't alone. It started small at first, the faint crunch of footsteps outside when I knew no one could be out there, a fleeting shadow flickering at the edge of my vision. The fire burning too brightly, despite the fact I hadn't added any wood in hours. Then I saw the footprints. They were deep in the powdery snow inside the lodge. Bare footprints, strangely long and narrow, as if someone impossibly tall had walked through. They started at the center of the hall, where I stood frozen, staring at them, and led toward the back door. I didn't follow them. Instead, I retreated to my room, locking the door behind me and barring it with the flimsy writing desk and a chair. I stood by the window, staring out into the swirling whiteness of the woods, trying to make sense of what was happening. But as the day slipped into dusk and twilight bled into an almost impenetrable blackness, I saw something moving in the trees. A figure. It wasn't human. The way it moved, no, the way it glided between the trunks of the trees made my blood run cold. It was just a shape at first, barely discernible, lost in the snowstorm, but then it stopped. As if it had felt my gaze on it, it slowly turned toward the lodge. I ducked away from the window, my heart hammering in my chest. I scrambled for the bed, pulling the covers over my head like a child trying to hide from the dark. I don't know how long I stayed there, my body trembling uncontrollably, willing myself not to scream, not to make a sound. Finally, the silence returned. Not the peaceful silence I'd once craved, but something worse. Something alive. Watching. Waiting. I don't know how much time passed before I dared to peek out from beneath the covers. The room was freezing, the window frosted over with ice. I could see my breath clouding in the dim light. And then my blood froze. On the inside of the glass, etched with what looked like claw marks, was a single word: stay. I don't know what happened to the others. I don't know who or what is still out there in the snow. But I'm not leaving. Not yet. I can feel it, out there in the woods, watching, and I know somehow that it's waiting for me to make the next move. Story 3, it started with a knock on the cabin door, faint and deliberate, as if someone knew I was inside but wasn't in a hurry. The snowstorm outside was relentless, howling like a wounded animal, and the thought of anyone wandering through that blizzard seemed impossible. But the knock came again, 3 steady taps. I hesitated, staring at the door. The cabin was miles from the nearest town, surrounded by nothing but dense forest and the frozen lake. I had driven up here to get away, to clear my head after a messy breakup and months of sleepless nights. But now, standing in the dark cabin, I felt exposed, my solitude turning against me. "Who's there?" I called, my voice shaky. No answer. Peering through the frost-covered window, I saw her, A tall, thin figure wrapped in layers of dark, tattered fabric. Her face was obscured by a hood, but even through the blizzard, I could see her eyes, sharp and glinting like shards of ice. She knocked again, louder this time, and then spoke. Her voice was calm but unnervingly hollow, like wind passing through a hollow tree. "Shelter, if you'd be so kind. The storm is cruel tonight." I should have opened the door. Any decent person would. But something about her presence set every nerve in my body on edge. The way she stood so still, the way her voice didn't seem to match the shape of her body, it felt wrong. "I can't," I said, my voice faltering. "I don't have much here myself." The silence that followed was worse than her knocking. She didn't plead or beg, just stood there, unyielding, as if she were waiting for me to change my mind. When I didn't, she spoke again, her voice sharper, colder. "You should reconsider." My breath fogged the window as I whispered, "I'm sorry." The figure stood motionless for another moment before turning away. I watched her disappear into the storm, her dark silhouette fading into the swirling snow. Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived. That night, the cabin turned against me. It began with the fire. No matter how much wood I added, it wouldn't grow. The cold seeped in through the walls, wrapping itself around me like icy tendrils. My breath hung in the air, and my fingers turned numb. Then came the noises. Faint whispers outside the cabin, like a dozen voices speaking all at once, too low to understand. At first, I told myself it was the wind, but the rhythm of the voices was too deliberate, too human. When I looked out the window, the storm had stopped. The world outside was still and white, but the figure was back, standing at the edge of the forest. She didn't move, didn't come closer, just watched. I locked the doors and huddled under blankets, but the warmth never returned. The whispers grew louder. Now inside the cabin, the walls groaned as if something massive were pressing against them. My heartbeat thundered in my ears as I saw my own breath fogging, swirling unnaturally in the freezing air. A voice, her voice, spoke again, this time right behind me. "You should have let me in." I spun around, but no one was there. The shadows in the corners seemed to stretch, creeping toward me. My vision blurred, the cold clawing at my mind. The last thing I remember before losing consciousness was the faint sound of her laughter, echoing like shattering ice. When I woke, the storm was gone, the cabin eerily silent. The fire burned brightly as if nothing had happened. But outside, the snow was marred with deep gouges and footprints leading into the forest, and etched into the frost on the window were 4 words, written with a finger far too sharp. "Next time, no mercy." I never returned to that cabin, but sometimes when the wind howls just right, I hear her voice again, faint but undeniable. And I know she's still waiting for the storm to come. Story 4. The first night, I thought I was imagining it. Snow had been falling relentlessly for hours, the storm outside howling like a wild animal, shaking the old cabin with each gust. I was curled up in bed, trying to ignore the creeping cold that had settled into the corners of the room. My fingers were numb, and the fireplace was little comfort. I hadn't meant to come out here alone, but after everything that had happened back in town, I needed the solitude, needed the quiet. That's when I noticed the frost on the window. It wasn't just frost, it was intricate, like frozen tendrils curling and twisting, creating strange patterns across the glass. It was eerie, but nothing I hadn't seen before in an isolated cabin like this one. The storm outside would do that to you. But as I stared, my sleep-fogged mind began to focus on something else, a shadow a silhouette, standing just outside, framed by the swirling snowstorm. It was too tall to be human, too still to be the wind. I froze. My breath fogged up the window as I leaned closer. I rubbed at the frost, trying to see better. But when I cleared the glass, the shadow was gone. I told myself it was nothing. The storm played tricks on your eyes. I tried to sleep, but the thought of that figure haunted me. And as the night stretched on, I kept glancing toward the window, half expecting it to reappear. It didn't. The second night, I was certain it wasn't just a trick of my mind. I'd been lying in bed, the wind howling louder than before, when I saw it again. The same figure, standing just beyond the glow of the cabin's lamp. I watched it for what felt like hours, the tension growing in my chest. I couldn't explain it. I had no neighbors out here. No one could have gotten to the cabin through this storm. Yet the figure stood there, unmoving, just outside the window, blending with the swirling snow. I gathered all the courage I could and opened the window, the cold air rushing in like a slap to the face. There was no one there. No footprints in the snow. Not a single trace that anyone had been there. I locked the window and told myself it was just the storm. But something didn't sit right. The third night was worse. I didn't even need to clear the frost. As soon as I stepped into the room, I saw it. The figure, tall and thin, standing just beyond the glass. This time, it felt different. The storm outside was growing fiercer, but the figure remained perfectly still, as if it were a part of the snowstorm itself. The air inside the cabin felt thicker, like the room was closing in on me. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. There was an oppressive weight in the air, like something dark had entered the room with me. I backed away from the window, my hands trembling, my breath coming in sharp gasps. There was no way to explain this. No one could have reached me, not with the storm this fierce. I stayed awake the rest of the night, eyes glued to the window, waiting for the figure to appear again. It didn't, but the silence, the weight of the air, made sleep impossible. On the fourth night, I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know what it was. I couldn't keep pretending that this was all in my head. I went to the window, heart pounding in my chest, and there it was, the figure, just like the previous nights. Standing still, its form indistinct, as though the snow obscured it. I flung open the window, the icy wind rushing in like a wave. My breath froze in the air as I leaned out, straining to see through the blinding storm. Nothing. No footprints. No signs of anyone. Just the endless expanse of snow, untouched and cold. The air inside the cabin had become so frigid I could see my breath swirling in the dim light. I slammed the window shut, my mind racing. Something was wrong. This was more than just an eerie figure in the storm. It was something else. Something that had been watching me. As the nights passed, I began to notice more strange things. Small details I hadn't seen before. The temperature in the cabin dropped lower each night, even though the fire crackled in the hearth. The shadows moved of their own accord, stretching unnaturally in the light of the storm. Each time I glanced at the window, I saw the frost beginning to form in the same intricate patterns as though it had a mind of its own. And then, one night, something changed. The frost on the window was different. The patterns were no longer random swirls or curling lines. They were symbols. Symbols I didn't recognize. But they felt familiar. I could almost feel them crawling under my skin, making my blood run cold. My heart pounded in my chest as I stared at the symbols. There was something deeply wrong here, something ancient that I couldn't comprehend. I couldn't explain it, but the figure wasn't outside anymore. It had never been outside. It had been inside the cabin, waiting, watching from the shadows. I had thought I was alone, but I wasn't. The room had become colder, suffocating. The frost on the windows had thickened, spreading like a web that trapped me in this nightmare. I started locking all the doors and windows each night. It didn't matter. The figure never left. It never left footprints. It never made a sound. It would always be there, just beyond the glass, or worse, right behind me in the room. The symbols on the window grew more intricate, more deliberate. They filled the glass, crawling like something alive. On the fifth night, I knew it would come again. It had never left. And no matter how much I tried to escape, it would never let me go. The storm outside raged on, howling through the trees, but inside there was nothing but silence. And the frost thick on the glass, pressing closer tighter, until one day there would be no escape. Story 5. It was a cold night when I first saw the lights. I'd been walking through the dense woods of Hollow Hill for hours, the air biting at my skin, my breath visible in the frozen night. The town, a distant memory behind me, was long gone, swallowed by the endless stretch of trees. All that was left was the snow-crusted path winding deeper into the woods, the trees around me standing like silent sentinels, their skeletal branches clawing at the sky. I'd heard the stories everyone in town had. They whispered about the lights, the strange glow that led travelers deeper into Hollow Hill. Some said they were the lanterns of lost souls. Others believed they were the will-o'-the-wisps, drawing people to their doom. But I'd never believed in superstitions. I was here to escape, to find a little peace and quiet far away from the chaos of my life. I was looking for something, though I wasn't entirely sure what. But I was wrong. At first I thought I imagined it. A flicker in the distance, soft and faint, like a star trying to push through the thick blanket of night. But it wasn't a star. It danced between the trees, its glow flickering and shifting like a flame caught in the wind. I couldn't tell if it was an illusion, but something inside me stirred. I had to see it. I walked forward, my boots crunching in the snow, the forest around me growing unnervingly quiet. The light flickered again, almost like it was beckoning me. Against all logic, I found myself walking faster, pulled by an invisible force. As I drew closer, the light grew stronger, warmer, like the glow of a campfire on a cold night. But it wasn't a campfire. It wasn't a lantern or a flare. It pulsed like something alive, alive in a way I couldn't understand. It bent, undulated, as if it were breathing. A chill of unease slithered up my spine, but I couldn't stop now. I entered a small clearing, and there it was, hovering just above the ground, surrounded by a faint mist. The warmth of its glow contrasted against the cold, and for a moment it felt inviting, almost comforting, like the arms of a long-lost friend. But the feeling didn't last. As I moved closer, I saw them. Figures emerging from the shadows of the trees, silent, moving like shadows themselves, their faces hidden by hoods or darkness. I froze. They were walking toward the light, their steps slow, deliberate, and somehow familiar. But there was something wrong about them, something unsettling in the way they moved, as if they weren't entirely of this world. I tried to call out, but my voice was swallowed by the thick, heavy air. I couldn't breathe properly, couldn't think straight. My heart was racing in my chest as the figures continued their slow march, eyes locked on the light, their gaze unblinking. Their faces remained hidden, but I knew they were aware of me. I could feel their eyes, even though they never turned. I took a step back, but the forest seemed to close in on me. I was trapped, caught in the pull of that light, as though it had a magnetic hold on my body. My legs refused to obey, moving forward with every step the figures took. They were no longer individuals, no longer human. They were part of the light, and I was being dragged into it. Then one of them stepped closer, its face illuminated by the glow. It was a man, his features gaunt and pale, his skin the color of death. His eyes, wide, hollow, empty, fixed on me, and I felt something twist in my gut. He was dead, or at least, I hoped he was. There was a twisted mark carved into his chest, a symbol of something ancient, something terrible. I recoiled, but I couldn't pull away. My heart slammed against my ribs. I had to run, but my body was betraying me. The light was pulling me closer, and I couldn't escape it. The others, these walking corpses, followed the same pattern. Their faces became clearer as they approached the light, but each one was worse than the last. Their skin was gray and mottled, their lips cracked, their eyes sunken, drained of all humanity. These weren't people. These were the remains of people, their bodies still moving, but their souls long gone. I was no longer just a witness, I was one of them. The light was claiming me, drawing me into its grasp. And then I understood. The lights weren't here to guide us. They were here to trap us. The realization hit me with the force of a blow. I had to break free. With every ounce of strength, I fought the pull, my feet heavy in the snow. I stumbled backward, my breath coming in desperate gasps. But as I moved, the light seemed to pulse faster, more violently, like it was angry, furious that I was resisting. I couldn't stop. I had to escape. I turned and ran, my legs screaming in protest, the snow flying up beneath my boots, thus the wind howling in my ears. The sounds of pursuit, slow, dragging footsteps, echoed behind me. Their whispers began, soft at first, like the rustling of wind, but they grew louder, more insistent, like a chorus of voices crying out in despair. I dared not look back. When I reached the edge of the woods, my chest heaving, my body trembling with exhaustion, I looked over my shoulder. The clearing was empty. The light was gone, and the figures had vanished as though they had never been there. But I knew they were still out there. And the forest, the lights, they were waiting. I didn't tell anyone what happened. People had disappeared in Hollow Hill before, vanished without a trace. The locals brushed it off as old stories, as superstition. But I knew better. I had seen it with my own eyes. The truth wasn't some legend. The lights were real. And Hollow Hill wasn't just a place. It was a trap. One that had claimed me and would claim others for as long as it existed. And those who found it, those who ventured too deep into the woods, would never leave. The lights of Hollow Hill would always be there, waiting for the next soul to walk into their grasp. Story 6. It was supposed to be a simple post for my history blog, an exploration of the forgotten, the lost, and the decayed. I had visited countless abandoned cemeteries in the past, documenting their eerie beauty and uncovering their hidden histories. But there was something about Hollow Hill Cemetery that made it different. It had been a whisper on the lips of locals for years, a story passed down in hushed tones, but no one spoke of it much anymore. Perhaps because the town itself had forgotten it, or perhaps because they feared it. The cemetery was ancient, abandoned long ago, its headstones swallowed by time and nature. According to the few who still dared speak of it, the graves belonged to settlers from the 1800s, people who had disappeared without a trace. Their history had been erased, their names lost to time, leaving only the weathered stone markers to tell their story. Or to hide it. I had heard enough rumors to know this place wasn't like the others. There was something unsettling about it. As I trudged through the thick snow, my breath fogging in the cold air, I felt it long before I saw it. The wind howled through the trees, the forest around me dark and silent, as though holding its breath. The path to the cemetery wasn't on any map, and even the locals had stopped giving directions. "It's there," they would say, pointing vaguely, "but you won't find it unless it wants you to." The clearing appeared suddenly, as if the forest had opened up to reveal a secret. A small, forgotten cemetery sat nestled in the shadow of towering pines, their branches heavy with snow. The headstones, worn and chipped, were scattered unevenly across the ground, most of the names unreadable. I pulled out my camera, eager to capture the eerie beauty, even though the faded inscriptions on the gravestones seemed to warn me to stop. But this was what I did. Unearthing history, bringing the forgotten back to life. I took a few steps forward, brushing aside the fresh snow when I saw something that made my heart skip a beat. The ground around one of the graves was disturbed, not from the wind, but from something or someone deliberately digging into the earth. My pulse quickened as I moved closer. It wasn't just one grave. Several of them had been recently disturbed. The snow had been cleared away. The ground beneath it churned up, revealing cold, dark earth. I knelt beside the grave, my fingers trembling as I brushed away the snow. The headstone was worn almost to nothing, but the dirt surrounding it was freshly dug, as if someone had been here recently. The cold soil was still damp. Someone had been searching for something, or someone, buried deep beneath. I glanced around the cemetery, my stomach tightening. These graves were centuries old. No one had set foot here in generations, and yet someone had been digging. But who, and why? The snow crunched beneath my boots as I began to move, my eyes scanning the graves for more signs of disturbance. That's when I saw it, an object partially buried in the snow. It was metal, glinting faintly in the dim light. I dug it out cautiously, my heart racing in my chest. It was a locket, old, tarnished, and broken at the chain. I opened it, my fingers cold against the metal, and inside was a faded photograph of a woman. Her face was blurry, almost unrecognizable, but her eyes were unmistakable. They were familiar, haunting. I couldn't explain why, but I knew I had seen them before. That feeling, that connection, crept through my chest like a shadow. But from where? The wind picked up suddenly, howling louder, and a voice, low and distant, whispered through the trees. It was barely audible at first, but then it grew louder, more distinct. A voice calling my name. I froze. It wasn't the wind. Someone was calling me. I stood up quickly, the locket still in my hand, and looked around the cemetery. The trees, silent and unmoving moments ago, now seemed to loom closer. The wind whipped through them, carrying a strange, unsettling sound. My breath quickened, my pulse pounding in my ears. The air felt thick, like something was pressing down on me. And then I saw them, figures moving between the trees. At first I thought they were shadows, illusions brought on by the cold or the fading light. But as they drew nearer, I could see their faces, hollow, pale, their eyes vacant. They moved silently, as if they had been waiting for me. And in that moment, I knew with a deep, bone-chilling certainty, they weren't just figures. They were the people from the cemetery, or at least they had once been. The locket slipped from my fingers, clattering to the snow as I turned and ran. I didn't think. I just ran, my breath coming in sharp gasps, the sound of footsteps following close behind. The snow was deep, and my feet slipped beneath me, but I couldn't stop. The figures were getting closer, their whispers growing louder with every step. I didn't dare look back. But the sound of their footsteps, soft at first, then louder and faster, echoed in my mind, and the locket, forgotten on the ground, seemed to call to me from the distance. I ran until the woods began to thin, and the road came into view. The town. I barely noticed the cold biting at my skin or the pain in my legs as I sprinted towards safety. When I finally reached the road, gasping for air, I dared to glance behind me. The cemetery was gone. The trees stood silent, still, as though nothing had ever happened. No figures, no footsteps, just the snow untouched. I don't know what I found at Hollow Hill. I don't know who had been digging in those graves or why. But I do know this: the locket I held wasn't just a relic from the past. It was a key to something buried deep beneath those graves, or perhaps to something older, something waiting. But I won't be going back. Not to Hollow Hill, not to those frozen graves. Some things are better left forgotten. Story 7. The snowstorm came on faster than we could have prepared for. What started as a light flurry, just enough to dust the trees, soon turned into a full-blown blizzard. The winds howled like 1,000 wolves, and snow fell in thick, heavy sheets, burying the world outside. Within an hour, the mountain was unrecognizable. The ground was a blur of white, and the trees, once towering, were reduced to dark, skeletal shapes in the swirling chaos. I had come to the mountain with 3 others. We were experienced hikers, each of us with years of outdoor trips under our belts. But the storm caught us off guard. We were supposed to be on our way to the summit, a 2-day trek, but we had misjudged the weather. Now the trail was lost beneath layers of snow, and the cold was creeping into our bones. "Base camp's too far," Jake said, his voice barely audible over the wind. "We have to set up here." We were too deep into the wilderness. Our choices were limited, and we knew it. We set up a quick shelter, but even as we tried to anchor the tent, the storm roared around us like a living thing. The wind pushed us back, making every move feel like a battle. "I don't like this," Emma said, her face pale beneath the scarf. "We shouldn't stay here." The sky had turned an ominous shade of gray, and I could feel it in the air. Something wasn't right. A warning, maybe. I didn't know if it was the storm or something else, but the mountain felt alive in a way I couldn't explain. "We'll be fine," I reassured her, though I didn't believe it myself. I didn't get the chance to say anything else. A low rumble vibrated through the ground beneath us, followed by a sound like the earth itself cracking in half. Then the avalanche hit. At first, it wasn't a roar, just a subtle tremor like the mountain was groaning under the weight of the snow. But then it came fast and deafening. The ground shifted beneath my feet, and before I could react, I was thrown into the air, tumbling into the snow. The world around me blurred into a chaos of white, ice, and panic. I don't remember much of the descent. My body was tossed around like a rag doll, and everything felt like a blur. But when the avalanche finally stopped, the world grew quiet, unnervingly quiet. The stillness was suffocating. It felt wrong. I woke up buried in snow, the weight of it pressing down on me from every direction. My arms and legs were trapped beneath it, and the cold seeped into my skin, into my very bones. My breath came in shallow, painful gasps. I tried to move, but the snow was too thick, like wet cement, and each shift made the weight feel heavier. Panic began to take hold. Stay calm, I told myself. You've been in worse situations. You can get out of this. But the more I struggled, the tighter the snow pressed in, and my breaths grew more frantic, the air thinner, and then I heard it. A whisper. It was faint at first, so soft that I questioned whether it was real. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me, I thought. But no, it came again, louder this time. Help! I froze. My heart skipped a beat. It didn't sound like a person's voice, too distant, too hollow. But I wasn't alone. I could feel it, deep in my chest. Something was there, somewhere in the snow. Help! The voice came again, urgent, closer. It was so clear now that I couldn't ignore it. I wasn't sure if it was my mind cracking under the pressure or something else, but the voice felt real. Real in a way that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I tried to move, clawing at the snow, but it was too thick. My hands were numb, and I could barely feel the ground beneath me anymore. The cold seemed to creep deeper, filling me from the inside out. And then, more voices. It wasn't just one now, but several. They were all around me, whispering in unison, as if the snow itself was speaking. Help us! I stopped. My heart was hammering in my chest now, and my breaths were coming too fast. The voices, they didn't sound like survivors. They sounded wrong, distant, hollow, as if they were buried far beneath me, trapped in the very earth itself. Help us. Stay. My mind raced. Had others been caught in the avalanche? Were there survivors out there? I tried to push forward again, desperate to escape. But the more I moved, the louder the voices became. They were coming from everywhere now, swirling around me like a swarm of insects. Join us. The cold grew sharper. My movements slowed, my body growing weaker with every breath. The voices were pressing in on me, not from the outside, but from within, like they were crawling through my veins, pulling at my thoughts. Stay. You're one of us now. I stopped moving. The voices weren't trying to help me. They weren't calling out for rescue. They were calling me, claiming me. The snow wasn't just a barrier, it was a prison, and the whispers were the warden. In the haze of panic, I remembered something I had heard long ago from a hiker who had survived a similar avalanche. The mountain doesn't just claim your body, it claims your mind. They had said it as a warning, but I hadn't understood then. I understood now. The mountain wasn't just snow, it was a force. And once you were in its grasp, you didn't escape. I had to get out. I had to break free, or I would join them, become another lost soul swallowed by the cold. Summoning every ounce of strength, I dug. Faster, harder, desperate. The voices were still there, now whispering through my thoughts, through my very skin, but I pushed them back. I couldn't hear them clearly anymore. The wind had picked up, drowning out their words, but I knew they were still there, lurking, waiting. Finally, with one last burst of effort, my hand broke through the surface, followed by my head. I gasped for air, my body shaking, every muscle screaming. The storm was still raging around me, but I was free. I had made it. I crawled, half blind from the snow, not daring to look back. I didn't need to see it. I knew what I had left behind, the voices, the cold, the mountain. When I reached the edge of the woods, I turned around. The peak loomed in the distance, silent, still. The avalanche had erased all signs of the chaos that had unfolded just hours before. No trace of the voices, no trace of me. But I knew the truth now. The mountain didn't release its dead, it kept them. And the voices would never stop. They would always be there, waiting for the next person to fall into their grasp. And when they did, they'd know, you're one of us now. Story 8. The snowstorm came out of nowhere. One minute the sky was a dull gray, the air still and cold. The next the wind picked up, howling like a beast, and thick, heavy flakes began to swirl around me. I had been hiking the mountain pass for hours, a route I knew well, but the storm made it nearly impossible to see more than a few feet ahead. It wasn't just the storm itself, it felt wrong. The air had turned unnaturally cold, the kind of cold that sinks into your bones and refuses to let go. Snowflakes weren't drifting down gently. No, they were slashing at me like frozen daggers. I tightened my grip on my pack and pushed forward, my legs aching with every step. I needed shelter fast. The trail had become a blur of white, and the only thing I could focus on was the dark silhouette of the cabin ahead, barely visible through the whirling snow. With one last push, I reached the cabin and stumbled inside. The warmth from the hearth hit me like a slap in the face, a welcome relief. The wind howled outside, but in here the fire crackled and flickered, casting long, dancing shadows across the walls. The cabin was abandoned, of course. Dust and remnants of old travelers lingered in the corners, but it was empty, just as it should be. I set my pack down and moved to the fire, rubbing my hands together to thaw the cold from my fingers. It felt like hours before I could breathe normally again, the terror of the storm fading into the background. And then I heard it. A faint knock at the door. My heart skipped. Who in their right mind would be out there in that? I stood frozen for a moment, eyes fixed on the door as if it could give me an answer. Then, as if drawn by some unseen force, I crossed the room and slowly opened it. What I saw made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. A man stood there, framed by the chaos of the storm. Tall, gaunt, his features sharp and angular in a way that didn't seem quite natural. He wore a long coat, dark as the night itself, and it was completely untouched by the snow. No flakes, no frost, nothing. His boots were covered in snow, but his clothing perfectly dry. I stared at him, confused, my breath catching in my throat. The cold that had gripped me so tightly only moments ago seemed to dissipate. It was as if he had brought a calm with him, an unnatural calm that hung in the air. "Are you lost?" I asked, though my voice sounded weak, like I wasn't entirely sure of what I was saying. He didn't respond at first. He just stood there, his pale, nearly white eyes locked onto mine. And then, in a voice soft but carrying a strange weight, he said, "I'm not lost, but I've been searching for you." The words hit me like a punch, but I couldn't look away. The man seemed wrong. He was calm, but his presence made everything feel colder than the storm outside. I knew everyone in the village. I'd been coming up here for years, but I had never seen this man before. "Searching for me?" I repeated, feeling my stomach tighten. "Why?" He stepped closer, and the temperature dropped with him. It wasn't the storm that was making it cold. No, it was something about him, something about the way the wind seemed to bend around him, as though it feared him. "You were always meant to find me," he said, his voice low, almost hypnotic. "You came to this mountain for a reason. The storm will not let you leave, not until you fulfill your purpose." I took a step back, my pulse quickening. "I don't." I stammered, but he was already speaking again, his voice cutting through my confusion like a blade. "You came here to find me, just as those before you have." His gaze flicked toward the window, his eyes distant, as if seeing something beyond the cabin, beyond the storm. "The storm. It brings us together. It claims those who are meant to be here." A knot of dread formed in my stomach. "What are you talking about? I'm just passing through. I don't know you." I don't know anything about this storm." The man smiled, but there was nothing kind in it. It was a knowing smile, the smile of someone who saw far more than they should. "You've always known," he said softly. "The storm speaks. It's always been here, waiting for you." His words hit me like a sudden gust of wind. The fire flickered in the hearth, struggling against the chill that seemed to seep into the very walls of the cabin. I glanced nervously toward the window, where the snowstorm raged with a fury I couldn't understand. The man's gaze followed mine, and for a moment I thought I saw someone, moving just beyond the glass. "The storm has claimed others before you," he whispered, "and it will claim you too in time." My mouth went dry. I stepped back, but my legs felt like lead. The warmth from the fire was no longer comforting. It felt distant, as if the storm outside had crept inside the cabin, wrapping itself around my chest like a vice. Suddenly the fire went out. One moment it was crackling merrily in the hearth, and the next, darkness. Complete, suffocating darkness. I tried to move, but my body felt heavy, as though something were holding me in place. The cold, it had invaded me. I could feel it in my very bones. "Do you hear it?" The man's voice cut through the silence, so calm, so certain. I strained my ears. At first, all I could hear was the howling storm, but then just barely, like whispers on the wind. Voices, hundreds of them, faint, unintelligible murmurs, but unmistakably human. The man smiled again. "They're calling for you. You belong to them now." A chill, deeper than the cold of the storm, crept up my spine. The voices grew louder, insistent, calling my name. They seemed to come from the walls, from the storm outside, from the very air around me. I could feel them pulling at me, pulling me toward something I didn't want to understand. Suddenly the door slammed shut behind me with a force that rattled the walls. I spun, but there was no way out. The storm had already claimed me. And then it all clicked. The man wasn't lost. He wasn't even a man. He was the storm, an embodiment of it, a creature bound to the endless snow. He had been waiting for me, waiting for all of us, those foolish enough to seek shelter here. I could feel the voices now all around me, as if they were inside my head. The storm had claimed me, just as it had claimed those before me. And now there would be no escape. Story 9. I should have turned back when the first note of the song reached my ears. But I didn't. Not yet. I had been hiking alone, high up on the ridge, with nothing but the crunch of snow underfoot and the vast, empty expanse of mountains stretching around me. It was peaceful. The kind of solitude I had come to crave after losing my way, losing everything, in the city below. The old cabin I was heading toward had always been a refuge, a place to forget, a place to breathe. But then, the storm came. One minute the world was crisp and clear, the sun hanging low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the snow. And the next, the wind screamed out of nowhere, a howl that split the air like a warning. The temperature plummeted. The storm swallowed everything. Snow, fierce and unrelenting, blurred the mountain into a whirl of white. I tightened the straps on my pack, pulling my gloves tighter as the cold seeped through them. But it wasn't just the wind or the snow that made my skin crawl. It was something else, something strange in the air, an unease that settled in my bones, like the storm itself was alive. Watching me, I pressed on. My breath came in short bursts, stinging the back of my throat as I trudged forward. But then, amid the roar of the wind, something else broke through, a sound. At first it was a hum, soft and barely noticeable. It mixed with the wind like a whisper, and I thought it was just the storm playing tricks on me. But it wasn't. The melody came again, clearer this time, drifting on the wind, a tune so hauntingly familiar that my heart skipped a beat. It was a song, a lullaby perhaps, but there was something wrong about it. Beautiful, yes, but wrong. I stopped in my tracks, trying to listen through the swirling snow. I strained my ears, certain I had heard something else. A name. Isla. The voice, so soft and distant, was barely a whisper in the wind. But it was there, clear as day, as though someone were calling me from just behind the storm. My pulse quickened. I spun around, heart pounding. There was no one. Just the snow, just the storm. The voice came again, more insistent this time. Isla, it wasn't the wind. It couldn't be. The way it carried my name, it was as if the storm itself had taken on a voice seeking me out, drawing me in. I shook my head, fighting the sudden pull in my chest. This was madness. I had to get to the cabin. I had to get out of this storm. Yet with each step I took, the melody grew louder. The song wrapped around me, its notes weaving into my thoughts. I could almost hear the words now, the sorrow lacing each note. My legs moved of their own accord, dragging me forward into the storm. And then, through the blizzard, I saw it. A figure, a shadow in the distance, standing still amid the chaos. My heart froze. I couldn't make out any details, just the outline of a person, indistinct against the backdrop of swirling snow. But I knew deep down that this figure was the source of the song. It was waiting for me. It had been calling me all along. I stepped forward, my breath shallow in my throat. The wind howled louder as I neared the figure, the song growing more intense, more urgent, until it was all I could hear. The melody clung to the air like a living thing, the storm now seeming to hum with an ancient, forgotten grief. And then the figure turned. The storm parted for just a moment, and in that instant I saw the face. It was me. The figure's face was pale, hollowed, with eyes that seemed to hold the weight of centuries. Its mouth curled into a slow, mournful smile. My stomach twisted. I wanted to scream, to run, but my body wouldn't obey. The wind had me pinned, frozen in place. "Come," it said. The voice was my voice, but richer, full of sorrow, full of something ancient. "Come and listen." I reached out instinctively, my hand trembling, but when I touched the figure, it dissolved beneath my fingers, like smoke caught in the wind. And that's when I understood. The storm wasn't just a storm. It was alive. It had always been alive. It was a choir of voices, of those who had been lost in the snow, who had wandered too far into the mountains, too deep into the blizzards, never to return. Their stories, their souls were carried on the wind, bound to the mountain, never to be forgotten. I looked into the face of the figure again, my face. "Why?" I whispered, the word barely audible above the shrieking wind. "You've always known," it replied, its smile deepening. "The storm does not let go. The song does not end, and now you are part of it." My hands shook, my vision blurred. The cold was no longer just physical, it was inside me, deep in my bones, seeping into my very soul. The wind swirled, louder now, filling the space between us, echoing through the mountain as the song reached its crescendo. And in that moment, I realized the song was more than a call. It was a promise to those who lost their way, to those who were claimed by the blizzard. The song was their eternity, their memory, woven into the storm. And now I was one of them. I felt myself fading, becoming part of the wind, the song, the storm itself. My heart, my breath, everything about me seemed to dissolve into the melody. The last thing I heard was my own voice, carried by the storm, singing my name, calling to the mountain. Story 10. I had always known the wind here was different, fiercer, colder, angrier, but I never expected it to speak. It was supposed to be a routine hike, a break from the city, a few days alone in the mountains to clear my head. The cabin in the valley where I'd spent countless nights before was my refuge. I'd hiked these trails so many times, the familiar paths, the icy winds, the occasional caw of a crow. All of it was part of the landscape, a constant in a world that never seemed to stop changing. But today felt different. The moment I stepped outside, something in the air shifted. The wind was sharper, colder, more insistent, as if it had a purpose. At first I dismissed it. The mountains were like this, unpredictable, especially as winter deepened. But as I climbed higher up the ridge, I began to notice it. The wind, starting as a whisper, a murmur, as though it were speaking my name. I paused, my breath visible in the chill, listening. Was it the mountain creaking beneath the weight of snow, or something else? The wind stirred the trees, but it wasn't just the usual rustling. No, this was different. The air around me felt alive. I shook my head, chalking it up to exhaustion. But as I pressed on, the wind grew louder. A wail, a high-pitched scream that scraped at my skin like 1,000 tiny needles. "Help, please." I froze, my heart hammered in my chest. Was that? No, it couldn't be. It was just the wind. But then it came again, unmistakable, desperate, pleading, familiar. "Help me, someone, please." I spun around, my eyes scanning the snow-covered landscape. Nothing. No one. The forest was empty, the trail barely visible under the thickening snow. The howling wind whipped around me, swirling violently. I was alone, except for the voices. My name, clear as day. "Lena, help me." The world seemed to tilt beneath me. That voice, there was no mistaking it. It was my brother Ethan. But how? Ethan had died years ago, lost to the wilderness when he was just a child. I stepped back, my legs weak. The wind didn't stop. It tore through the trees, wrapping around me, pulling at my clothes. I was no longer sure what was real. The wind howled again, and this time, it was not a plea, it was a warning. "Lena, don't go. You don't want to find out." A tremor ran through me. The voice, Ethan's voice, was sharp with panic now, urgent. I wanted to run, to escape, but something held me in place. The storm seemed to press closer, like it knew something I didn't. I had to move. I had to get to the cabin. It was just ahead. The wind was louder now, a furious, chaotic howl, and yet there was something underneath it. Voices, more voices, all calling my name. "Lena, we're waiting for you." I stumbled, my chest tightening. I recognized the voice, but it wasn't just Ethan anymore. The voices blended into something dark, pleading, angry, accusing. They grew louder, a chorus of lost souls. "Lena, you shouldn't have come back." I froze. That last voice, it wasn't Ethan. It was someone else. Someone bitter, twisted. The wind seemed to freeze in place, and for a moment I thought I could hear it clearly. "Lena, you never should have returned." I couldn't breathe. The voices, all of them, crashed against me like a wall of sound. My heart thundered in my chest. I wanted to scream, to tell them I wasn't ready to face whatever they wanted, but the words caught in my throat. The wind had a grip on me now, as if it were pulling me forward, drawing me toward the mountain pass ahead. My legs moved of their own accord, the snow crunching beneath my boots, my hands shaking as I gripped the straps of my pack. I wasn't sure why I was still going. Maybe it was the need to find the source of the voices. Maybe it was something else, something I couldn't name, pulling me, urging me onward. And then I saw it, a figure, distant at first, a shadow in the blizzard. My breath caught in my throat. It was standing motionless in the snow, its form blurry, shifting in the storm. As I took a step closer, my heart skipped a beat. It wasn't the snow playing tricks. It was a person, a figure in the distance, staring at me. Its eyes, pale and unnatural, glowed with an eerie blue light. I tried to scream, but the wind drowned me out. The voices rose, a cacophony of wails and desperate calls. And then the figure spoke. "Lena, it's time to join us." The words pierced the air, sending a chill through my veins. "The storm never ends for those who wander too far," it said, and as the figure stepped closer, it dissolved into the swirling snow. I staggered back, heart racing, but the wind howled louder, pushing me forward. I was trapped. There was no escape. Then I heard Ethan's voice again, but this time it was different. Closer, sharper, filled with something I couldn't quite place. The desperation in his voice was no longer an echo from the past. It was here, now. "Lena, we've been waiting for you." The wind tugged at me. I tried to turn and run, but my feet were frozen to the ground. The snow and the voices were everywhere, suffocating me until I could no longer tell where the wind ended and I began. It was then that I understood. The wind didn't just carry voices. The wind was the voices, the souls of those lost in these mountains, bound to the storm, to the cold. And now I was one of them, forever a part of the shrieking wind. Story 11. The cabin stood weathered and crooked, its timbers creaking with the weight of history and neglect. Generations had lived here, and now it was mine, inherited from an aunt I barely knew. I had come to escape, to find peace in isolation. But the silence of the forest felt suffocating now, not calming. It was an eerie, oppressive quiet, broken only by the rustle of the trees and the wind. For 3 nights I had seen them, the eyes, glowing eyes in the darkness, watching from the shadows, just out of reach. At first I thought they were tricks of the light, the result of fatigue or too much time spent alone. The winter had been long, and the days seemed to stretch on endlessly. But every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky bled purple, they appeared. The eyes. On the first night there had only been a few, soft, pale orbs hanging between the trees like distant stars. I told myself it was nothing more than reflections from the frost-covered branches. Maybe a trick of the wind, or a deer perhaps. But there was something wrong about the way they blinked out of sight, then reappeared. They seemed to move in patterns, almost deliberate. By the second night, there were more. Too many, and they were closer, shifting behind the thick trunks of the trees like shadowed sentinels. The forest felt alive in a way it shouldn't. The temperature had dropped, the air sharp against my skin, but the chill in my bones was more than the cold. It was the weight of being watched, and by the third night, they had surrounded me. I sat in the dark of the cabin, the fire reduced to dying embers in the hearth, every window drawn shut, every light extinguished. The floorboards creaked beneath me, but I didn't dare move. I had stopped trying to convince myself that it was animals or the wind. These eyes were too deliberate, too intelligent. The glowing eyes flickered in the woods beyond, their silent glow cutting through the night like 1,000 stars fallen to earth. They weren't random. They circled the cabin now, stalking it, waiting. I tried to breathe, tried to focus, but my heartbeat was thunderous in my chest, each pulse loud enough to drown out the noises of the night. There was no wind, no rustling of leaves, just silence, and the eyes. Then, as I pressed my back to the cabin's wall, I heard it. A sound that didn't belong in the forest. A low, inhuman growl, deep and vibrating like something large and ancient was stirring beneath the earth. I grabbed the flashlight from the table, my hands shaking. With trembling fingers, I pointed it toward the window. The beam cut through the dark, revealing the woods outside. Empty. The eyes were gone, but the flash of light illuminated something worse. There, pressed into the snow near the edge of the cabin, were footprints. Huge, deep impressions, too large to belong to anything natural. The steps were uneven, as if whatever had made them had leaped or stalked rather than walked. I didn't want to look closer. I didn't want to know what made those tracks, but deep down, I knew. I wasn't alone, and whatever it was waiting for me. I stayed inside, my body rigid, too afraid to move. I tried to tell myself that in the morning it would all make sense. The eyes would be gone, the footprints a figment of my tired imagination. But when the sun finally rose, the world outside seemed wrong. The forest had returned to normal, its snow pristine, untouched by any prints. Yet something lingered. A presence, an unshakable feeling of being watched. Night 4, I couldn't stay another day. I packed up as quickly as I could, hastily gathering what little I could carry. I needed to get to the car, needed to leave, but as I stepped outside, the forest seemed different. The path, once clear and well-worn, twisted before me like a serpent. The familiar landmarks I'd known for years had vanished, replaced by strange, gnarled trees I didn't recognize. My pulse quickened as panic set in. I tried to retrace my steps, but the trail looped back on itself. I was going in circles, the sun slipping lower in the sky, casting long, eerie shadows across the snow. That's when I saw them. The eyes. They glowed faintly in the distance, too many to count, too still to be insects. They were watching me again, and this time there was no mistaking it. They were not animals. They were something else. Something ancient. With every step I took, the eyes moved with me, remaining just out of reach, never blinking, never leaving. My heart raced as the realization hit me. The forest was herding me back to the cabin. I stumbled forward, the trail now impossibly long, stretching farther than I remembered. Panic clawed at my throat as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, and the eyes closed in. My breath came in short bursts, visible in the frigid air. And then I saw the cabin. It loomed ahead, barely visible through the thickening fog, like a grotesque mirage. I ran toward it, my legs heavy with exhaustion, and flung myself inside, slamming the door behind me. But the eyes were closer now. I pressed my back to the door, the wood vibrating with a force I couldn't explain. From outside came a series of wet, crackling sounds, like something large scraping the earth. The glow of the eyes spilled through the cracks, bright and unblinking, filling the cabin with an unnatural light. And then came the knocking. 3 raps, sharp and deliberate. My blood ran cold. "Let us in," a voice whispered, soft but carrying an unmistakable authority. It was low, ancient, but there was a strange familiarity to it, like a memory I couldn't place. "We've been watching you." The knocking came again, louder this time, accompanied by the creak of the door as something heavy pressed against it. Something strong. And then a sound unlike anything I had ever heard. A low, grinding noise like the earth itself was being pulled apart. The door groaned, the wood splintering, and with one final push, it began to open. I backed away, heart racing, my voice lost to the terror that filled me. The glowing eyes filled the cabin, their light blinding now, flickering through the walls, the floorboards, crawling into every crack. The walls groaned under the weight of whatever was outside. I could hear the low hum of their voices, a chorus of whispers that filled the air. And then I saw it. At the center of the swarm of eyes, one pair glowed brighter than the rest, larger, unblinking, focused directly on me. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Then the world went black. The forest had claimed me, and whatever watched from the trees, whatever had waited, had no need for me anymore. Story 12. It was the first snowfall of the season, but something about it felt wrong. The forest was eerily quiet, the thick blanket of snow muffling every sound as though the world had suddenly gone mute. I arrived at the cabin for solitude, hoping to escape the chaos of life, but from the moment I stepped inside, I felt it, an uneasy weight in the air, as though something in the forest was watching, waiting. The cabin was old, its walls sagging with age, but it had the warmth of a shelter from the storm. The fire crackled softly, filling the room with its comforting glow, and outside the wind howled like a distant scream. It was supposed to be a retreat, some time to breathe, to think, but already I could feel the cabin pressing in on me. On the third day, while hiking along a frozen stream, something caught my eye. A book, half buried in the ice. At first I thought it was just an old, discarded journal, a relic of a forgotten traveler. But as I chipped away at the ice, unease began to creep over me. The air grew colder, heavier, as if the forest itself had stopped to watch. When I finally freed the book, I noticed something odd. Its leather cover was cracked, its clasp rusted shut. The initials LG were faint, barely visible beneath the frozen grime. I hurried back to the cabin, the book tucked under my arm like an unwanted guest. As I set it by the fire to thaw, a strange thought crossed my mind. Why would anyone leave something like this behind? When the book finally opened, I began to read. The handwriting was elegant, looping, almost haunting in its precision. The first entry was dated nearly a century ago, from a time long before I set foot in this place. The author, whose name was never revealed, described the cabin, the forest, even the stream. Everything was eerily familiar. The early entries were mundane. The writer, too, had come to this cabin for solitude, escaping a troubled past. The snow, the cold, the silence, all painted in vivid detail, as though I was reading my own thoughts. But then the tone shifted. December 12th. There's something in the forest. I hear it at night. It's not the wind. It's something deliberate, something watching. I've seen shadows moving between the trees. I can't shake the feeling that it's not just the cold that makes the nights so long. I looked up, my heart racing. The wind outside had picked up, but the silence inside the cabin was suffocating. December 15th. There were footprints outside the cabin this morning. They circled the house, then stopped near the door. They were large, too large to belong to anything I know. The snow around them was melted, as though the prints carried heat. Something doesn't want me here. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. Just the day before, I had noticed melted patches of snow near the stream, circular impressions that had puzzled me. I shook my head, dismissing it as a trick of my mind, but the words in the diary felt too real, too close. The further I read, the more fragmented the entries became. The handwriting grew erratic, desperate, as though the author was losing control of their thoughts. December 20th. It's here. I hear it breathing outside the window. The glass is fogged with its breath. I know it's watching me, waiting for me to make a mistake. I've tried to leave, but the forest doesn't let me. It knows. The final entry was just a single line, hastily scrawled, "Do not follow the stream." I slammed the book shut, my pulse pounding in my ears. The cabin felt colder now, the shadows deeper. My notebook sitting on the table beside me felt heavier, like it too was carrying the weight of some unfinished story. That night, the sound came. At first, it was faint, just a rhythmic crunching in the snow. Then louder, closer, as though something was circling the cabin. I lay motionless, the diary clutched tightly to my chest, the crackling fire casting long, jittery shadows. The noise stopped just outside. I didn't dare look. I didn't want to know. When morning came, the snow outside was untouched. No footprints, no signs of disturbance. But the unease lingered, gnawing at me. I packed my things, telling myself I was being paranoid, that I was just imagining things. But as I left, something caught my eye near the stream, a flash of dark leather beneath the ice. I knelt down, heart in my throat, and pulled it free. Another diary. The initials on this one were mine. Story 13. I thought I heard something, a faint crack in the distance, like the snap of a twig underfoot. But when I turned around, there was nothing but the endless sea of trees and snow, their branches hanging heavy, bowing under the weight of the cold. I had been walking for hours, or was it days? Time had become meaningless in this place, the endless path twisting around me like some cruel joke. The forest loomed, its towering trees forming a suffocating canopy, blocking out any trace of light. The snow crunched under my boots, but even the sound felt wrong, too sharp, too loud in the otherwise oppressive silence. At first, I thought it was a trick of the mind. I had lost my way, maybe wandered off the trail. But as I kept walking, the same landmarks repeated themselves. An ancient oak, a rock outcrop, a crooked branch jutting from the ground like a gnarled finger pointing back at me. I checked my map. Useless. The lines seemed to shift beneath my gaze. Each time I looked, the terrain rearranging itself, as if the forest was toying with me, mocking me. I had entered this place with a purpose, to find the old hunting cabin. Just a short trip, I thought. A place to rest and gather my strength before heading back to civilization. But now, every path I took led me back to where I had started. I turned left, then right. I tried heading south, convinced it would be the right way out. But the trees didn't change. The snow didn't change. The forest remained the same, silent and unyielding. The world felt like it was closing in on me. Hours, no days, must have passed. My limbs were heavy with exhaustion, and hunger gnawed at my stomach. But there was no escape. The path never ended. A strange thought fluttered through my mind. Was I still walking forward, or was I stuck, walking in circles, chasing my own tail? I tried looking back, but all I saw was an untouched blanket of snow. No footprints. Nothing. I began to panic. My breath was shallow, my thoughts slipping away. It didn't make sense. How could I be stuck in the same place? The map didn't match the terrain, the trees, the rocks. None of it was real anymore. It was all part of the loop, and I was caught in it. Then I heard it again, a soft sound, almost imperceptible at first, a whisper through the trees, the snap of a branch, something moving, something following me. I spun around, heart racing, but the forest stood still, silent. Nothing. But I knew I wasn't alone. I wasn't just lost anymore. The path, the forest, they were toying with me. I stumbled into a clearing. The open space felt like a relief at first, but that relief quickly turned to dread. There, standing in the center, was the same twisted tree I had passed hours ago. Or was it days? Its gnarled branches reached toward the sky like fingers stretching for me. I had walked this path before. I was sure of it. Panic surged through me. I tried to move, to turn, to run, but my legs felt frozen. The world around me shifted, warped, as though it was folding in on itself, trapping me in this place. And then I heard it, a soft rustle behind me. Footsteps. Slowly, deliberately, they came closer. Not mine. Someone or something was walking toward me. I turned slowly, my heart hammering in my chest. There in the distance, a figure emerged from the trees. Its movements were slow, deliberate, like it was walking in a rhythm I couldn't comprehend. A hooded cloak swayed as it moved, and even though it was still far away, I felt it drawing nearer, inch by inch. Closer, closer. I couldn't move. My body refused to obey. I stood frozen, knowing deep down what was coming. The forest had brought me here, led me to this moment. There was no escape from the path. It had led me to my inevitable end. The figure stepped into the clearing. The air around it seemed to grow colder, the snow crunching beneath its feet louder than before. Its face was hidden beneath the hood, but its presence filled the space. A low, eerie hum seemed to come from the ground beneath me, vibrating through the snow, through my bones. It raised its hand, long, pale fingers, almost translucent, like they had been formed from the very snow surrounding us. I could feel the chill in the air as it reached toward me, as if the warmth of my body was being drawn into its touch. In that moment, the realization hit me with brutal clarity. I wasn't lost. The forest wasn't just disorienting me, it was trapping me. I had crossed into something beyond my understanding, a place where time had no meaning, where every path led back to the beginning, no matter how hard I tried to escape. The figure's hand brushed my cheek, cold as death itself, and my vision blurred. I looked into its hollow eyes, and I understood. There was no escape. There never had been. The forest was my prison, and the path would never end. It started on a day so cold I thought the world itself might freeze. The air was sharp and brittle, each breath coming out in ragged clouds of fog. The frost on every surface caught the light, glinting like shards of broken glass, as if the landscape had shattered overnight. I was alone in the cabin, miles away from anyone. A secluded little wooden house, buried in a corner of the woods. I came here to write, to escape the world, but solitude, like the cold, began to close in on me. I stepped outside to clear my head. The snow underfoot was dry and crisp, a frozen crunch that echoed across the vast emptiness. The woods stood still, a ghostly silence hanging in the air. Every tree was a bare skeleton clawing at the sky. And that's when I saw it. My shadow. At first it looked ordinary, just a dark shape stretching across the snow, following my every step. But then it didn't. I stopped. The air grew heavier. My shadow kept moving, 3, 4 steps while I stood frozen, and then it stopped too. But not where I stopped. It lingered, just a little too long, like it was waiting for something. My heart pounded, but I laughed it off. It was nothing, just my imagination. The isolation, the cold, everything was playing tricks on me. But as I turned back toward the cabin, I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't just a shadow anymore. Something was wrong with it. By nightfall, I convinced myself it was nothing more than the isolation making me paranoid. Shadows are just shadows, right? But sitting by the fire, staring into the flames, I saw it again. Out of the corner of my eye, on the wall, my shadow didn't match my movements. It was too sharp, too precise, too eager. It shifted unnaturally, its edges flickering like flames, stretching and curling in ways that defied logic. And for one terrifying moment, it seemed to turn and watch me, like it knew I was looking. I went to bed with every light on. The shadows danced along the walls, mocking me with their wrongness. I lay awake, too terrified to close my eyes, too afraid to look at the corners of the room where I knew it was waiting. By the third day, I knew I wasn't imagining it. The shadow moved when I didn't. It crept behind me when I turned, always just a moment too slow or too fast, as if it were deliberately out of sync with my every movement. And worse, it started to appear in places I hadn't been. In the corners of rooms, crouched against the floor, its outline darker than the rest of the night. I tried to ignore it, but it wasn't possible. Every room, every step I took, there it was, watching, waiting. Then came the whispers. Soft at first, like a voice on the wind. When I was still, they grew louder, clearer. Let me in. I froze, the words sinking into my bones like ice. You belong to me. But the voice didn't come from outside. It came from within me. It echoed in my skull, inside my very thoughts. That night, I locked the doors, drew the curtains. I curled up by the fire, shaking with the urge to stay in the light, to keep the shadows at bay. But even then, the light didn't feel safe. The flames flickered and danced, casting long, sharp shadows that twisted across the walls. But one shadow didn't flicker with the fire. It stretched longer than it should have. It grew bigger, and then it started to move. Not with the flicker of the flames, but of its own accord. It slid off the wall, pooling onto the floor like liquid darkness. I staggered back, my pulse pounding. It was no longer just a shadow. It was alive. The edges of the darkness quivered. And then I saw them, two tiny glints of light, eyes, floating within the shadow, staring back at me. You can't escape, it whispered, its voice cold and hollow, the words crawling under my skin. I backed away, knocking over a chair, my hands shaking as I fumbled for anything to defend myself. The fire poker, it passed right through the shadow like it wasn't even there. No more light, it whispered again. And the fire flickered out. Silence. The cabin plunged into total darkness, a blackness so deep it felt like it was suffocating me. I stood there trembling, my chest tight with fear. And then, cold hands, not from the shadow, but from within it. Cold fingers closed around my shoulders, pulling me into the darkness. It felt real. The grip was firm, insistent, like it wanted to drag me down, pull me apart, swallow me whole. I fought, I struggled, but as I fought, I realized this wasn't a shadow anymore. It was me. I wasn't in control anymore. I wasn't the one running from it. The truth hit me like a final, crushing blow. I was the shadow now, and there was no escape. Story 15. I had come to the cabin for peace, a retreat from the chaos of the world. The snowstorm was supposed to be just a backdrop, an occasional lullaby of howling winds and swirling snow. But something about that night felt different. The storm wasn't just fierce, it was unnatural, as if the world had held its breath and was about to exhale something darker. The moment I stepped inside, the comfort of the fire and the heavy silence should have soothed me. But a gnawing unease settled deep in my chest. My book, the reason I came here, lay forgotten beside me as I stared out the window. Snow had begun to pile up faster than it should, and the wind screamed against the walls like a living thing, desperate to get in. Then I saw it. A snowman stood in the middle of the field, perfectly formed, its body round, its coal eyes reflecting the light from the cabin. It was too far out to be seen clearly, yet I could have sworn it was staring at me. I laughed it off. It had to be a trick of the wind or the shadows. Kids from the nearby town, maybe? But the nearest house was miles away, and the storm was wild. No one would be outside in this. Still, my eyes darted back to the window, and when I glanced again, it was gone. I shook my head, trying to clear the strange thought that lingered in my mind. It's just the storm, I told myself. But there was something about that snowman, something off about the way it looked at me. Later, as the fire crackled and the storm howled, I caught a glimpse through the corner of my eye. My heart dropped. There it was again, standing just at the edge of the porch, closer now. Its coal eyes glistened in the firelight, the grin on its face sharp and jagged, not the friendly smile of a child's creation. A cold sweat pricked my skin. This wasn't right. The wind battered against the house, but the snowman stood firm, unmoving, as though it were part of the storm itself, rooted to the earth in a way that defied the chaos surrounding it. I turned away from the window, my breath shallow, and pulled the curtains closed. The sense of dread clung to me, gnawing at the edges of my mind. But the house was warm, the fire was crackling, and I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination playing tricks in the darkness. Morning came, and the storm had relented, leaving behind a strange, eerie stillness. The world outside was pristine, untouched, a blanket of perfect snow. I felt a moment of relief until I looked at the spot where the snowman had been. It was gone. My heart began to slow as I stepped out into the cold, the sharp air biting at my face. There was no trace of the snowman, just untouched snow glistening in the morning sun. My boots crunched against the snow as I walked toward the edge of the field. Nothing. Just as I turned back toward the cabin, a movement caught my eye, there by the window, the snowman. Its coal eyes locked onto mine from across the distance, and its grin, once crooked, was now stretched wide, unnaturally so, as if it were enjoying my shock. My stomach churned. How had it gotten so close? I rushed back inside, slamming the door behind me and locking it, my hands trembling. I drew the curtains, and for the rest of the day I kept my eyes away from the windows, my thoughts running wild. But the house felt colder, the walls closer. The air seemed to thicken with every passing hour. As the sun set and shadows grew long, I couldn't resist any longer. I crept toward the living room window, my heart hammering in my chest. It was there again, too close, just outside the window, standing perfectly still. Its grin was gone, replaced by something darker, something menacing. Its eyes didn't glimmer with childlike curiosity anymore. They burned with a malevolent hunger. The scratching started, faint at first, like fingernails against glass, soft and maddening. But as the night deepened, the sounds grew louder, closer, like someone was trying to get inside. My phone had no signal. The landline was dead. There was no one to call, no way to escape. Panic rose in my throat as I bolted from room to room, checking every lock, barricading the doors. But no matter where I went, I could feel its presence, hear the scraping, the distant, mocking laughter that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. Then the knock came. 3 slow, deliberate raps on the door. My breath hitched in my throat as I froze, clutching the fireplace poker like it could protect me from whatever was out there. The knock came again, louder this time, persistent. "Who's there?" I whispered, my voice trembling. There was no answer, just the howling wind and the oppressive silence that followed. The door creaked open, a faint squeak echoing through the basement. It stepped inside. The snowman. It was bigger. Its body, once neatly packed snow, was now bloated, misshapen, like it had been growing, feeding on the storm itself. The coal eyes were no longer dull but burned like smoldering embers, and its mouth was stretched in an unnatural snarl. It was far too tall now, its arms long and twisted, with fingers that scraped the floor as it moved toward me. I backed away, tripping over a crate, my heart racing. There was nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. The snowman's icy fingers reached out, brushing against the air, and a bone-chilling cold radiated from it, stealing the warmth from my skin. I couldn't move. My mind screamed at me to run, but my body was frozen in place, trapped in a nightmare I couldn't escape. The last thing I saw before the darkness took over was its smile, a jagged, terrible thing that seemed to know what was coming. It wasn't just watching me, it was waiting for me to join it. Story 16. The first time it happened, I chalked it up to exhaustion. It had been a long stretch of late nights, deadlines, and sleepless days. I'd been sitting at my desk, staring at the blinking cursor, when my eyes began to droop. I didn't mean to fall asleep, but my body had other plans. The next thing I knew, it was morning. My coffee, once steaming, was now cold and untouched. The cursor had moved, but it wasn't anything I'd typed. A jumbled mess of letters filled the screen, like some foreign language that didn't belong. I laughed it off, brushing the incident aside as sleep deprivation playing tricks on me. But as I picked up my phone to check the time, a chill ran through me. My hands were dirty, black smudges streaking across my fingers. Ink? Dirt? I couldn't tell. I wiped them off, but the coldness that settled in my chest stayed with me long after. It was just a few hours lost. Nothing to worry about. The second time was harder to ignore. I woke up lying on the hallway floor, my cheek pressed against the cold tile. My heart pounded in my ears as I scrambled to my feet. Disoriented, I tried to piece together how I'd gotten there. I didn't remember getting out of bed. I didn't remember walking to the hallway. I glanced at the clock on the wall, 3:47 a.m. My phone buzzed beside me as if it had fallen from my pocket. I picked it up, but the screen made my stomach drop. The camera app was open. Several pictures had been taken, blurry shots of the hallway, my living room, the front door, and one that made my blood run cold. A clear shot of my own face staring directly into the lens. My expression was blank, my eyes hollow. I didn't remember taking the photo. I didn't even remember moving. I closed the phone, hoping to convince myself it was a mistake. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. The days that followed blurred together. My mind started to betray me. The missing hours became more frequent. At first, they were just moments I couldn't recall. Small things. I'd wake up on the couch, unsure of how I'd gotten there. Or I'd lose time between meetings, finding myself staring blankly at the clock, with no memory of the past few minutes. I started keeping a journal, hoping to track patterns, hoping to make sense of it all. But the entries I wrote in a haze, unsure of what had happened in those missing moments, were growing more erratic. They are watching. Don't look at the mirror. It's not me. The handwriting grew jagged, as if someone else was writing the words, rushing to get them down before time slipped away again. Every page I turned left me colder. I decided to take control. If my mind wasn't trustworthy, maybe the cameras in my house would tell me the truth. I set them up in every room, monitoring every move, every sound. For the first few nights, everything seemed normal. I'd wake up, check the footage, and see myself sleeping soundly. No signs of anything unusual. It gave me a false sense of security. But then, on the fourth night, I woke up to find the camera in my bedroom had been turned off. I hadn't touched it. I reviewed the footage from the other cameras. In the living room, the timestamp read 2:17 a.m. There I was, stepping into the frame, my movements stiff and slow, as if I were on autopilot. My eyes never blinked. I moved toward the window, standing there in eerie silence. My head tilted slightly to one side, as though listening to something I couldn't hear. Then I turned and walked out of frame, vanishing into the darkness. The next thing I remembered was waking up in my bed at 7 a.m., drenched in cold sweat, my sheets twisted and damp. The next time I woke up, I was clutching something cold in my hand. At first, I thought it was a rock, but when I looked closer, I saw it was a key. A tarnished, silver key I'd never seen before. It was old, almost antique, and it felt wrong in my palm, like it didn't belong there. Something about it tugged at me, deep inside, like an instinct. Without thinking, I knew I had to find what it unlocked. I left the house, the key burning a hole in my pocket. It wasn't rational, but I followed the pull, as though it was guiding me. I tried it on every lock I could find. Doors, cabinets, drawers. Nothing. But then I came to the abandoned shed at the edge of the woods near my house. The air around it felt thick, heavy with something I couldn't name. I inserted the key into the padlock. It clicked open with a sound that made my blood freeze. Inside, the shed was damp, cloaked in shadows. Dust and cobwebs covered everything. But in the center of the room stood a large mirror, its surface cracked and streaked with grime. I felt drawn to it, as if something inside the mirror was waiting for me. At the base of the mirror, I saw familiar objects scattered around. My journal, my phone, a pair of muddy shoes I didn't recognize, and a photograph. The photo showed me standing in front of the mirror, just as I was now, staring into it. But there was something wrong. My reflection was smiling. I wasn't. The voice came then, soft but clear in my mind, a whisper that made my skin crawl. "Do you see it now?" I stared at the mirror, unable to look away. My reflection moved without me. It smiled wider, its eyes narrowing as it reached out, as if it were pulling me in. The missing hours weren't lapses in memory. They were moments when something else took over. Something that wanted more. Story 17. The cabin was supposed to be my sanctuary. A place to escape the endless noise of the world, the never-ending calls, the frantic pace of life. I thought that a few days deep in the woods would help me forget everything. The guilt, the regret, the faces I couldn't erase from my mind. But as soon as I stepped inside, I felt it, a pressure in the air. Like something was watching me. I tried to ignore it. I told myself the isolation was just messing with my head. After all, it wasn't a haunted house. It was just an old, creaky cabin. The kind you rent for cheap if you're desperate to get away. That first night, I sat by the fire, watching it burn in the hearth. It was supposed to be calming, but there was something wrong with the flames. They burned too bright, almost painfully so. And the edges, they weren't the usual yellow and orange. No, these flames flickered with unnatural shades of blue and green, like they were alive. I told myself it was just the wood. Damp, maybe, or treated. But as I stared deeper into the flames, they moved strangely, swirling as if guided by a force that wasn't natural. I shook my head and focused on the book in my hands, trying to forget the unsettling feeling crawling up my spine. But as the fire crackled louder, something else began to creep into the silence. Whispers. They started faint, almost inaudible, rising and falling with the wind. At first, I thought it was just the house settling, or the night playing tricks on my tired mind. But the longer I listened, the clearer they became. Soft, fragmented sentences that didn't belong to any voice I knew. She knows. Not much time. Listen carefully. I froze, my blood turning cold. It couldn't be. I glanced around the room, expecting to see someone there, but the space was empty. I told myself I was imagining things, that I'd been too long alone in the dark. But as the night wore on, the whispers didn't stop. They grew louder, clearer, more insistent. On the second night, they followed me into my dreams. In the depths of my sleep, they whispered again, inside my head now, sharp and clear. "She's here. You shouldn't have come." Remember, I awoke with a jolt, drenched in sweat. The fire was still burning. I'd let it die out hours ago, hadn't I? Yet there it was, crackling brightly in the hearth, a steady glow casting shadows across the room. I felt it again, those whispers, not outside but inside my skull. "Why are you here?" I wanted to scream, but my voice wouldn't come. My body was frozen in place, staring at the flames. It was as if they were speaking directly to me. I glanced at the windows. Snow was falling heavily outside, the storm more furious than before. There was no way I could leave. Not now. The roads were buried, my phone was dead, and the cabin was a prison of my own making. By the third night, things had escalated. The fire didn't wait for me to light it. I returned from the kitchen to find it roaring in the hearth, wilder than ever. The flames danced violently, casting shadows that didn't quite match the furniture, shadows that stretched and twitched like they had a life of their own. And then the whispers grew stronger. "Adam, sit. Listen." I couldn't remember when I'd given the fire my name, but it knew me. A force inside me compelled me to obey, despite every instinct telling me to run. Slowly, reluctantly, I sank into the armchair by the hearth. The heat of the fire seared my skin, but it wasn't the warmth of comfort. It was a suffocating, oppressive heat, like I was being smothered. "You've forgotten," the voice hissed. "But we remember." "Boo, who are you?" My voice cracked, trembling with fear. The flames seemed to shudder, twisting, stretching unnaturally. For a fleeting moment, I saw faces, contorted, anguished faces, their mouths frozen in silent screams before melting back into the fire. "You lit us," the voice whispered. "You made the first spark. You brought us here." The memories came flooding back in a rush. Flashes of a bonfire, the crackling of flames, laughter that echoed too loudly in the night. A night that ended with screams and smoke. The faces of my friends, the ones who didn't make it, the ones I left behind. What are you talking about?" I asked, my throat dry, my heart pounding in my chest. "You took what wasn't yours," the fire murmured, "and now we take it back." By the fourth night, I had nothing left but the fire. The whispers had turned into a deafening roar. The flames were towering now, twisting like serpents, licking the walls, reaching higher and higher. I tried to put them out. I threw water onto the hearth, but it only made the flames grow stronger. They seemed to laugh, mocking my attempts. The shadows on the walls moved on their own, stretching and shrinking in ways that made no sense. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. I only heard one thing. "You left us to burn," the fire screamed. "You left us." The memories hit me like a freight train. I had run. I had escaped, abandoning my friends to the fire that claimed their lives. I'd buried it all, convincing myself that it was an accident, that it wasn't my fault. But the fire hadn't forgotten. "You owe a debt," it whispered, its voice cold and unyielding, "and we have come to collect." By the time dawn broke, the fire had consumed the entire room, spilling out onto the floor in tendrils of living flame. I was rooted to the spot, unable to move, paralyzed by fear. The heat didn't burn anymore. It froze. The flames wrapped around me, locking me in place like chains. I couldn't escape. I wouldn't escape. The last thing I saw before the world went dark was my own reflection in the window, distorted by the firelight. My face was twisted, hollow, and grinning. It wasn't my grin. When they found the cabin days later, there was no sign of a fire. Everything inside was untouched, unscathed, except for the hearth, where the flames still burned, steady and unyielding, despite the lack of wood, despite the silence. And if you stood close enough to the fire, some swore you could hear whispers, faint and fragmented, calling a name. Always a name. Story 18. The world had disappeared. At first, it was gradual. I hadn't even noticed it happening. One moment, I was walking along the trail, the snowstorm just beginning to whip through the trees as the wind picked up. The weather report had warned about a cold front, but it never crossed my mind that something so mundane could lead to such an unfathomable loss. But when I looked around, I realized it wasn't just the snow growing thicker, it was the world itself fading away. The trees, dark and skeletal against the dim sky, began to melt into the swirling fog. The path that had been clear minutes before was swallowed up, the footprints I had left behind erasing themselves. I blinked, thinking my eyes were playing tricks, but no, there was nothing. Nothing but white. I pulled my scarf tighter, trying to shield my face from the biting wind, but the cold pressed in, cutting through my layers like sharp knives. My breath came out in foggy clouds, dissipating into the heavy silence around me. The silence was overwhelming, unnatural. The storm was there, but the air felt eerily still. Even the crunch of my boots was muffled, distant, like I wasn't even walking through the snow at all. Turning, I expected to see my car parked at the trailhead, a comforting presence in the distance. But there was nothing. No sign of the parking lot, no shapes or shadows to guide me, only endless white. I tried to stay calm. It's just the storm, I told myself. It'll pass. But as I turned back the way I came, nothing looked familiar. No trees, no trail, not even the sound of wind howling in the distance, just more of that unnerving quiet. I retraced my steps, at least I thought I did, but the deeper I walked, the more I realized I was going in circles. The world had swallowed itself whole. My phone was dead. The cold had drained its battery in minutes, and there was no signal anyway. I was alone. Alone in this vast, white void. Hours passed. Time didn't seem to make sense anymore. The cold began to gnaw at me, its sharp fingers creeping deeper into my skin with each step. My muscles ached, my legs burning as I trudged through the snow. But still, the endless white stretched around me in every direction. I could no longer tell where the ground ended and the sky began. I thought I saw something, figures moving through the mist. At first, I wasn't sure if it was real or just my mind playing tricks, but I couldn't ignore the surge of hope that shot through me. Maybe someone else was out here. "Hey," I called, waving my arms. "Over here." I moved toward them, the figures slowly coming into focus through the fog. But as I got closer, my stomach dropped. They weren't people. They weren't anything. Just shadows, flickering in and out of existence like ghosts. When I reached where I thought they had been, there was nothing. No trace, no disturbance in the snow. They had vanished. A sickening chill crawled down my spine. The silence felt heavier now, pressing against me. I was no longer sure if the fog was an external force or if it was closing in on me from the inside. I tried to push forward, my legs threatening to buckle beneath me, but the fear was becoming harder to fight off. My breath was shallow, the cold creeping into my bones. In the distance, I saw something. A single footprint, standing alone in the snow. I stopped dead in my tracks. The print was too large to be mine. It was perfectly outlined, crisp and sharp in the fresh snow, and it led off into the fog without a second mark to follow. I looked around, half expecting to see someone close by, maybe a hiker, a wanderer, someone who could explain this madness. But there was no one, only more white. I called out again, my voice hoarse and desperate. "Hello?" Nothing. I wanted to turn back, but the world behind me had vanished, leaving me with only forward into the unknown. I don't know how long I kept walking. Time had stopped mattering, and my thoughts began to blur with the cold, the fog, the silence. Every step felt like it took me further away from anything I knew. That's when I saw it. A door. I blinked. A door in the middle of nowhere. It stood in the snow, its dark wood a stark contrast to the blinding white around it. There was no building, no structure attached to it, just an old, weathered door, half buried in the snow. My heart raced. It didn't make sense. Nothing made sense. But I had to know. I stumbled toward it, my legs shaking, my mind in a fog. As I reached the door, I hesitated. The silence around me had deepened, and I could almost hear my heart pounding in my ears. Everything in me screamed to turn back, to run, to forget this door ever existed. But I couldn't. I reached for the handle, my fingers stiff and cold. The moment I touched it, a strange energy seemed to surge through me, as though the door had been waiting. The door creaked open with a shuddering groan, revealing nothing, just more white. But it was different. This white was brighter, blinding, stretching infinitely in all directions. It wasn't the soft whiteness of snow, but a sharp, unnatural glow that seemed to radiate from nowhere. And then I heard it, a low, vibrating hum that filled the space. It wasn't a sound exactly, it was a presence. A deep, resonating vibration that shook my bones, made my teeth ache. It seemed to come from everywhere, from the very air itself, and yet there was no source. I stepped through the door, the world shifted. The snow, the fog, the cold, they were gone. But the white remained, endless and oppressive, and there in the distance I saw them again. The figures. They were tall, impossibly tall, with elongated limbs and faces that were hollow, dark pits where eyes should be. They didn't move toward me, they just stood there, waiting, watching. I tried to turn back, but the door was gone. I looked around, my breath shallow, but the white stretched on forever. The figures remained, silent and unmoving, and the hum grew louder, vibrating through my entire body. There was no escape. There never had been. I realized, with a sinking feeling in my chest, that this place, whatever it was where I was meant to be. I wasn't lost anymore. The world had disappeared, and I was never going back. Story 19. The cold had settled over Eldermore like a sickness, creeping through every crack in the buildings, seeping into the bones of its inhabitants. Winter had always been harsh here, but this year felt different. Oppressive, suffocating, and unnatural. A cold that clung to you even indoors. It was as though the very air was frozen, stealing the warmth from our bodies and our spirits. It began innocently enough, just a light dusting of snow. But then the blizzards hit. Fierce winds howled for days, sweeping through the town with a relentless fury. The snow buried the streets, and the whispers began. At first, they were nothing more than the usual sound of the wind rustling through bare trees and the creak of old houses straining against the pressure. But then, a deeper sound emerged, a voice in the wind that didn't belong. I've always prided myself on my skepticism. Eldermore was old, and its people loved their superstitions. Tales of ghosts in the woods, spirits in the ice. None of it had ever convinced me. But something about this winter felt different. Something dark was pushing its way through the cracks. The first time I saw it, I was walking home from the general store, struggling against the wind. I passed the old oak tree by the clearing at the edge of town, its gnarled branches heavy with snow. But there was something strange about the tree that night. Something wrong. The ice. It was thick, coating the trunk and branches in a layer so smooth it looked like glass. But beneath it, beneath the frozen surface, something moved. At first I thought it was the wind playing tricks. A shadow, perhaps. But when I squinted, I saw it. A face. A man's face, frozen in the ice, his eyes wide in terror. His mouth was open as though he had been screaming, but no sound came. The ice held him in a silent, eternal scream. I stepped closer, my heart pounding. I should have run, but something kept me there. Just as I opened my mouth to call for help, a voice whispered from deep within the ice. "Help me." I froze, my breath caught in my chest. There was no one else in sight. I turned, the wind biting at my face, but it wasn't the wind that had spoken. It was something else, something trapped beneath the ice. "Please, help me." I stumbled back, the icy air wrapping itself around me like a vice. The figure in the tree twisted, its mouth moving again. "Not just him," the voice rasped, a chorus of voices rising from the ice, echoing around me, growing louder and more frantic. "The others, they're all here, frozen in time, trapped, like me." I couldn't move. My legs felt like they were made of stone, the weight of their cries pulling me toward the ice. The air turned frigid, colder than I had ever known. I tried to run, but my feet wouldn't obey. The voices surrounded me, pleading, screaming, desperate for release. Then I saw it. The ice, it was moving, not in the wind, but on its own. The figure's face distorted, his mouth forming words that weren't his own. "You shouldn't have come here." The voice didn't come from the man's mouth. It came from the ice itself, cold and final, a sound that seemed to freeze my very soul. The following days were a blur. My mind kept returning to that frozen face, to the voices that echoed in my ears. I tried to convince myself it was all a trick of the mind, that the cold had gotten to me. But when I returned to the clearing the next morning, the figure was gone. The ice was still there, but the man's face was no longer trapped inside. Yet the voices continued. Everywhere I went, I heard them, carried on the wind, seeping through the cracks in the buildings, drifting from the windows of the houses. At first they were whispers, quiet, distant, but as the days went on, they grew louder, more insistent. "You abandoned us. Why didn't you save us? No one remembers. No one remembers." It wasn't just the town, it was the entire land around us. The cold had a pulse, a life of its own, and it was suffocating the land. The townspeople, too, seemed to grow more withdrawn, more afraid. I overheard snippets of conversation among the elders, half-whispered warnings of things better left unsaid. It was then that I learned the truth. The town of Eldermore was built on a curse. The land, the ice, the cold, they were all a consequence of a pact made long ago. The founders of the town had made an offering to the spirits of the land to ensure their survival, a sacrifice to keep the soil fertile, to keep the town thriving. But the cost had been steep. The spirits of those who died in the offering, those who were trapped beneath the ice, were bound to the cold, their souls forever frozen, their voices trapped in the wind. Now their whispers filled the air. "Help us," they cried, their voices rising in a cacophony of pain and rage. The town was haunted, yes, but it wasn't just the dead who were trapped. It was the living too. The cold, it seemed, didn't just freeze the world around us. It was slowly freezing us, consuming us, turning us into one of them. The voices weren't just cries for help. They were a warning, and I was already too late. I could feel it now. The cold had settled deeper into my bones, my veins turning to ice. The voices were no longer just whispers. They were a part of me, filling my mind with their desperate pleas. And I knew, deep down, that I was becoming one of them. I walked through the town one final time, the faces of the frozen staring at me from the ice-covered windows, their eyes following my every step. The ground was covered in snow, but beneath the frost I could feel them. Every soul trapped in the cold, waiting. As I stood in the center of the town, I realized that it had already happened. The curse had claimed me. The ice had seeped into my very soul. You're one of us now. The final voice echoed in my mind, and I knew it was true. The world around me went silent. The cold, the frozen world of Eldermore closed in around me, and I joined them. Story 20. It started as a strange, subtle sensation, an inexplicable cold that I couldn't shake no matter how much I tried. It wasn't the kind of cold you could feel in your fingertips or toes, the kind you could chase away with a blanket or a warm drink. No, this was a cold that lived inside me, deep in my chest, gnawing at the edges of my heart. The first time I noticed it, I was sitting in front of the fire, the flames crackling, the room filled with the comforting scent of wood smoke. The warmth should have been enough, but it wasn't. My fingers trembled around the mug of tea, though it was scalding hot. I pulled the blanket tighter around me, curling into it, but still, it felt like the cold was inside me, worse than any frostbite, more insidious than anything the outside world could impose. I tried to ignore it. I was busy after all. Life had a way of demanding your attention, and I had too many things on my mind to dwell on something so intangible. But the cold persisted. It followed me everywhere, lingering like a shadow, whispering that something was wrong. I'd go to work, moving through the motions. A meeting, a lunch with a colleague, even walking outside to feel the sun on my face. But each time I stepped back into my apartment, I was greeted with the same freezing emptiness. The heat from the radiator felt like it was miles away, as if the warmth couldn't quite reach me. I would stand by the vents, feeling the air rush past, but it never reached my core. One evening, I stood in front of the mirror, staring at my reflection. My face was pale, my lips tinged with blue despite the furnace running full blast. My eyes, dark, tired, seemed to sink further into themselves, like the cold was eroding my very soul. That was when it occurred to me. The cold wasn't just physical, it was emotional, psychological. A slow creeping of isolation, a gnawing emptiness that no amount of heat or distraction could fill. It was as if something deep inside had frozen over, and nothing could melt it. I had tried to push it away, to continue living my life, but it felt like a part of me was being consumed. I tried everything I could think of to chase it away. Hot showers, long walks, even visiting friends, laughing, talking, pretending everything was fine. But no matter what I did, it wouldn't leave. I could feel it now in my chest, like a solid block of ice lodged deep within. When I looked in the mirror, I no longer saw myself. I saw someone broken, someone whose spirit had been stripped away. I began to avoid the things I once loved, reading, painting, cooking. Nothing gave me joy. No matter how many layers I added, how many distractions I sought, the cold inside me only deepened. I started avoiding people too. Conversations felt like they were happening through a thick pane of glass. No matter how much I reached out, I couldn't feel their warmth. It wasn't until I found myself wandering the streets at night, unable to sleep, that I realized the cold was no longer just inside me. It was outside too. The streets were quiet, covered in a blanket of snow that gleamed under the streetlights. The world was blanketed in the same frozen silence I felt in my soul. I walked for hours, past houses where lights flickered in windows, past the hum of distant cars, but I felt utterly alone, disconnected from everything and everyone. I ended up in the woods behind my neighborhood. The trees stood tall, their branches heavy with snow. The air was thick with the silence of winter. There in the stillness, I finally stopped. I didn't know what I was searching for, but I felt like I needed something to make this cold stop. The moment I stopped moving, it hit me with full force. The cold, that sharp, insistent bite. It wasn't just inside anymore. It was all around me, suffocating me, filling my lungs. I could taste it, feel it against my skin. My body was trembling, my teeth chattering from more than just physical cold. I could hear my own breath, shallow and ragged, struggling against the weight of it. It was then that I understood. The cold was never just something external. It had always been a part of me, a shadow that I had pushed aside until it grew too big to ignore. The warmth of the fire, the comfort of a hug, the soothing sounds of laughter, they were only temporary fixes. They could never reach the place inside me that had frozen over. I had tried to run from it, tried to outrun my own feelings, but now, standing in the cold alone, I knew that I had to face it. The cold wasn't something to be fixed. It wasn't something that could be chased away with heat or comfort. It was a part of me, and perhaps, just perhaps, that was the lesson I needed to learn. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, shivering and still as the cold washed over me, through me, and for the first time in months I felt a strange peace. Not relief, not warmth, but an acceptance. The cold inside me wasn't something to be feared, it was something to understand. I could feel it now, the ice melting, slowly, imperceptibly, in the quiet corners of my heart. It wasn't gone, not completely, but for the first time I could breathe. I could move forward, not in defiance of the cold, but with it, alongside it. Because the cold was never going away. It was part of me, and that, in itself, was something I could live with. Story 31. The storm came out of nowhere. One moment the sky was clear, the weak winter sun casting long shadows across the valley. I'd been hiking for hours, hoping the solitude would clear my mind. Away from the noise of the city, I found peace in the quiet of the forest, the crisp air filling my lungs. But that peace shattered as the wind picked up suddenly, howling like a wounded animal. Snow began to fall, thick and fast, turning the world into a swirling white blur. I didn't realize it right away, but I was lost. I turned, trying to retrace my steps, but the landscape had already been swallowed by the blizzard. Visibility was near zero, and each step felt more dangerous than the last. My phone had no signal, and the map I'd brought with me was useless in this chaos. Panic tightened in my chest as I struggled to keep calm, but I was alone. The woods stretching endlessly around me. Then I saw it. A narrow trail, barely visible beneath the newly fallen snow, curled ahead of me, twisting into the trees. It wasn't on the map I'd studied before the hike, but it looked well-trodden. The faint outline of footsteps was pressed deep into the snow, as though someone had walked this path recently. I hesitated for a moment, uncertainty gnawing at me, but relief surged through my chest. The trail had to lead somewhere, maybe a cabin, a shelter, or another trailhead. I could find my way back. Stepping onto the path, I felt the wind ease slightly. The snow fell more softly now, and the chaos of the storm seemed to fade into the background. The air around the trail felt different, almost warmer. The sound of the wind grew muffled, and for a moment I allowed myself to believe I was safe. But that safety was an illusion. The path stretched on, endlessly it seemed. It wound through the trees, curving sharply, then narrowing, and I followed it eagerly, the snow crunching underfoot. The world around me blurred into shades of white and gray. Minutes turned to hours, and the trail never stopped. There were no signs, no markers, and no other hikers. Just the constant whisper of the storm and the crunch of my boots. My breath grew shallow. I had passed nothing that felt familiar, and when I turned back, the trail behind me had vanished. I stopped in my tracks, panic rising in my chest. The snow was pristine, untouched, my footprints gone. How could that be? I turned in circles, scanning the dense trees for any sign of the path I'd come from, but there was nothing, only the cold, silent forest. My heart pounded in my ears. Was this a nightmare? The wind picked up again, colder now, carrying a sound that wasn't the storm. Voices. At first they were faint, just a murmur, indistinct. I froze, straining to listen. The wind howled louder, but the voices didn't fade. They grew. Whispers, laughter, and the unmistakable wail of pain. A strange, unsettling chorus. "Hello," I called out, my voice trembling. "Is someone there?" No response. Only the voices, louder now, more urgent, and all around me. I pressed forward, heart racing, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. Maybe there was someone ahead. Someone else caught in the storm. But the farther I went, the more unsettling the voices became. They weren't just distant sounds. They felt alive, swirling around me like a thick fog, echoing from the trees, from the ground, from the air itself. Then I saw them. Figures stood in the snow, half hidden by the swirling storm. They didn't move. Their faces were frozen, pale, eyes wide with terror. Some were dressed in modern hiking gear, while others wore older clothes, their woolen coats frayed and worn, frozen in time. Their mouths hung open in screams that never escaped. Frost clung to their skin like a second layer. I stumbled back, my breath fogging the air in front of me. A cold sweat broke out along my spine. What were they? I turned quickly, stepping backward, but I tripped over something hard. A skeletal hand, half buried in the snow. I gasped, stumbling away, my feet tangling in the snow. My chest felt tight as I scrambled to my feet, but the figures didn't move. They just stood there, unmoving, their hollow eyes locked on me. Then, without warning, they began to shift. Not walking, no, they glided. They hovered, their faces contorted in silent screams, their bodies drifting slowly toward me. I couldn't breathe. My heart raced. The wind howled louder, mingling with the cries of the figures. It was as if they were calling to me, beckoning me deeper into the storm. I turned and ran. My legs burned, my breath coming in ragged gasps, but the path never ended. It twisted and looped, stretching endlessly in front of me, no matter which way I went. The snow was untouched ahead of me, no sign of my own passage, no sign of escape. The storm swallowed me whole. The cold sank into my bones, and the voices grew louder. Those high-pitched, hollow laughs, the cries of agony, the whispers that seemed to crawl under my skin. I stumbled and fell, exhaustion taking over, but I couldn't stop. As the world faded into white, one final sound reached my ears, the laughter echoing in the frozen silence. It wasn't just the figures anymore. The entire forest was laughing. They found my car abandoned at the trailhead weeks later, its engine still warm, but there was no sign of me and no sign of the path I had described to friends. The snow had settled undisturbed. The trail had vanished, swallowed by the storm, as though it had never existed at all. Story 32. It started on the second night of our winter getaway. My family and I had rented a remote lodge nestled deep in the woods, isolated and picturesque. The kind of place that seemed untouched by time, surrounded by towering evergreens and blanketed in pristine snow. It was supposed to be a peaceful escape, a break from the chaos of everyday life. What we encountered, though, was something none of us had prepared for. I'll never forget the first sighting. I was standing by the window, sipping a steaming cup of cocoa, watching the snowflakes drift lazily to the ground. The world outside was a hushed white landscape, a perfect winter wonderland. But then, something caught my eye. At the edge of the tree line, barely visible through the falling snow, stood a figure, motionless, half hidden in the shadows of the forest. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light or maybe a hunter, lost in the storm. But something about it felt wrong. It wasn't just the figure's stillness, it was the way it didn't belong. It wasn't wearing the kind of gear you'd expect in weather like this. No coat, no gloves, no hat, just a thin jacket and pants. Dark, ragged clothing that seemed out of place against the cold. I squinted, trying to make out more details, but his face was turned away. Then I saw his hands. They were exposed to the elements, blackened and twisted as if they'd been frostbitten long ago, frozen in place like rotting tree branches. "Someone's outside," I whispered to my husband, who was lounging by the fireplace, lost in a book. He set the book down and joined me at the window. We both stared into the dark. But by the time he got there, the figure had disappeared into the forest as if he'd never been there at all. "Probably just a shadow," he muttered, his tone dismissive as though I'd imagined it. But I couldn't shake the unease settling in my chest. The next morning, the unease turned to something darker. We discovered deep, erratic footprints in the snow, leading up to the front porch, then away toward the trees. They didn't match any of our boots. My husband suggested it might have been a lost hiker looking for shelter. But the tracks stopped abruptly at the edge of the forest, vanishing without a trace. I tried to push it out of my mind, but the feeling of being watched never left. That night, I couldn't sleep. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows, and I lay wide awake, listening to the eerie sounds of the woods. Then, around midnight, I heard it, a faint, rhythmic knocking. Tap, tap, tap. At the front door. My heart leapt into my throat. I shook my husband awake, my voice barely a whisper. "Someone's here." He groggily pulled himself out of bed, grabbed the flashlight from the nightstand, and headed for the door. I followed behind him, clutching a kitchen knife in my trembling hands, my pulse racing. When he swung the door open, the cold rushed in like a living thing, but there was no one there. Only the footprints, fresh ones, leading up to the porch and vanishing into the dark. We locked the door and checked every window, double and triple checking that everything was secure. Neither of us slept after that. The third night was when the real terror began. I woke suddenly around 2 a.m. to a strange sound, something low, ragged. Breathing, maybe. It was coming from just outside the window. My blood turned to ice. I sat up, straining to hear. There it was again. Closer this time. A rasping, labored breath. I crept to the window, cautiously pulling the curtain aside just a fraction. And there he was, standing in the snow, no more than a few feet away. His face was gaunt, almost skeletal, the skin a pale, sickly color, as though it had been frostbitten and healed over in grotesque patches. His eyes were sunken and dull, lifeless, and his lips were cracked and frozen. But it was his hands that held my gaze. They were twisted stumps, blackened and mangled, as though they'd been burned and frozen in the same horrifying cycle. He didn't move. He just stood there, staring directly at me. His breath fogged up the glass, making it impossible to see through. For a long moment I couldn't look away, paralyzed by his gaze. Then, slowly, he raised one of his hands and pressed it against the window pane. The glass frosted over instantly, as if his touch had turned it into ice. A chilling, unnatural frost spread across the window, forming an outline of a twisted, blackened hand. I screamed, stumbling backward. My husband came rushing in, but by the time he reached the window, the figure was gone. All that remained was the frostbitten handprint, lingering on the glass, refusing to melt despite the heat we cranked up in the house. The following days were a blur of terror and paranoia. We kept the doors and windows locked tight, but the figure kept appearing. Sometimes he was distant, barely a silhouette at the edge of the trees. Other times, he was closer, almost daring us to confront him. At night, we would hear his rasping breath or the faint knocking on the walls. It was as if he was circling us, waiting. We called the local authorities. They came, searched the area, but found nothing. No signs of anyone. No explanation for the footprints or the frostbitten handprints that now marred every window of the lodge. That last night, the storm hit harder than before. The wind howled like a beast, rattling the walls and piling snow against the windows. We decided we would leave first thing in the morning, unable to endure another sleepless night. But the storm wasn't the only thing closing in. Around midnight, we heard it again. The knocking. This time, it came from all directions. The front door, the back door, the windows, the roof. It was as though he was everywhere, his cold hands banging against the lodge, trying to get in. Then the power went out. We were plunged into darkness. The cold seemed to fill every corner of the house. We huddled together, listening to the knocking, now frantic, desperate. It sounded like it was coming from inside the walls, from beneath the floorboards, as if the lodge itself were alive with his presence. And then, suddenly, silence. The quiet was worse than the noise. We sat there, frozen, too terrified to move, waiting for anything to happen. It felt like hours before the first light of dawn finally seeped through the frosted windows. When we opened the door, the stranger was gone. But his footprints remained, leading away from the lodge, back into the woods. This time, they didn't stop. They continued, vanishing deeper into the forest. And then, at the base of a nearby tree, we saw it. A pair of blackened, skeletal hands, frozen in place, clinging to the trunk as though they had been left there for eternity. We left that morning, abandoning the lodge without a second thought, and we never returned. The image of those frostbitten hands, twisted and frozen in the tree, haunts me still. Every winter when the snow begins to fall, I can feel his gaze on me from the shadows. And I know somewhere out there in the woods he's still waiting. Story 33. It started quietly, as most legends do, with a whispered rumor among the townsfolk. But legends have a way of growing louder, and this one didn't take long to spread through the small, isolated town of Winterbrook, nestled at the edge of the mountain range. Winterbrook was no stranger to harsh winters. Snowfall blanketed the landscape, and January winds howled through the streets, biting at exposed skin. The people of Winterbrook were hardy, built for cold and isolation, with families that had lived in the town for generations, just as the settlers had when they first carved their homes into the frozen land. But something had begun to change that winter. Something was creeping into the stillness, pulling the town into a nightmare from which there would be no waking. It began in the dead of night, a faint, soft cry, a baby's cry, rising from the darkened streets, its wail muffled by the biting cold. At first, people thought it was a trick of the wind or a dream. But the sound returned the next night, louder, more desperate, until no one could ignore it. Mrs. Carver was the first to notice. She lived on the edge of town, near the woods, where the wind was the strongest. She awoke to the sound, her heart pounding in her chest as the wailing cut through the silence of her home. It wasn't just a cry. It was a cry of fear, of pain, something so raw it made her skin crawl. She rushed to the window, expecting to see nothing but the empty, snow-covered street, bathed in the pale light of the moon. But there, just outside her house, sat a carriage. An old-fashioned, ornate carriage covered in frost, its delicate metalwork frozen solid in the frigid night. The cold radiated from it, a chill so deep it seemed to seep into her bones, and wrapped in a blanket, the unmistakable outline of something small and helpless, a baby. The wailing grew louder, more frantic. Mrs. Carver's heart skipped a beat. She reached for the door, her breath misting in the cold air as she stepped outside. The temperature dropped even further as she approached the carriage, the crunch of her boots in the snow, the only sound in the eerie stillness. She hesitated before reaching out, her fingers trembling as they brushed against the frozen blanket. The moment she touched it, the air around her seemed to drop even lower in temperature, a biting, unnatural cold that took her breath away. The cries began again, louder, more desperate, as if the baby were begging for someone to help. But when she pulled back the blanket, there was no baby. Just ice. Thick, solid ice, formed into the shape of a small, frozen cradle. No child, no warmth, just the agonizing, hollow echo of a cry that refused to stop. Mrs. Carver stumbled backward, her mind racing to make sense of what she had just seen. Was it a prank? A twisted joke? Or something far darker? But before she could think further, the carriage creaked, as if something inside was stirring, the sound of faint, muffled cries continuing in her mind, even though they had stopped for real. By morning, the tale had already spread. Another carriage had appeared at the Miller house, then another and another. Each time, the same sight, a cradle of ice, a cry that never seemed to end, and nothing inside but the frozen stillness. People began to gather in the town square, whispering in frightened tones, sharing rumors, exchanging theories. Some thought it was a curse. Others claimed it was the vengeful spirit of a child lost to time, reaching out from beyond the grave. The first family to encounter the cradles, the Carvers, fell ill soon after. It wasn't a sickness anyone could explain. Their bodies grew weak, their skin pale and translucent, as if something was draining them from the inside. No doctor could offer an explanation. Within a few weeks, they were gone, their deaths shrouded in mystery, the house they had lived in now standing empty. And then, one by one, the other families who had witnessed the carriages began to fade, each struck by the same mysterious affliction. Each death marked by the same coldness, the same unexplainable pallor. It was as though the very life had been drained from them, as if they had been frozen from the inside out. No one knew what to do. The town's church bells rang louder, calling for prayer, but even the hope of divine intervention did little to quell the growing fear. People began to dream. At first, it was just the families who had encountered the carriages, but soon the dreams spread. In their sleep, people saw a small, twisted figure. A baby, its face frozen in sorrow, its tiny hands reaching out as if it were trying to grab hold of something. The baby's cries filled the dreams, echoing in the darkness, each cry more urgent than the last. The chill that followed the dreamers was unmistakable, a cold that stayed with them long after they awoke. The town became divided. Some insisted it was nothing more than hysteria, that the carriages would stop appearing if they simply ignored them. Others, more frightened, were convinced the cradles were a warning, a harbinger of death. The whispers turned into arguments. Families began to board up their homes, and the roads were quiet, save for the howling wind. But no one was prepared for what came next. The snow, which had begun to fall lightly at first, began to pile higher, heavier, more fiercely than ever. The blizzards came in waves, each one colder than the last, swallowing up the town, erasing it from the map as the houses grew buried beneath feet of snow. And one by one, the families who had witnessed the cradles began to vanish. The houses were found locked, their doors and windows secure. There were no signs of struggle, no clues to where the families had gone. The only evidence they had ever existed were faint, frozen handprints on the windows, small hands, as if pressed there in desperation, left by the baby whose cries no one had dared to answer. The last to leave was Father Alden, the town's priest. He had spent days praying, trying to stave off the growing sense of doom, but even he couldn't escape it. The church bells rang one last time before they fell silent. The snow continued to fall, thick and heavy, until Winterbrook was buried under a blanket of white. By the time anyone from the neighboring towns came searching for Winterbrook, it was gone. Not a soul remained. The houses were empty, the streets silent, the town lost to time. And yet some say that if you listen carefully on a quiet winter night, you can still hear the cries of the baby, the endless wail of a child lost to time, waiting for someone to take it home. But no one dares to go looking. Not anymore. The cradles are still there, they say, hidden deep within the snow-covered trees. And if you listen closely, perhaps you'll hear them too. But whatever you do, don't answer. Story 34. The town of Eldergrove was no stranger to old traditions. Nestled deep in the heart of a snow-covered valley, it was a place where the passing of seasons was marked by customs, steeped in history, some joyful, some dark, and some that only the oldest of the townsfolk dared to speak of. Among these traditions, none was more sacred than the winter feast. Held every year on the eve of the longest night, the feast was a gathering of the entire town. Families would come together to share food, stories, and laughter, all under the watchful eyes of towering firs that lined the town square, their branches heavy with snow. The town square, illuminated by flickering lanterns, became a bustling, warm oasis amidst the cold, its long tables laden with meats, fruits, pastries, and endless cups of cider and wine. But there was one detail that stood out above all else: the seat at the head of the main table, a place that was always left empty. No one ever sat in it, and no one ever dared to ask why. The town's elders, who had been part of the feast for as long as anyone could remember, had learned to accept it as a simple part of the tradition. For generations, this empty seat had been a fixture, and though the younger folk often whispered about it, none dared to question its significance. To do so, they were told, would invite misfortune. The seat was positioned directly across from the mayor's place, at the center of the long table. No one knew exactly when the custom began, but it was said to be a practice that stretched back hundreds of years to a time when Eldergrove was a much smaller, more isolated village. Back then, the seat had been filled every year by a guest, the same guest who, according to the legend, would never leave. On this particular winter's night, as the feast began, the townspeople gathered around the table, cheerfully passing dishes and exchanging laughter. The fire crackled merrily in the hearth, and the night air outside was howling with snow, making the warmth of the hall all the more inviting. The children ran around, playing games in the corners of the room, their faces glowing with excitement and a little mischief. But as the clock ticked closer to midnight, a palpable change seemed to sweep over the room. The chatter hushed slightly, and the laughter softened. Everyone in the room knew the moment was approaching, the moment when the unspoken part of the feast would begin. The door to the hall creaked open, and the temperature dropped instantly. Everyone turned toward the entrance, their smiles fading into respectful silence. In the doorway stood a figure, tall and cloaked in a thick, dark coat of fur, his face shadowed by the hood that concealed it. Snow clung to his cloak, and the air around him seemed to freeze, even as the fire in the hearth blazed bright. Without a word, the figure stepped forward, making his way to the empty seat at the head of the table. The townsfolk watched in awe, some with nervous glances exchanged, others with a look of solemn recognition. The figure's presence seemed to draw a hush over the room, as if a secret pact had been sealed by his arrival. He sat down in the empty seat without a sound, his cloak billowing slightly around him. As he settled, the room seemed to grow colder still, the fire flickering as if it were struggling to hold back the bite of the winter air. The feast continued, though the energy had shifted. The merrymaking resumed, but with a quiet edge to it, as if the presence of this mysterious guest had cast a shadow over the celebration. His eyes, hidden beneath his hood, scanned the room, though no one could tell where his gaze landed. His hands rested on the table, pale and still. The mayor, who had long been accustomed to this strange custom, raised his glass and offered a toast, his voice warm yet laced with a hint of reverence. To the winter feast, and to those who have come before us, and those who shall come after. The guests followed suit, raising their glasses in quiet solemnity, but there was one difference this year. Among the crowd, there was a newcomer, a young man who had recently moved to Eldergrove with his family. Eager to fit in and eager to be a part of the town's traditions, he had attended the feast without question, though he had heard the whispers about the empty seat and the guest who would come. His curiosity had gotten the better of him, and as the night wore on, he found himself staring at the cloaked figure who now sat at the head of the table. His mind buzzed with questions. Who was this person? Why did he come every year? Why was he allowed to sit there, uninvited and mysterious? As the feast wore on and the hour grew late, the young man's questions began to consume him. Finally, unable to contain himself, he leaned over to the elder sitting next to him, an old woman with a gnarled hand and a quiet demeanor. "Why does he sit there?" the young man asked, his voice low but urgent. "Who is he? And why is there an empty seat for him every year?" The old woman glanced at him, her eyes sharp despite her age. She took a long sip from her cup, her fingers trembling slightly as she set it down. Her voice when she spoke was quiet but carried a weight that made the young man feel as though he had crossed an invisible line. "Don't ask about him," she said, her tone heavy with caution. "Some things you don't question. Some things are better left alone." The young man frowned, but before he could respond, the figure at the head of the table stirred. His cloak shifted slightly, and for the briefest moment, the young man thought he saw a flash of pale, lifeless skin beneath the hood. The figure's hand, too, moved, slowly and deliberately, taking a drink from a glass that appeared in front of him, though no one had seen it being filled. The clock struck midnight. The room seemed to hold its breath for a moment, and then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the feast came to an abrupt end. The food was cleared away, the laughter and chatter quieted, and the townsfolk began to leave, each one giving a brief, respectful nod to the cloaked figure. One by one, they filed out of the hall, their footsteps muffled by the thick snow outside. But when the last of the guests had gone and the hall was empty except for the young man who lingered by the door, the figure rose from his seat. Without a sound, he walked toward the young man, who stood frozen in place. There was no sign of life in the figure's movements, no sense of hurry or warmth, only an eerie stillness that seemed to radiate from him. The figure stopped just before the door, and for the first time the young man felt his breath catch in his throat. The air had turned unnaturally cold, and his mind raced, searching for an explanation. "You asked about me," the figure said, his voice deep and hollow, carrying an undertone that made the young man's skin crawl. The young man opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. His heart pounded in his chest, and the room seemed to close in on him. The figure leaned in closer, the faintest trace of an ancient scent, like snow and decay, clinging to his coat. "I've been here longer than you know," the figure continued, his eyes glowing faintly from beneath his hood. "Longer than anyone in this town, and I'll be here long after you are gone." The young man's knees buckled, and he fell to the floor, too terrified to move or speak. The figure turned and, without a word, walked out of the hall into the blizzard. The door slammed shut behind him, and the young man was left alone in the silence of the empty hall. As he stumbled out into the snow, he glanced back at the now empty seat at the head of the table. For the first time, he understood the unspoken truth of Eldergrove. The guest never left, and neither would he. Story 35. In the long-forgotten town of Frosthold, nestled between towering, snow-covered peaks, there was a relic that haunted the town's memories. An ancient mirror, encased in a block of thick ice, was said to hold a dark power. The townsfolk called it the Ice Mirror, a name whispered in fear, for anyone who spoke of it risked bringing its curse back into the world. The mirror was an enigma. Its glass, clear as frozen water, seemed almost alive with a quiet shimmer. The jagged frame was carved from the ice itself, as though the very earth had given birth to it. No one knew how or why it had come to be in Frosthold, but its presence loomed large in the town's haunted folklore. The old stories told of a wealthy family who had vanished mysteriously one bitter winter night, taking the town's most prized possession, the mirror, with them. The rumors spoke of a chilling truth. Every year, on the first night of winter, the mirror would show something other than the living. It would reflect the faces of the dead. For generations, the mirror was kept hidden away, locked in a shed on the outskirts of town where no one dared venture. And as the years passed, the town forgot, until, One winter's night, a young couple, Claire and Elias, moved to Frostholt, seeking a fresh start. Their new home, an old farmhouse on the edge of town, had been abandoned for decades. The gardens were overgrown, and the outbuildings decayed beyond recognition. But to Claire and Elias, the isolation felt like a blessing. Away from the noise of the city, they could start over. As they explored their new property, Claire's eyes were drawn to a small, dilapidated shed at the back of the garden. Curiosity got the better of them, and they pried open the rusted door. Inside, hidden behind stacks of broken furniture, was the ice mirror. The block of ice was massive, encasing the mirror like a frozen tomb. It seemed to pulse with a cold, unnatural energy, yet it was oddly beautiful, like something that should never be disturbed. Elias and Claire, not knowing its true history, were intrigued. They decided, foolishly, to bring it inside, thinking it would be an odd but harmless addition to their home. The first few days, nothing seemed amiss. The mirror stood silently in their living room, its cold presence an almost imperceptible weight in the air. But on the third night, Claire noticed something strange. She was cleaning the room when she saw it. A flicker of movement in the mirror, a figure standing just behind her. Her heart raced. The figure was a man, tall and gaunt, his hollow eyes staring directly at her. His lips moved, but no sound came. His face twisted into a silent scream. Claire spun around. No one was there. Terrified, she rushed to Elias. When they returned to the living room together, the mirror showed nothing but their own confused reflections. They dismissed it, laughing nervously, blaming the old house for playing tricks on their minds. But that night, as they sat by the fire, the air grew inexplicably cold. A soft, unsettling hum filled the room, coming from the mirror. The temperature plummeted. Claire shivered as the glass began to shimmer with an eerie light, and she realized with mounting horror that the hum was growing louder, vibrating through her bones. Elias was the first to look into the mirror again, his breath coming out in white clouds. "Claire, look." The reflection showed not their own faces, but a woman, a thin, disheveled figure with wild, untamed hair. Her eyes were wide with terror, and her mouth moved soundlessly as though pleading with them. Claire froze. That's her," she whispered. "The woman in the photograph you showed me, the one who lived here before us. She died in a fire, didn't she?" Elias's face drained of color. "But that's impossible. She's been dead for years." Suddenly, the hum from the mirror deepened, now accompanied by a low, menacing growl. The temperature dropped even further, and the frost on the mirror thickened, its surface beginning to freeze over. Shadows moved inside the glass, as though something was shifting, restless. The woman's image twisted, contorted, and was replaced by a man, his face twisted into a grotesque grin. His eyes were hollow, his features twisted with a cruelty that seemed to seep from the glass itself. Elias staggered back, but the pull of the mirror seemed to draw him forward, like a magnet. Claire tried to pull him away, but it was too late. With a deafening crack, the ice around the mirror shattered. Shards of ice flew through the air as the glass splintered violently, and the man's reflection moved. His hand reached through the ice, claws scraping at the air as though trying to break free. The room felt suffocatingly cold. Claire could hear whispers, soft, urgent, like the voices of the dead themselves. Desperate, she tried to look away, but the reflections grew clearer, more vivid. Faces appeared in the mirror, eyes empty but full of grief, horror, and anger. Some of them Claire recognized, People from the town's past, those who had vanished without a trace. As the figures began to press closer to the surface of the glass, Elias's voice cracked. "They're all dead, but they're not gone." A scream echoed through the house, though no one was there to make it. The room was alive with the sound of cracking ice and the chilling whispers. The mirror was alive, feeding on their fear, trapping the souls within it. Suddenly, a voice whispered in Claire's ear, low and cold, "You shouldn't have opened the door." Claire spun around, but no one was there. The ice shattered completely, the room exploding with sound, and in the silence that followed, the mirror was gone. The house returned to an eerie quiet, but it was far from peaceful. The air was thick with a presence that wouldn't leave them. Days passed, but the feeling of being watched never faded. Claire and Elias could hear whispers in the dark, soft, mournful cries that seemed to come from the corners of the room. Shadows lengthened, and in the stillness of night, they felt a cold breath on their necks. The dead had followed them. The ice mirror had taken something from them, something that could never be returned. And now, as long as the ice remained in their minds, the faces of the dead would always be watching. Once you've looked into the eyes of the dead, they will always look back. Story 36. It's said that on the first snowfall of every winter, something stirs beneath the untouched white of Elder Grove's snowfield. The villagers know it's a place you should never go, a place where the air grows unnaturally still and where the cold seeps into your bones, not like the winter chill, but something deeper. They've warned their children, year after year, to stay away. Don't make snow angels in that field, they say, though no one dares explain why. But there are always a few who don't believe in the old tales. The first snowfall had arrived, gentle at first, dusting the world in soft, powdery white. Naomi and Peter had just moved into a small, charming cottage at the edge of Elder Grove, hoping for a peaceful life away from the noise of the city. Naomi, a painter, had always felt a connection to the quiet beauty of winter, and Peter, a writer, found comfort in the isolation. They'd heard whispers about the snowfield, the curse, the disappearances, the strange stories, but dismissed them as superstition. They were new to this small village, after all. The past couldn't hold them in its grip. One morning, after the snowfall had turned the forest into a frozen wonderland, Naomi suggested they take a walk. Peter, always more practical, agreed reluctantly. They ventured beyond the village, their boots crunching in the snow, until they came to the edge of the snowfield. The field stretched out before them, pristine and untouched, framed by tall, dark pines. It looked serene, beautiful even, but Naomi could feel something pulling her toward it, an inexplicable draw. "Let's go further," she urged, her breath rising in a cloud of mist. "I've never seen snow like this. The way the light hits it, it's perfect." Peter hesitated, his skepticism kicking in. "Naomi, I've heard the stories. This place isn't—" "Don't be such a pessimist," Naomi laughed, cutting him off. "It's just snow. Come on, it's beautiful." Reluctantly, Peter followed as she made her way into the snowfield, the untouched snow swallowing their footsteps. The world around them felt too quiet, too still. Not a single bird or animal sound broke the silence. Naomi dropped to her knees in the snow, her hands moving with an artist's precision as she began to make a snow angel. Peter stood over her, watching as she worked. Her movements fluid and graceful despite the cold. There was something hypnotic about her joy, her complete immersion in the beauty of the moment. "Join me," Naomi called out, her eyes sparkling. Peter couldn't resist. He knelt beside her, making his own angel beside hers, both of them lying back to admire their work. But the moment they finished, something felt off. The air had gone still, too still. No wind, no sound. The snow, which had been falling so gently before, had stopped completely. A heavy silence pressed in from all sides, suffocating. Peter frowned. This feels wrong. Naomi didn't answer. Her eyes were wide, staring at the snow angel beside her. The wings weren't smooth. They were jagged, like the marks of something angry, something that had been dragged through the snow, leaving deep gouges. And the body of the angel, it wasn't just a shape, it was wrong. Twisted. It seemed to shift beneath the surface, as though something were struggling to get out, trapped beneath the ice. Suddenly, Naomi's face twisted in terror. She gasped, her breath visible in the frozen air. Before Peter could react, the snow beneath her seemed to shift, as though something beneath the surface was pulling her in. "No, Naomi?" Peter shouted, reaching out, but it was too late. Naomi's body jerked backward as if grabbed by unseen hands. Her arms flailed, her body twisting unnaturally, her eyes wide with terror. And then, nothing. Peter scrambled to his feet, heart racing. The snow angel lay undisturbed, but Naomi was gone, her figure swallowed by the field. "Naomi!" Peter cried out, panic rising in his chest. He ran in every direction, calling her name, searching the field. But no matter where he looked, there was no sign of her. The silence pressed in on him, heavy and suffocating. His heart pounded in his ears. He ran faster, frantic, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The cold was biting now, seeping into his bones, but it was nothing compared to the growing dread in his chest. Then he heard it, a whisper, barely audible at first, then another and another. Voices, soft but growing louder. He froze, spinning in place, but the snowfield was empty. There was no one there. He turned back toward the snow angel. Naomi's face had appeared within the frozen figure, her expression locked in a permanent mask of horror, eyes wide and pleading. "No, no, no, no!" Peter shouted, his voice breaking. He stumbled forward, reaching for her, but he couldn't touch her. Her face was trapped in the ice, forever fixed in terror. The whispers grew louder now, voices cold and distant, calling to him. Peter's heart raced, his breath coming in jagged gasps. He staggered back, unable to tear his eyes from the angel's twisted form. Then something cold touched his shoulder, icy fingers, light but insistent. He whipped around, but there was no one there. Only the endless white of the snowfield. The whispers continued, growing in intensity, until they were a chorus of voices, each one more desperate than the last. The hands of the lost were upon him now, pulling him toward the snow angel. His mind screamed in terror, but his body moved as if it had no control of its own. Peter felt himself being dragged toward the snow. The ground beneath him felt wrong, as though the snow was swallowing him, pulling him into its depths. He fought it, but it was useless. The cold seeped into his skin, freezing him from the inside out. The last thing he saw was Naomi's face, still trapped in the angel, her eyes pleading for someone to save her. By morning, the villagers found Peter's body. He was lying in the snow, frozen, his face twisted in an expression of horror. His body was untouched by footprints, except for one thing. The snow angel beside him was not pristine anymore. The twisted shape of the angel had spread outwards, jagged marks etched into the snow like scratches from a great unseen beast. The whispers continued, faint but growing stronger. The snowfield had claimed another soul. The villagers didn't speak of it openly, but they knew the truth. The curse had taken Peter, just as it had taken so many before him. And every year the first snow would draw the curious, the brave, and the foolish, who would step onto the snowfield, believing the stories were just that, stories. But those who made snow angels would never return. They would be trapped forever beneath the ice, their souls lost to the snowfield, waiting for the next to arrive. And the angels, they would always wait, watching, hungry. For once you make a snow angel in that cursed field, you are never truly alone again. You become part of the field, and the snowfield always claims what it is owed. Story 37. In the remote mountains of Frost Peak, where the snow never seemed to melt and the wind howled like a living thing, the miners had always known that the glaciers hid ancient secrets. Relics from a world long gone, fossils of creatures no longer seen, and remains frozen in time. Nothing particularly strange, at least not for those who worked the frozen wastes. But when the men of Frost Peak Mining Company unearthed what they thought was just another section of the glacier, they had no idea they were about to uncover something that would change their lives and the world forever. The miners, a tough, hard-bitten crew, had long been accustomed to working in the bitter cold, but this time they were drilling deeper than ever before. They sought rare minerals, precious stones, anything that might make them a small fortune. The glacier had given them more than a few treasures over the years, but they never expected what they would find now. One day, as they drilled into the heart of the glacier, something unusual happened. They hit something solid, different from the usual layers of ice and rock. It was hard, almost metallic, but it vibrated. At first, they thought it was an echo from the drilling, a trick of acoustics. But then the vibrations intensified, a deep, rhythmic thump that seemed to pulse in the very bones of the mountain. "Did you hear that?" Samuel, the lead miner, asked, his voice shaky. Samuel had always been the calm one, the man who could be counted on when things got rough. But today, something about this felt wrong. The others listened, their tools hanging forgotten. The heartbeat, the sound of something alive, grew louder, more distinct, reverberating through the walls of the tunnel. "It's coming from there." Samuel pointed toward a dark fissure in the ice. They had drilled right into it. As they chipped away the ice, an odd shimmer caught the light. It wasn't just a crack in the glacier, it was a pulse, an unnatural, rhythmic beat. The air around them grew colder, sharper, as if the heart of the glacier itself was stirring, awakening. Finally, the ice broke away, revealing the source of the sound, a massive, translucent heart, nearly the size of a boulder, encased in layers of ice. The veins stretching out from it were like roots spreading deep into the glacier's core. It throbbed slowly, steadily, as though alive, but it wasn't the heartbeat of any living creature they knew. "We need to report this," Jonah, a younger miner, whispered, his face pale. "Forget it," Samuel said, his eyes locked on the heart, almost hypnotized. "This isn't just a relic. This is something else." A strange chill swept through him, a feeling of power, something ancient. But a part of him, a darker, primal part, was drawn to it. Samuel couldn't explain why, but he felt compelled to reach out, to touch it. "No," Jonah warned. "Don't. You don't know what that thing is." But Samuel, against his better judgment, reached out. His fingers brushed the surface of the heart, and the glacier seemed to shudder. The pulse quickened. Cracks appeared in the ice, spider-webbing outward as if the heart itself were breaking free. A rush of cold air swept through the tunnel, knocking the miners off their feet. The walls of the cavern groaned in protest, and the heartbeat became a deafening roar. Then, without warning, the heart pulsed violently, sending shockwaves through the ice. The cavern quaked. The ice cracked apart like glass, sending shards flying in all directions. The heart was alive, and it was no longer content to remain imprisoned. But it wasn't just the heart that began to move. From the cracks in the ice emerged dark shapes, twisting and writhing. First, they were vague, indistinct figures like shadows in the dark. Then they solidified into something far worse. Ice creatures. They were humanoid, their skin translucent, like they were formed entirely of ice and snow. Their eyes were hollow, dark pits, and their limbs were long and jagged, as though the ice had grown around their bones, twisting them into grotesque shapes. They moved without sound, drifting silently through the air toward the miners, their movements unnatural and fluid. "Run!" Samuel shouted, his heart hammering in his chest as the creatures closed in. "We need to get out of here now." The miners scrambled, their breath ragged, the tunnel growing colder with each passing second. But the ice around them trembled, shifting, as the creatures advanced. Every step they took seemed to distort the very fabric of reality. The sound of the heart's pulse grew louder, faster, more insistent, mocking them, feeding off their fear. Jonah, his face a mask of terror, grabbed Samuel's arm, pulling him toward the exit. But the path was blocked by an avalanche of ice. The creatures closed in, their skeletal hands reaching out for the men, dragging them into the depths of the glacier, their hollow eyes gleaming with malice. Samuel fought to break free, but the cold was too much. His vision blurred as the temperature dropped, his body freezing in place. The last thing he saw before the darkness took him was the heart's eerie glow, its pulse echoing in his skull like a death knell. And around him, the ice creatures circled, their cold eyes locking onto his in perfect unison, as though they had always been there, waiting. By morning, the mining camp was eerily quiet. The workers were gone, vanished without a trace. The tunnel leading into the glacier had collapsed, and no one dared approach the mountain again. But the frost that covered Frost Peak seemed colder than ever before, as though the glacier had grown stronger, its heart still pulsing beneath the ice. The townspeople whispered about the strange events, about the miners who disappeared, and the terrifying heart that beat deep within the mountain. And sometimes when the winter winds howled through the mountain pass, some swore they could hear it, the faint, rhythmic thumping of a heart that would never stop beating. They say it's still there, buried deep in the heart of the glacier, and one day when the time is right, it will call out again. And this time, it will not just be the miners who answer. Story 38. The storm arrived without warning. One moment, the sky was a pale blue, the sun still clinging to the edge of the horizon. The next, dark clouds rolled over the peaks like an approaching army, and the wind howled down the mountain pass. Within minutes, the weather turned from mild to violent, swallowing the trail in a veil of thick snow. Jason cursed as he staggered against the gusts, his legs heavy, his breath shallow in the bitter cold. "This is bad," he muttered, eyes scanning the whiteout. His team, Sarah, Alex, and Emily, was a few steps behind, the howling wind making their voices barely audible. "Stay close," Jason shouted. "We need to find shelter now." They had planned for a simple weekend adventure, a quick hike through the mountain pass. But they had underestimated the severity of the storm, the mountain's cruelty. What should have been an easy trek was now a race against nature, and they were losing. Sarah, Jason's girlfriend, was already showing signs of exhaustion. Her hands trembled as she clutched her coat tighter, her face flushed from the cold. Alex, their closest friend, kept his head down, pushing forward with grim determination, though even he was beginning to falter. And Emily was struggling to keep up. A new member of their group, Emily had never hiked this far into the wilderness before, and the snow was taking a toll on her. She was gasping for breath, her pace slowing. Jason, I can't. We'll be okay, just keep moving, Jason urged, grabbing her arm and helping her through the thick snow. But the deeper they went, the more the storm seemed to close in around them. The wind screamed like a wild animal, and the swirling snow made it impossible to see more than a few feet ahead. The group pushed forward for hours, but no shelter appeared. No cabin, no sign of anything that might offer refuge. Jason's mind raced, and dread began to gnaw at him. He had been hiking these mountains for years, but this was something different. The storm had a life of its own. And then, just as Jason thought he saw something ahead, a shape in the storm, the wind died for a heartbeat. The world fell silent, and then, Jason, the voice came from nowhere, whispering his name, soft and cold, carried on the wind like a secret. Jason froze, his heart racing in his chest. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't just the storm. It was something else. Did you hear that? Sarah whispered, her voice shaky, barely audible against the wind. Her eyes were wide, her breath clouding in front of her. Jason nodded, but his throat went dry. His name, Jason, had been called. But there was no one. He turned in a circle, scanning the white haze. The snow was thick, the visibility near zero. Before he could respond, another voice cut through the silence. Emily? The sound was quiet at first, but it carried with unmistakable sorrow, aching, desperate. Emily's face went pale, her hands trembling. Did someone say my name? She whispered, looking over her shoulder. Jason glanced around, his heart pounding in his ears. The wind had started to pick up again, but the voice, it wasn't the wind. It was too clear, too familiar. Something deep inside him told him this wasn't a coincidence. No, Jason said, his voice tight. There's no one out here. But deep down, doubt crept into his thoughts. The wind howled louder, and then, Sarah. The voice was next. A mournful cry that seemed to stretch across the storm, echoing off the peaks. Jason whipped around, his heart in his throat. Did you hear that? Sarah whispered, eyes wide with terror. I heard it. His voice cracked. He didn't know what was happening. The storm, was it alive? The voices grew louder, each one familiar, echoing through the snow like the lost whispers of ghosts. Alex's name came next, followed by Jason's again. But the strangest thing was, each time a name was called, it sounded as though it was coming from someone else, someone far away, someone lost in the storm. What's happening? Emily gasped, clutching at Jason's arm. Her face was ashen, her breathing shallow. Who's calling us? Jason tried to steady himself, but his heart hammered against his ribs. It's the storm, he said, though his words sounded weak even to his own ears. It's just the wind. But he didn't believe it. Deep down, he knew something was terribly wrong. The mountain, the storm, was reaching out to them, calling them, drawing them into the blizzard. The voices became a chorus, a cacophony of cries, of names called in anguish. Jason's mind raced. These weren't just voices. They were cries for help, for salvation. Each one seemed to bleed into the next, a maddening loop that seemed to circle around them, closing in. We need to get out of here, Jason shouted, pulling Alex toward him. But Alex didn't move. His face was blank. his eyes distant, as if he were hearing something Jason couldn't. "Alex?" Jason grabbed his friend's arm, shaking him, but Alex didn't respond. His gaze was fixed, locked on something ahead, something Jason couldn't see. Alex's lips parted. "Help me." Jason's stomach dropped. His friend was right there, beside him. But the voice, it came from somewhere deeper in the storm, far away, as if it was coming from a place beyond the blizzard itself. "This isn't real," Jason muttered, shaking his head. "This isn't happening." But even as he said it, he wasn't sure. The wind howled, and then, suddenly, everything stopped. The voices, the wind, the howling storm, they fell silent. The silence was worse than the storm. The oppressive, suffocating silence pressed in on them, and Jason stood frozen, listening to his own breath, unsure whether the world was holding its breath too. Sarah's voice cracked through the stillness. "Where did they go? Where are the voices?" Jason opened his mouth to answer, but he didn't know what to say. Then, far off, a low rumble echoed from the depths of the mountain. Not the wind, not thunder. It was something else, something moving, something following them. Jason's eyes widened in terror. He spun around, scanning the darkness, but saw nothing. "Where are they?" Emily whispered, her voice trembling. "Where did they go?" The rumble came again, louder this time, closer. Jason's gut twisted with the certainty that whatever it was coming for them. And then the truth hit him like a punch to the stomach. The voices they had heard, the cries of help, they weren't from the storm. They weren't just echoes. They were the voices of the lost. Those who had ventured too far into the storm before them. Those who had never returned. And now, those voices had turned to calls, luring the living to join them. They weren't just trapped in the snow. They were being hunted. The mountain wasn't just a wilderness. It was alive. And now the storm was coming for them. The group huddled together, helpless against the encroaching doom. They were not lost in the snow. They were part of it now. And soon their names would echo in the blizzard, frozen and forgotten, forevermore. Story 39. The wind screamed through the narrow streets of Frost Hollow, biting at Marissa's skin as she pulled her coat tighter against the cold. She had been warned about the village, the strange happenings, the unsettling silence, but nothing had prepared her for the cold dread that seemed to permeate every corner of this forgotten place. It wasn't the village she had come for, though. It was the mountain. Marissa had spent years studying the legends surrounding the ancient tomb that lay buried deep within its jagged peaks. A tomb said to house an entity more terrifying than any demon, a spirit bound for centuries by an unknown force, hidden away in the coldest recesses of the earth. It was a history long lost to time, but one that had always captivated her. The villagers spoke little of it, their faces turning pale and their voices dropping to whispers whenever the topic came up. But Marissa wasn't afraid of legends. Her obsession had led her here, to the outskirts of Frost Hollow, to an old cottage abandoned for decades. As soon as she crossed the threshold, a shiver ran down her spine. Not from the cold, but from something else. Something waiting. It was in the attic, buried beneath layers of dust and forgotten books. The key. At first, it seemed like nothing more than an old, ornate trinket. A key that had once unlocked something important, perhaps. But the moment Marissa's fingers brushed its surface, an icy jolt shot up her arm, freezing her to the spot. She dropped it immediately, heart pounding, but the key lay there, gleaming in the dim light, its intricate runes pulsing faintly as though alive. Curiosity clawed at her. She bent down, picked it up, and felt a sharp chill seep into her bones. This was no ordinary key. The runes matched those in the texts she had studied, texts that spoke of a lost tomb, a sealed door, and a spirit bound by the key's power. She had never believed it would be real, but here it was, in her hand. And with it came an undeniable pull, a sense of purpose that cut through her fear. The path to the mountain was treacherous. The higher she climbed, the colder the air grew, and the weight of the world seemed to settle upon her shoulders. Yet she pressed on. The villagers had warned her. They had begged her to turn back, but Marissa couldn't. The key in her pocket burned with a strange heat, urging her forward, as if it knew what had to be done. As the sun dipped behind the mountain's jagged peak, she finally reached it. The entrance. It was hidden in the cracks of the rock face, nearly invisible to anyone who wasn't specifically looking for it. The door was ancient, covered in frost and strange symbols that mirrored the runes on the key. The moment she laid eyes on it, her heart skipped a beat. It was real. With trembling hands, she fit the key into the lock. The moment it clicked, the world seemed to freeze. The wind howled, and the earth beneath her feet trembled. The door creaked open, revealing nothing but darkness, a darkness so deep it seemed to absorb all light around it. Cold, thick, and suffocating. Marissa took a deep breath and stepped forward. The air inside the tomb was freezing, colder than anything she had ever felt, but she couldn't turn back now. The key had led her here, and there was no question of what lay ahead. The tomb stretched on, endless and silent. The further she ventured, the more oppressive the cold became. Her breath came out in thick clouds, and her legs grew heavier with each step. Something was watching her. She could feel it, lurking in the shadows. At the heart of the tomb she found it, the sarcophagus. Ancient markings were etched across its surface, the same symbols that adorned the key. The frost that clung to it seemed to move as if alive, shifting in unnatural patterns. Marissa's pulse quickened. She reached out to touch the sarcophagus, and the instant her fingers brushed the surface, the ground beneath her feet cracked open, sending a bone-chilling gust of wind swirling through the tomb. A voice echoed from within the darkness, low and rasping. "You have awakened me." Marissa froze, her blood running cold. The voice was not of this world. Its tone was ancient, full of malice and sorrow. Her pulse raced as the frost began to shift and the air grew thicker, colder, like 1,000 icy fingers reaching out to drag her down into the abyss. The spirit emerged, its form ethereal and translucent, like smoke or mist, but its eyes, they burned with an unnatural fire, hollow and endless. "I have been bound for centuries, sealed away by the key you now hold. And now you have set me free." The spirit's voice was like the crackling of ice underfoot, but there was something else in it, something that felt familiar. Marissa stumbled backward, her heart pounding in her chest. The tomb seemed to close in around her, the walls narrowing as the frost began to creep toward her, as if the very stone was alive with a thirst for vengeance. "You sought knowledge," the spirit rasped, "but all you will find is death." Marissa's breath became ragged. She could feel the temperature plummeting, the frost creeping up her arms, her neck. The air itself seemed to resist her, pressing against her, suffocating her. The spirit's eyes locked onto hers, and she felt her mind begin to unravel, as if its very presence was sinking into her thoughts, twisting them into something darker. "You think you came for answers," it whispered, "but what you've opened is a prison of your own making. You will not leave this place. You will serve me." The ground trembled as the sarcophagus began to crack open, the tomb alive with 1,000 whispers. The key in Marissa's hand glowed faintly, its runes flickering like dying embers. She tried to move, to flee, but her legs wouldn't respond. The cold had numbed her, seized her body in its icy grip. The spirit reached out toward her, its hand translucent, but its power was undeniable, like the grip of death itself. Her last thought was one of horror and realization. She hadn't come to uncover the past. She had come to release it. An ancient force far beyond her understanding, and now it was free, with no intention of letting her go. The key had opened the door, and in doing so it condemned her and Frost Hollow to a fate from which there would be no escape. Story 40. The snowstorm hit without warning. One minute the sky was clear, a perfect winter day, and the next the world was swallowed by a furious white blur. I had been driving for hours, heading to my uncle's remote cabin in the mountains. It was supposed to be an escape, a quiet weekend away from the chaos of the city. But as the snow piled up, swallowing the road beneath me, I realized how wrong I'd been. My tires spun uselessly in the growing drifts, and with no cell signal for miles, I knew I was stuck. I wasn't sure what was worse, the isolation or the storm. Both were suffocating. I grabbed my bag and trudged through the thickening snow toward the cabin, my breath clouding in the frigid air. When I reached the front door, I paused. The place looked untouched. Old, yes, but locked up tight as it had been for years. There was no sign of anyone having been here in months. A low, unsettling feeling crawled up my spine, but I forced it down. I was here to relax after all. I pulled the key from my pocket, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. The moment I crossed the threshold, a strange sound caught my ear. A faint scraping noise. I froze. At first, I thought it was the wind, howling through the cracks in the cabin's weathered walls. The place was old. Old buildings had a way of creaking and groaning. But then it came again. Closer this time. A slow, deliberate dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled across wood. I glanced around. The room was dark, save for the dim light filtering in through the storm outside. My eyes adjusted to the gloom, and I scanned the cabin, looking for the source of the noise. Nothing. I shook my head. It was just the house settling. That's all. But the scraping didn't stop. In fact, it was getting louder. I paced around the room, trying to ignore it, but the sound only grew. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't the house. It was something else. Something beneath the floor. Suddenly, the temperature dropped. My breath became visible in front of me, small puffs of vapor forming in the cold air. I stepped toward the firewood stacked by the hearth and tried to light a match. The flame flickered weakly before catching. The fire's warmth didn't last long. It wasn't enough to chase away the chill that had settled into my bones. And the noise beneath the floor, it was becoming frantic now. A scraping rhythm, two slow grating noises, a pause, then two more, almost like a pattern, as if whatever was beneath the floor was trying to communicate. I turned, scanning the room again, and my gaze landed on a faded rug near the center of the floor. My stomach tightened. The scraping noise seemed to be coming from underneath it. Without thinking, I pulled back the rug. Beneath it, a trapdoor. Old and forgotten, its hinges were rusty, and the wood creaked as I knelt to examine it. My heart hammered in my chest. The door was so narrow, too narrow to hide anything, right? But then I heard it again, a dragging sound, closer now, almost right beneath the boards. I pulled the door open, wincing at the screech of the hinges. Darkness. Blackness, deeper than the shadows in the cabin. I couldn't see anything, but I could hear it, something moving, just out of reach. The scraping, dragging sound grew louder, more desperate. The air grew colder. I slammed the trapdoor shut, my pulse racing. The silence that followed felt unnatural, too sudden, too complete. For a long moment there was nothing but the sound of my own breath. Then a whisper. It was faint at first, so quiet I wasn't sure if I'd imagined it. "You shouldn't have come." My blood ran cold. I spun around, heart pounding. The room was empty. The door to the cabin was still locked. The windows were still sealed. There was no one there. I backed away, my feet heavy on the creaky floorboards. The air felt thick with something I couldn't name. I walked toward the window, heart thumping in my throat. Outside, the storm raged. Blinding white winds, flurries swirling in every direction. But it wasn't the storm that froze me in my tracks. It was the footprints. Clear. Perfectly formed. They cut through the fresh snow outside the window, leading up to the cabin. And they weren't mine. The storm was still raging, but I hadn't heard anyone approach. The footprints weren't even disturbed by the wind, as if they'd appeared out of nowhere. I stumbled back, my breath shallow. The whispers were louder now, coming from every direction, filling the room like an echo. There was no escaping it. There was nowhere to go. And the thing beneath the floor wasn't just waiting for me to leave. It was waiting for me to open the door. A voice, cold and rasping, whispered again. Louder now, so close it felt like it was right behind me. "Open it, if you dare." Story 41. It was supposed to be a peaceful fishing trip. My friend Mark and I had been planning it for weeks. A chance to escape the noise of the city, unwind, and spend some time on his family's secluded property by the frozen lake. We arrived just as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the snow in deep oranges and reds. The air was crisp and biting, and the lake lay still, its surface like polished glass. But something about the place felt different, as if the quiet was too perfect, too still. The cabin was small and simple, just a wooden structure on the edge of the lake, barely more than a shelter from the wind. After unloading our gear, we built a fire and settled in for the night, our breath fogging in the chill. Mark told me stories about the area, things his grandfather used to say. Most were just old, harmless rumors about hidden treasures and the long-forgotten logging accidents that had once claimed the lives of workers here. But then he shared something that lingered in my mind long after he'd finished speaking. "They say the lake is cursed," Mark said, his voice low, almost reluctant. "People have disappeared here. Hunters, fishermen, even kids. Some say it's the ice, that it gives way and swallows them whole. Others think it's just the cold, messing with their minds. But my grandpa, he always swore it was the shadows." "Shadows?" I raised an eyebrow, not sure if he was joking. Mark didn't laugh. He swore he saw them, said they moved across the ice like they had their own will. He thought they were the spirits of people who drowned here, still searching for warmth. I laughed, trying to brush it off as just an old man's superstition. "Let me guess. He also warned you not to go out after dark, right?" Mark didn't answer. His expression was serious, almost uneasy. "Yeah, he did." That night, after a couple more beers and some half-hearted attempts to stay awake, we finally fell into a restless sleep. But even as I drifted off, I couldn't shake the feeling that the shadows outside weren't quite as still as they should be. The next morning, we made our way out onto the lake. The sun was bright but didn't bring much warmth, and the air was biting. sharp enough to cut at your cheeks. Mark led the way, dragging a sled full of fishing gear over the ice. We found a spot near the center where the ice was thickest and settled in for the day. The fishing was slow, but the quiet was almost hypnotic. The lake stretched endlessly around us, its surface glinting under the sun. The only sounds were the wind whispering across the ice and the occasional creak and crack of the frozen surface shifting beneath us. As the afternoon wore on, the sun began to dip lower in the sky, casting long, thin shadows across the ice. I could feel it then, the uneasy stillness that seemed to settle over everything. Mark noticed it too. "We should head back," he said, his voice tight. "The light's starting to go." I nodded, a knot tightening in my stomach. There was something off about the place, but I couldn't put my finger on it. We packed up our gear and made our way back to the cabin, the cold wind biting at our faces. By the time we arrived, the sky had darkened completely. The lake was now a vast sheet of darkness, the snow-covered surface blending with the night. That evening, we ate quickly and built the fire high. The shadows inside the cabin flickered unnaturally in the firelight, and for the first time I found myself glancing nervously toward the windows. It felt like something was watching us, something just beyond the glass. Mark broke the silence. "You feel it too, don't you?" I nodded, unable to put the feeling into words. "What is it? Why does this place feel so wrong?" "I don't know," he said, his voice almost a whisper, "but I think we're not alone." Later that night, I woke suddenly. The cabin was dark, the only light, the faint moonbeam that filtered through the frosted windows. The wind had picked up outside, howling like a wild animal, but there was another sound, faint but unmistakable. Tap, 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 tap. It was coming from outside. My heart raced. I sat up, eyes straining to pierce the darkness. The tapping was too rhythmic, too deliberate to be the wind. Slowly I crept to the window and pressed my palm against the cold glass, fogging it with my breath. At first, I saw nothing but a vast expanse of snow and ice. But then a shape, thin, elongated shadows, gliding smoothly across the lake's surface. They moved in unnatural patterns, almost as if they were being pulled by something invisible. Their forms stretched and shifted, like dark smoke against the pale ice. I blinked, certain I was imagining things, but when I looked again, they were closer, much closer. "Mark," I whispered, shaking him awake. "Mark, wake up. There's something on the lake." Mark sat up instantly, his face pale. He glanced toward the window and his eyes widened. "What the hell is that?" he whispered. The shadows were moving now, circling, their movements slow but deliberate, like they were watching us. One of them broke away from the group, stopping directly in front of the cabin, still as a statue. The tapping came again, louder now, as though it were coming from every window at once. "We need to leave," Mark said, his voice trembling. "Where would we even go?" I shot back. "They're everywhere." I felt it then, a coldness creeping into the room, sharper than the night air. The fire sputtered and died, plunging us into darkness. We could still hear the tapping, louder now, as if the shadows were pressing against the walls. Then, from the direction of the lake, we heard it. A voice, low, hollow, and distant, as though it was carried on the wind. "Come to the ice." I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The voice wasn't real, it couldn't be. It was just the wind, just the cold, but Mark was shaking his head violently, eyes wide with panic. "Don't listen. No matter what, don't listen." But I couldn't stop myself. The voice, it pulled at me, soft, insistent, like a thread tugging at my chest. It was inside my head now, a whisper I couldn't ignore. "Come to the ice." Mark grabbed my arm, his grip tight, hurting. "Don't open the door. We're not going out there." But before I could respond, the door swung open on its own, the cold rushing in, sharper than anything I'd ever felt. The shadows outside were closer now, their shapes stretching, forming into outlines of people. Tall, dark figures that moved with a will of their own. I stepped forward, unable to stop myself, the ice outside calling to me. Mark screamed something, but I couldn't hear it over the voice in my head. The pull of the ice. When I woke, I was lying on the ice. The shadows were gone. The lake was calm again, as though nothing had ever happened. The sun was just beginning to rise, casting pale light over the frozen landscape. Mark was nowhere to be found. I called his name, but there was no answer, only the sound of the wind across the ice. I never went back to that lake, but sometimes when the cold of winter settles in, I hear the tapping again. It's faint at first, but unmistakable, and the voice, soft and cold as the wind, still whispers, "Come to the ice." Story 42. I've worked the night shift at St. Margaret's Hospital for almost 3 years. But tonight feels different. The storm outside isn't just a storm. It's a howling beast, clawing at the windows, battering the walls. The snow has piled up so high against the glass that it feels like the world has vanished outside. Inside, the wind is a low growl, rattling the old building as if it's trying to tear its way in. The cold seeps through every crack, and I swear I can feel it biting at my bones. The hospital is quieter than usual. The usual sounds, the hum of machines, the soft shuffle of nurses' shoes, are muffled like I'm underwater. It's only midnight, but something's off. It's like the place is holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. The air is still, except for the occasional cough from a distant patient or the soft rattle of an IV drip. I make my way to the ICU, checking the charts along the way. I glance into the rooms. Everything seems normal, but there's an odd, heavy silence hanging in the air. I stop at Mr. Hawkins's room. He's a long-time patient, hooked up to a dozen machines, but his condition is stable, or it should be. But tonight, something's wrong. He's lying still, his eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling, unblinking. And that's not the worst part. His eyes are too still. Not a twitch, not a blink, not even a tiny reflection of light in them. Just glassy, hollow, lifeless. A chill runs down my spine. I check his chart. He's been like this for hours, still just staring at nothing. I try to shake it off. It's the storm, I think. The power's unstable, messing with the monitors. It's just fatigue. But something about the way he's staring, it feels like he's waiting, watching. I leave quickly, not daring to linger. The hairs on the back of my neck stand up, but I force myself to keep walking. Then I hear it, a sound, a faint, rustling noise coming from further down the hall. I freeze. No one should be up this late, not in the ICU. But the hallway is empty. The silence presses in around me, suffocating. I continue my rounds, but it's impossible to shake the feeling that someone or something is watching me. The feeling's growing stronger. I stop by Mrs. Lewis's room. She's an elderly woman, recovering from surgery. But as soon as I step inside, I freeze. There's a cold gust of air. The window is wide open, even though it was closed when I last checked. I cross the room to close it, thinking it must be the wind pushing it open. But the wind isn't the worst part. The worst part is the whispering. Soft, barely audible, coming from the bed. "I know you're watching." I jerk back, my heart slamming against my chest. Mrs. Lewis's eyes are wide open now, staring directly at me. Her lips move, but there are no words. Her voice sounds distant, as if it's coming from another world. I lean in closer, terrified to hear what she'll say next. I know you're not real, not anymore. Her voice is no longer hers. It's cold, detached, like the voice of someone long gone. I stumble backward, panic setting in. The room is colder now, the air thick with an icy presence. I want to run, but I can't. Not yet. I check the clock, 2 a.m. My shift is almost over, but the dread I feel only intensifies. The wind outside howls, louder now, like it's pressing against the walls trying to get in. I turn to leave when I hear something in the hallway. A faint tap tap tap. Shoes on tile. I freeze, listening, but there's no one there. Then a voice, barely a whisper, "Help me, I'm still here." It's the voice from the intercom, the voice I heard earlier, but it's not coming from the speakers. It's coming from somewhere down the hall. I rush to the nurse's station and grab the phone. I dial security, but there's no answer. The storm's messing with the lines, I think. The voice crackles through the intercom again. I'm still here. I'm shaking now, my pulse pounding in my ears. There's no choice but to check. I move down the hall, my footsteps echoing in the silence. Each door I pass seems to loom over me, like it's hiding something. I reach the room where the voice came from, Mrs. Lewis's room. I open the door. The lights flicker overhead, casting the room in shadows. Mrs. Lewis's body lies on the bed, but now she's frozen. Her skin is pale, her lips blue. She's been dead for hours. No one noticed until now. The storm must have preserved her body, freezing her in place. I stagger back, my breath coming in shallow gasps. I check her pulse. Nothing. She's cold, too cold to be real. The voice crackles through the intercom one last time. I told you, I'm still here. The door slams shut behind me. The storm rages outside, but inside the hospital is unnaturally still. Silent. I turn and my heart stops. The hallway is no longer empty. I'm not alone anymore. Story 43. I needed to get away. After everything that happened, I couldn't bear the noise, the people, the chaos. So when my grandmother's old house sat empty for the winter, I took the opportunity to escape to the countryside. It was isolated, cold, and lonely, but that's exactly what I needed. The house was a crumbling relic of the past. It creaked in the wind, and the windows rattled at night, as if the house itself was alive, remembering something it shouldn't. The heating barely worked, and I spent most of my time bundled in layers, feeling the chill in my bones as I watched the snow silently blanket the world outside. For the first few days, it was peaceful, almost comforting in its quiet desolation. But then, something strange happened. Each morning, I found the kitchen window frosted over, patterns of ice creeping up in intricate, unnatural shapes. At first, I thought it was just the cold, but the designs were too deliberate, too symmetrical. One morning, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The frost had formed a vague outline on the glass, like a figure had pressed itself against the window, leaving a shape in the ice. I tried to convince myself it was nothing. A trick of the light, maybe? Or the way the temperature fluctuated in the house. But then the tapping began. At first, it was barely audible, just a faint, rhythmic tap-tap-tap against the kitchen window, like fingers on glass. I lay in bed, listening, wondering if it was just the wind or the house settling. But it was too deliberate, too insistent. The next morning, the frost had returned, but this time it was different. There on the glass was a face. Hollow, empty eyes stared back at me, framed by the intricate ice patterns. It was as if the frost itself had taken form, breathing life into something that shouldn't have existed. I froze, staring at the window, my heart hammering in my chest. Then, with a sickening scrape, the figure moved. The frost seemed to ripple across the window, stretching and twisting like veins through glass. The face distorted, its eyes dark and endless. And then a whisper, so soft it almost wasn't there, but unmistakable in its intent. "Let me in." My pulse thudded in my ears. I backed away from the window, stumbling over furniture as I tried to distance myself from it. My hands shook as I locked the door behind me, desperate to shut out whatever it was. I didn't sleep that night. Every small sound, every creak of the house set my nerves on edge. The tapping continued, closer now, louder, more urgent. When dawn finally came, I dared to look again. The frost had melted, the figure gone, but the air inside the house felt different, colder somehow. A weight pressed down on me, something heavy, oppressive. The next night, the tapping returned. Story 44. I never believed in ghosts, or curses, or anything that couldn't be explained. But that all changed last winter when my friend Mark invited me to his cabin in the mountains. It was supposed to be a weekend getaway, just the two of us. Mark had always been the outdoorsy type, and I was more of the city guy who only went outside for coffee runs. But when he mentioned the cabin, I figured it would be a good chance to escape the noise, get some fresh air, and maybe even try ice fishing. The cabin was small, one room, a wood stove, and a rickety old bed, but the setting was breathtaking. Pine trees bowed under the weight of fresh snow, and the nearby lake was frozen solid, a winter wonderland untouched by time. We spent the evening drinking beer and swapping stories by the fire. It was well after midnight when the first strange thing happened. A sudden chill swept through the room, so intense that I could see my breath in the air. "Did you leave the door open?" I asked, looking around for a draft. Mark shook his head, frowning. "No, it's just an old cabin." He got up, tossed a few more logs on the fire. "We should be fine." We climbed into bed, sharing the one large mattress. The fire crackled, casting flickering shadows across the room. Despite the cold, I felt comfortable, maybe even a little too comfortable. A bit too at ease for a place so isolated. But then, in the middle of the night, I woke up. The warmth of the fire had died down and a heavy, unnatural cold pressed down on the room. I could feel it immediately, a weight on the bed beside me, a presence too close, too solid to be ignored. "Mark?" I whispered, but he didn't answer. His steady breathing filled the room, but this was different. This was someone else. Someone sitting on the edge of the bed, their body pressing down the mattress. I froze, listening. The sound of Mark's deep, rhythmic breathing mixed with something else, something ragged, not his. I turned slowly, half expecting to find Mark awake, but he was sprawled out on the other side of the bed, snoring softly, blissfully unaware. I lay back down, trying to calm myself. It's just the cold playing tricks on me, I thought. But then came the whisper, "Move over." I jumped up in a panic, my heart slamming against my chest. Mark stirred, groggy and confused. "What's wrong?" He mumbled. "There's someone in the bed. I felt them." I pointed frantically to the empty space where the weight had been. But Mark just blinked at me, unimpressed. "Relax, man, it was probably just a bad dream," he said, rolling over. "Let's get some sleep." I wanted to argue, but something about the whole thing kept me from pushing the issue further. Mark wasn't scared, so I figured maybe I had imagined it. Could it have been a dream? The next morning, I tried to shake off the unease. The sun was out, the snow sparkling in the daylight, but something still felt wrong. I went to grab my jacket when I froze in my tracks. On the cabin's frost-covered window, there were 3 sets of handprints. One was mine. One was Mark's. The third was smaller. Far too small to be an adult's. My blood ran cold. I stared at the handprints for what felt like forever, my mind racing. They were fresh, no more than a few hours old. And yet, Mark and I had been the only ones in the cabin all night. "Mark," I called out, voice shaky, "look at this." He came over, and his face paled as he took in the handprints. "Jesus," he muttered, shaking his head. "What the hell happened here?" "I don't know," I whispered, my voice cracking. "But we need to leave. Now." Mark didn't argue. He packed up quickly too, clearly spooked. By the time we left the cabin, the sun had fully risen, and the morning light seemed too bright for what had just happened. We never spoke about it again. Mark didn't invite me back to the cabin, and in fact, I haven't heard from him much since. I thought about it all the time. Those handprints and the whisper. "Move over." It wasn't until months later that I realized the truth. It was winter again, and I was lying in bed in my apartment, unable to sleep, the air too still. It was like the old feeling had come back. The pressure on the mattress, the soft breath against my ear, the whisper. "Move over." I froze, sitting bolt upright. The room was empty. The air was still. But I swear as I lay back down, I felt the imprint of someone, pressing against the mattress beside me, as though it was waiting for me to move. And I knew, deep in my bones, that whatever had followed me from that cabin wasn't just some trick of the mind. It had found a home with me. Story 45. I had no business being out on the roads that night. The forecast had warned of heavy snow, but I'd brushed it off, eager to get to the cabin before the worst of the storm hit. As the snow thickened and visibility dropped to near zero, I regretted my decision. My car slid across the icy highway, tires spinning uselessly until it finally hit a patch of black ice. The vehicle spun out of control, slamming into a snowbank and coming to an abrupt halt. Shaken but unharmed, I stepped out into the blinding storm. The world around me was a blur of swirling snow and howling wind, cutting into my face like shards of glass. The car was wedged deep in the drift, and the tires churned uselessly, unable to find any grip. My phone had no signal. No other cars had passed for hours. I was completely alone. I felt the weight of the storm pressing down on me. Panic began to claw at my chest. That's when I saw it. A movement at the edge of the road, just beyond the veil of snow. A figure standing still, barely visible, like a shadow in the storm. "Hey!" I shouted, waving my arms. My voice was nearly drowned out by the wind, but I called again, desperation creeping into my tone. Relief flooded me at the thought of help, but the figure didn't respond. It just stood there, motionless, its shape lost in the whiteout. I stumbled forward, squinting against the snow, and the figure slowly came into focus. It was a man, or at least it looked like one. He wore old-fashioned winter clothing, the kind from a time long past, and his face was obscured by a scarf and a fur-lined hood. He stood unnaturally still, his posture rigid, as though he had been carved from stone and set in place. "Are you okay?" I asked, my voice trembling. He didn't move. He didn't even blink. A chill settled deep in my bones, far colder than the storm itself. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled. There was something wrong with this man. I stepped closer, my heart pounding, and reached out to tap his shoulder. The instant my fingers brushed his coat, a searing cold shot through me. It wasn't just the biting winds. This was something deeper, an unnatural cold that seeped into my very soul. I jerked my hand back, gasping. Then he moved. his head tilted slowly, impossibly, to face me. His eyes, those eyes, they were black, pure black, like deep, endless voids. They swallowed the light from the snowstorm, pulling everything around them into darkness. His mouth opened, but no sound emerged. Yet I heard him in my mind, clear as day. "You shouldn't have stopped." The words echoed inside my skull. My heart skipped a beat. I stumbled backward, almost falling in the snow, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. When I looked up, the man was gone. Only faint footprints remained, leading away from the road and into the forest. I hesitated, torn between panic and a strange, inexplicable compulsion. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to get back in the car, lock the doors, and wait for help. But something about those footprints, about his words, I couldn't ignore it. I had to follow. I trudged through the snow, the wind biting at my face as the trail of footprints led me deeper into the woods. The storm seemed to fade into the background as I walked, and soon the only sound was the crunch of snow underfoot. The forest grew dense, and the trees loomed like dark sentinels, their bare branches creaking in the wind. Eventually, the trail led to a clearing, where the snowbank rose unnaturally high. It wasn't just a drift, it was like a frozen wave, a towering mound of snow that had no business being here. The footprints stopped abruptly at its base. I stared at the snowbank, my breath coming in quick, shallow bursts. Something wasn't right. The snow here wasn't still. It was moving. It shifted and pulsed, as though something was trapped beneath it, trying to break free. A whisper, faint but unmistakable, carried on the wind. "Help me." The words chilled me to the bone. My instincts screamed at me to turn and run, but instead I stepped forward. My hand reached out, against all reason, against all caution, and touched the surface of the snowbank. The moment my fingers made contact, the world around me seemed to shift. The wind disappeared, the storm was gone. Everything became silent, an oppressive, unnatural silence. My heart raced, but there was no sound to match it. I looked around, and suddenly, I wasn't in the forest anymore. I was standing in an endless white void. Snow stretched infinitely in all directions, a vast and empty wasteland. The air was thick, oppressive. There was no sky, no horizon, only snow. And then I saw them, dozens, maybe hundreds. Figures, frozen beneath the ice. Their faces were distorted, contorted in silent screams, their eyes wide with terror, their mouths open in desperate pleas that never reached my ears. They were trapped, their bodies twisted in unnatural positions, clawing helplessly at the ice above them, their hands just a few inches from freedom. I took a step back, but something pulled me forward. My breath caught in my throat as I noticed the figure from the road, standing at the edge of the void watching me. His black eyes were fixated on me, and once again I heard his voice in my mind, louder now, clearer, more commanding. "You shouldn't have come here." The ground beneath me trembled. The snowbank gave way, and with a horrifying crack, the ice broke apart. The trapped souls beneath the snow reached for me, their hands clawing at my legs, pulling me down, pulling me into the abyss. I screamed, but no sound came. The ice shattered, and I was plunged into the freezing darkness, the faces of the trapped souls closing in around me, their silent screams filling my mind, drowning me. When I woke, I was lying on the side of the road. The storm had passed. The first light of dawn was creeping over the horizon, painting the snow in pale, eerie hues. My body was stiff with cold, but I was alive. I staggered to my feet, my eyes scanning the snowbank where my car had crashed. The figure was gone. The footprints had vanished. There was no trace of what had happened, no sign of the figures beneath the ice, no whisper in the wind. But I could still feel it. The cold, the weight of the void, the echo of those silent screams. I don't drive in the snow anymore. I don't take risks I can't afford, because I know now that there are things in the storm, things that wait for those who wander too far. And some snowbanks are better left undisturbed. Story 46. We had no idea how long we'd been stranded. The storm had swallowed time whole, leaving us in a disorienting void where hours stretched into days. The howling wind outside the cave was relentless, like a warning we couldn't escape. We'd taken refuge here after the crash, Mark insisting we wait it out. But each passing hour made it harder to believe we would ever see another soul. At first, everything seemed manageable. We kept the fire burning, rationed our dwindling food, and huddled together for warmth. But as the days dragged on, something shifted in the air, something thick and suffocating, like the storm itself was pressing against us. Jenna was the first to show signs of breaking. At night, she would wake up in a cold sweat, her breath shallow and uneven. When I asked her what was wrong, she would always say the same thing. I heard something, someone calling my name. But when we checked, the wind was the only answer, howling through the cave's entrance, carrying nothing but the biting cold. Tom, too, began to slip away. He started spending hours staring into the darkness beyond the cave, muttering under his breath about shadows that weren't there. He'd often stand at the entrance, staring out, saying there was something moving in the storm. Someone moving. But when we looked, the swirling snow revealed nothing but the dark, empty landscape. Eva didn't speak much, but when she did, her words were laced with something sharp, like she knew more than she let on. Her eyes never stopped moving, studying every twitch, every breath. I couldn't shake the feeling she was always calculating, waiting for someone to crack so she could make her move. It was Mark who first brought up the idea, the pact. At the time, it felt like a necessary step to keep the group together, to give us a sense of control over our fate. We agreed to it without question. If anyone became too weak to travel, if they slowed us down, we'd leave them behind. It was for the good of the group, Mark said, for survival. But the pact was a seed, and once planted, it began to grow, twisted and sharp. The disappearance of Tom was the first sign something was wrong. We woke up one morning to find his blankets neatly folded beside the fire, his boots missing, and no trace of him outside the cave. At first, Mark was calm, insistent we stay together and search for him. But the longer we searched, the more the truth gnawed at me. Tom hadn't just wandered off into the storm, he had been taken. Or worse, he had chosen to disappear. When we returned to the cave, the silence between us thickened. There was no longer any comfort in each other's presence. Mark's eyes darted nervously, and I could feel a shift, an unspoken tension that only grew with the hours. I didn't trust him anymore. The way he kept pushing us to move forward, to ignore the hunger, the exhaustion, it wasn't leadership, it was desperation. Jenna's breakdown came a few days later. She stopped speaking altogether, muttering to herself in a language I couldn't understand. Her eyes glazed over with a blank terror, and she insisted she still heard whispers, voices carried on the wind, calling her name, begging her to come outside. She wouldn't sleep. She wouldn't eat. And then, one morning, she was gone. No footprints, no struggle, no sign she'd ever been there. Just an empty spot where her blanket had been, the same stillness as when Tom vanished. Eva and Mark said nothing after that. It was as if they'd already accepted it, as if they knew something I didn't. I overheard them talking one night, their voices low, muffled by the roar of the storm outside. They weren't looking for the others. They were planning for themselves. I heard Mark's voice, desperate and cracked, saying, "We've made it this far. We can't let them drag us down. If it's just us, then we'll—" I didn't hear the rest. I didn't need to. I understood. The pact wasn't about survival anymore. It was about who would make it out alive. I tried to leave, to run. I didn't know what I was running from anymore. Fear, the storm, or the pact. But I knew I couldn't stay. The storm was relentless, though. The wind screamed at me, pushing me back toward the cave, its icy grip tightening around me like the fingers of some unseen beast. I couldn't escape. I returned, breathless and broken. Mark and Eva were waiting. They didn't speak when I entered, but their eyes, cold, calculating, told me everything. They'd already made their choice. It wasn't until the following night that I understood how far the pact had gone. Eva was gone, just like that, disappeared into the snow, as if the mountain itself had swallowed her whole, more alone, but not truly. The whispers started then, quiet at first, just a soft, insistent murmur, like a lullaby carried on the wind. At first, I thought it was just the storm playing tricks on me. But as the night deepened, I heard them more clearly. "Come outside. We need you." And when I stepped out into the blinding white, I saw them, Mark and Eva, standing in the snow. Their faces were obscured by the storm, but I could see them, could feel them calling to me. The pact was still in place, and I knew, deep down, that I could never break it, because the mountain doesn't let anyone leave. The snow continues to fall, as it always has. And now I hear them, Mark, Eva, whispering my name from the storm. The pact has claimed us all, and there is no escape. Story 47. The snow had been falling for days, but it wasn't the cold that unsettled me. It was the silence. The kind of silence that wraps around you like a heavy blanket, suffocating and impenetrable. It wasn't the peaceful kind that invites contemplation. No, this was a silence so thick it felt as though the world had simply stopped. As if everything, every living thing, had been frozen in time, waiting for something to happen. Waiting for me. I paused for a moment, feeling the eerie stillness settle deeper into my bones. My breath came out in visible clouds, vanishing almost immediately into the air. I was lost. I hadn't meant to get lost, but here I was, stumbling through an endless white expanse with no sense of direction. My boots crunched against the snow with each step, but the sound felt unnervingly loud, as though the snow itself had become a magnifying glass for every noise. The trees around me, silent sentinels of white, stood unmoving, their branches bowing low under the weight of snow, their dark trunks disappearing into the endless haze of gray above. Not a bird, not a squirrel, not even a wind to stir the air. Everything was still. I had come out here to clear my head. I needed some peace, some solitude. But now, as the snow continued to fall in a steady, unbroken rhythm, I wondered if I'd made a mistake. The path I had been following had disappeared hours ago, swallowed by the snow. The world around me had turned into a featureless, frozen desert. Every tree, every hill looked the same. There was no reference point, no landmarks, nothing to guide me. I should have turned back earlier, but there was something about the silence. It kept pulling me forward, as if it was calling me deeper into the woods, urging me to keep moving. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, something lurking just beyond the edges of my vision. And then I heard it. At first, I thought it was the wind, but the air was still, untouched by even the faintest breeze. I strained my ears, heart skipping in my chest. There it was again, a whisper, soft, distant, so faint I could have imagined it. "Help me." I froze. The voice was human, but just barely. It was soft, trembling, almost pleading, carried on a breath of wind that didn't exist. My blood ran cold. I turned in place, scanning the vast expanse of snow, but there was nothing, just endless white, the kind of white that blinds you if you look too long. The silence had returned, heavier this time, pressing down on my chest. I tried to shake it off, tried to convince myself it was just my mind playing tricks. It had to be. The voice couldn't have been real. I called out into the void, my words swallowed instantly by the snow. "Hello? Is anyone there?" Nothing, not a sound, nothing but the unbroken silence. Then the voice came again, clearer this time. A single word, barely audible over the sound of my pounding heart. "Help me." I swallowed hard, fear crawling up my spine. The voice was so close, closer than before. It wasn't in the air anymore. It was in the snow. I could feel it, vibrating through the ground beneath my feet. A sudden surge of panic flooded my chest. I was no longer just lost. I was being hunted. I stepped backward, feeling the weight of the snow, the cold, the silence closing in around me. The presence that had been lingering at the edges of my mind was now a palpable force. Something was out there, watching me. It felt like the trees were leaning in, listening, waiting. I had to get out of here. I had to help me. The voice was no longer distant. It was right behind me. I whipped around, heart pounding, but there was nothing. No figure, no movement. Only the snow swirling in the air like some malicious force obscuring everything. I glanced frantically around. Nothing. I was alone. But the voice, it wasn't. It was here. It was all around me, rising from the very ground beneath my feet, from the snow itself. I took another step back, but my feet felt heavier now, like the snow was pulling me down, holding me in place. My breath quickened. I couldn't escape it. The voice, the presence, whatever it was close. Too close. I spun again, searching for some sign of life, some evidence that I wasn't losing my mind. But the snow was relentless, a blank canvas of white stretching out into infinity. And then I saw it, a figure, a shadow, moving in the distance, emerging slowly from the swirling snow, its form barely visible, as though it was made of snow itself. It moved with a jerky, unnatural gait, dragging itself through the snow like a creature not quite of this world. I froze, rooted to the spot. My eyes locked onto the figure, watching as it inched closer, its body swaying in the windless air. The snow seemed to part around it, as if it was too heavy, too real to be a part of this world. The voice, desperate, familiar, whispered again. This time it was inside my head. It called my name. "Help me, please." I couldn't move. My limbs felt like stone, too heavy to lift. The figure was so close now I could feel its presence, the cold it exuded reaching into my very soul. It was a person, but not. The face was hidden beneath a veil of snow, its features obscured, but I could feel its eyes on me, cold and relentless. Its hands, pale, thin, reached out toward me, fingers curling in the air like claws. I took a step back, but the snow seemed to rise up around me, a tidal wave of white. It closed in, engulfing me. My breath caught in my throat, frozen in the icy air. I tried to scream, but the snow swallowed my voice. The last thing I heard before the world was consumed by white was the voice, echoing in my ears, pulling me down into the frozen earth. "Help me." Story 48. The first letter arrived on a morning when the frost on the windows seemed colder than usual. It wasn't just the temperature. The air felt thicker, as if it had conspired with the snow to keep warmth from seeping in. I found the letter wedged between the door and its frame, an unusual spot, especially here, in this isolated corner of the world. The envelope was yellowed with age, its rough, thick paper like something forgotten in an attic for decades. No return address, no name, just a single word hastily scrawled across the front. Read. At first I thought it was some kind of mistake, maybe a letter meant for someone else, lost in the storm. But when I tore it open, a sudden sharp chill rushed out, so cold it felt like the paper itself had been kept in a freezer. My fingers tingled as I unfolded the letter, the ink dark and precise, though the words unsettled me. I see you standing by the window, staring out at the snow. You wonder if you are the only one left here. You aren't. A shiver ran down my spine. I live alone in a small cabin, far from the nearest neighbor. The silence outside always felt comforting, but now it felt wrong. How could someone know what I was doing, let alone that I was alone? I told myself it was a prank, a sick joke. But then the second letter arrived, the very next morning, and this time the words were even more disturbing. The snow hides many things, things you shouldn't see. You're getting closer. Keep looking. I felt the change in the air as I read those words. The snow outside, once gentle, now seemed heavier, suffocating. The world beyond my cabin's walls seemed to watch me, too still, too silent. It had been weeks since I'd seen anyone, but that day I could have sworn I saw something, or someone, moving at the edge of the trees. A figure, just a shadow, standing still against the white backdrop of the forest. I turned quickly, but when I looked back, it was gone. That night I tried to sleep, but the wind howled louder than usual, rattling the windows. The letters gnawed at my mind, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, watching. I had always found peace in the isolation, but now the silence felt suffocating, as if it was waiting for something, waiting for me. 2 days later, the third letter arrived. It was more urgent, the ink almost smeared, as if written in a hurry. The message was short but terrifying. I'm waiting for you. You know where to find me. Something inside me snapped. I didn't think. I grabbed my boots and flashlight and stepped into the biting cold, my breath clouding in front of me. The wind screamed through the trees as I walked toward the forest, drawn by something I couldn't name. The woods were still. Too still. The snow had stopped falling, leaving the trees frozen in place like silent witnesses. I didn't need the flashlight to see the figure standing just beyond the trees. It was tall, its silhouette sharp against the moonlight, but wrong. It wasn't human. I could feel it, a presence that seemed to stretch beyond the boundaries of the body. I called out, but the words died in my throat. The figure didn't move, it didn't speak. I stepped forward, my heart hammering in my chest, but when I reached the spot where it stood, the figure had vanished. The silence was heavier now, colder. I turned back toward the cabin, but the world felt different. Closer. The frost, the snow, it was all part of something bigger. The letters were no longer warnings. They were invitations. I had seen too much, and whatever was behind this was waiting for me to take the next step. The fourth letter came a week later. It wasn't a message, just a single line. The frost will claim you soon. You've seen enough. I tried to ignore it, but the message gnawed at me. It was no longer just the letters. It was the feeling of being watched. It was the sensation that the snow itself was alive, crawling toward me, suffocating me with every passing day. That night, I went into the woods again, driven by an uncontrollable need to confront the figure, to understand what was happening. But this time, the frost was different. It was heavier, thicker, like a living thing. As I trudged through the snow, the wind howled louder than ever, drowning out everything except the sound of my own footsteps and the faint, sickening creak of branches above. Then I saw it, again. A figure, only this time it was closer. Its shape was indistinct, flickering in and out of focus like a shadow fighting to hold its shape. I couldn't move, I couldn't breathe. My body screamed at me to turn back, but my legs refused. Before I could react, I felt a coldness that burned, as if the very air had turned to ice. I reached for the flashlight, but it slipped from my hand, the light vanishing into the snow. And then, nothing. The fifth letter was waiting for me when I returned, half buried in the snow outside the cabin door. I pulled it free, my heart sinking as I saw the ink was smeared with something wet, something dark. It wasn't just ink. I told you the frost would claim you. I've been waiting for you. You've always known, haven't you? The handwriting was shaky, as if written in haste, the ink blurring into something that looked far too much like blood. The next morning, the neighbors came to check on me, but they found nothing but the cabin, cold and silent, with no sign of where I had gone. No footprints in the snow, no trace of my presence at all. The letters stopped after that. There were no more warnings, no more messages, just the endless, empty snow, and somewhere deep in the woods, something waits. Story 49. The snow had been falling for days, relentless and heavy, smothering the landscape in a suffocating white expanse. It wasn't the serene, picturesque snowfall you'd find on holiday postcards. It was oppressive. Every flake seemed to carry the weight of the sky, pressing down on the earth, muffling every sound and trapping everything beneath its cold, unyielding blanket. That's how I felt, trapped. I came to this cabin, nestled on the edge of the forest, to escape the noise of the city, the people, the chaos. I thought isolation would bring clarity. Instead, the silence had started to claw at me, wrapping tighter with each passing hour. The cabin was modest, almost forgotten, a small, weathered structure surrounded by ancient trees now bowed under the snow's weight. Inside, the fire burned weakly in the hearth, casting flickering shadows on the wooden walls. The air felt heavy, as though even the cabin itself was holding its breath. By the third day, the storm showed no signs of stopping. Cabin fever gnawed at me. Against my better judgment, I decided to venture outside. The snow was deeper than before, nearly up to my knees. Each step crunched beneath my boots, the only sound in the vast, suffocating stillness. No birds, no animals, not even the wind. Just the snow and the silence, which seemed to swallow the world whole. I hadn't gone far when I saw it, a patch of disturbed snow. It was subtle, but different enough to catch my eye. I knelt, brushing the surface with my glove. The snow was uneven, compressed. It wasn't an animal, the shape was too deliberate. It looked like someone had been kneeling there, recently. A chill that had nothing to do with the cold raced through me. I stood and scanned the forest, my breath visible in the frigid air. The trees stood silent, dark silhouettes against the white expanse. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I turned to head back to the cabin, and froze. A figure stood among the trees, half hidden in the shadows. At first I thought it was a trick of the light, the swirling snow playing games with my vision. But then it moved, slowly, deliberately. It wasn't a person, not really. Its movements were too fluid, too unnatural. The figure was cloaked in white, its edges blending seamlessly with the falling snow. There was no face, no features, yet I could feel its gaze locked on me. My heart thundered in my chest. I blinked, and it was gone. The forest was empty again, but the unease in my chest only grew stronger. I trudged back to the cabin, the crunch of my boots the only sound in the world. When I reached the door, I slammed it shut, bolting it as though the fragile wooden lock could keep the presence at bay. Inside, the silence was worse. The fire had nearly died, its embers casting faint, flickering light. Every creak of the floorboards felt deafening. I stared out the window, half expecting to see the figure again. Hours passed. The storm howled outside, but the figure didn't return. Or so I thought. That night, as I lay in bed, the tapping began. At first it was faint, a light, rhythmic sound against the window pane, as though a branch was brushing the glass. But then it grew louder. Deliberate. The sound of nails scraping, testing the fragile barrier between me and the storm. My breath hitched. I didn't want to look. The tapping continued, unrelenting, pulling me toward the window. My hands trembled as I pushed the curtain aside. There it was. The figure stood just beyond the glass, motionless except for the faint rise and fall of its cloak in the wind. Its face was obscured, but its eyes, dark and hollow, pierced through the veil of snow, locking onto mine. I stumbled backward, a scream caught in my throat. The tapping stopped. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, a silent, impossible thing against the endless snow. And then, without warning, it turned and glided back into the woods, vanishing into the swirling storm. I wanted to believe it was gone, but I knew better. It was still out there beneath the snow, waiting, watching. And so I waited too, trapped in the cabin, as the storm raged on and the snow continued to fall. Story 50. The storm came suddenly, as if the heavens had torn open in anger, burying the world in a blinding fury of white. The wind roared, snowflakes spinning in wild, chaotic spirals, and the roads disappeared beneath an icy veil. The inn, an aging structure perched on a lonely stretch of road, was the only sanctuary for miles. I had been traveling for days, the promise of my destination pulling me forward, but the storm had other plans. The innkeeper, an elderly woman with tired yet kind eyes, greeted me at the door. Her voice was gentle, barely rising above the storm's wrath. "Come in, rest." The lobby smelled of burning wood and fresh bread. A fire crackled in the stone hearth, its warmth battling the chill seeping in from outside. The innkeeper handed me a cup of steaming tea, her frail hands steady, though something about her gaze lingered, an unspoken warning hidden behind her polite smile. "Thank you," I said, shivering. She led me to a room on the second floor. It was small but clean, the bed draped with a thick quilt. "Sleep well," she said, her tones soft yet weighted, as if the words carried more meaning than they appeared to. I tried to sleep, but the storm raged on, and the unease that had shadowed me since my arrival grew stronger. The wind howled like a living thing, battering the windows. I closed my eyes, willing myself to rest, but something gnawed at me, just beyond the edge of reason. And then I heard it, a steady, deliberate sound, footsteps, thud, 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 slow, heavy, pacing back and forth just outside my door. My pulse quickened. I sat up, straining to hear over the storm. The steps were measured, unhurried, as though the unseen walker had all the time in the world. I told myself it was just the creak of the old building, the shifting of wood in the cold, but the rhythm was too precise. Thud, thud, pause. The steps drew closer, stopping just outside my door. I held my breath, staring at the doorknob, half expecting it to turn. But the door remained still. The footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was unbearable. After what felt like an eternity, I summoned the courage to move. My legs trembled as I crept to the door and pressed my ear against it. Nothing. No sound. No movement. I eased the door open, just a crack. My heart pounding. The hallway stretched out before me, dimly lit by a single flickering lamp. It was empty, but the air felt wrong. Heavy, oppressive, like a presence lingered just beyond the reach of the light. I closed the door quickly, bolting it, and returned to the bed. The storm outside grew louder, the wind screaming against the glass. Sleep eventually came, but it was restless, haunted by dreams of shadowy figures and endless footsteps echoing through dark corridors. Morning came reluctantly, the storm reduced to a whisper. I awoke to the sound of the innkeeper knocking on my door. "Breakfast is ready," she said, her voice as soft as the snowfall outside. I thanked her and began packing my things. But as I stepped into the hallway, I stopped cold. Snow, a thin layer of it, blanketed the floor, sparkling faintly in the pale morning light. It shouldn't have been there. The windows were shut, the walls solid, yet the snow was fresh, pristine, except for the footprints. They were large, deep, and deliberate, leading straight to my door. The trail didn't come from the stairs or the walls. They simply appeared, as if the walker had materialized out of nowhere. I stared at the footprints, dread twisting in my stomach. "You saw them, didn't you?" I turned to see the innkeeper standing in the doorway, her hands clasped tightly. Her expression was unreadable, a mixture of sadness and resignation. "Who was it?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Her eyes darkened. "Not who, what?" I opened my mouth to press her further, but she shook her head. "Some things don't leave with the storm," she said, almost to herself. I didn't ask more. I couldn't. As I stepped outside into the crisp morning air, I felt the weight of unseen eyes on me. I hurried to my car, eager to put distance between myself and the inn, but just as I reached the door, I heard it. Thud. A single footstep, faint yet deliberate, carried on the still morning air. I froze, my breath visible in the cold. The inn behind me loomed silent, its windows dark. But the sound came again. Thud. Thud, slow, steady, eternal. And as I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that I would never truly leave those footsteps behind. Story 51. The storm descended without warning, an unrelenting blizzard that devoured the world. Wind howled through the forest, twisting the trees into grotesque shapes, their skeletal branches clawing at the night sky. Snow swirled in frantic, chaotic patterns, erasing the horizon and leaving only a suffocating, endless white. The road had vanished beneath the storm's fury, and I was left with no choice but to press on toward the cabin I'd rented, a retreat meant to free me from life's chaos. Now it felt more like a trap. The cabin emerged from the storm like a phantom, its weathered frame barely visible against the whiteout. Its bleached wood seemed almost part of the snow itself, a relic forgotten by time. Stumbling inside, I was greeted by the faint scent of damp wood and the oppressive stillness of isolation. The fire I managed to kindle was weak, but its flicker was enough to push back the cold for now. But not the unease. The storm's fury outside should have drowned all else. But within the cabin, an unnatural silence took root. The air felt wrong, heavy, charged with something I couldn't name. It clung to me, prickling at my skin as I tried to settle in. Blaming the storm and my overworked nerves, I wrapped myself in blankets, hoping sleep would take me. It didn't. Instead, it began with a flicker, a faint, pale shimmer at the edge of my vision, fleeting and impossible to grasp. I dismissed it as snow reflecting firelight, but the flicker grew persistent, demanding attention. I turned to the window, and there it was, a glow. Ethereal and soft, it pulsed faintly through the storm, not far from the cabin. I froze, logic struggling against instinct. No one else should have been out there. This light was not from a lantern or a vehicle. It was otherworldly, its presence unnatural. My heart thudded, my breath catching as I watched it intensify, pulsing with a rhythm that seemed almost alive. The glow grew stronger, casting long, distorted shadows across the snow. Against my better judgment, I pulled on my coat and boots. Some compulsion drove me outside, my mind screaming in protest even as my legs carried me forward. The snow swallowed the world in an oppressive silence. The glow ahead cut through the haze, brighter now, revealing glimpses of movement. My breath came in sharp gasps, visible as pale clouds against the cold, metallic tang in the air sharpening with every step. And then I saw it. The glow wasn't a light, it was a figure. Its shape shifted like a mirage, its edges blurred as if the storm itself were sculpting it anew with every second. It towered unnaturally tall, humanoid in outline but fundamentally wrong. Snow clung to its form, moving as if alive, swirling into a flowing cloak of frost and light. I thanked her and began packing my things. But as I stepped into the hallway, I stopped cold. Snow, a thin layer of it blanketed the floor, sparkling faintly in the pale morning light. It shouldn't have been there. The windows were shut, the walls solid, yet the snow was fresh, pristine, except for the footprints. They were large, deep, and deliberate, leading straight to my door. The trail didn't come from the stairs or the walls. They simply appeared, as if the walker had materialized out of nowhere. I stared at the footprints, dread twisting in my stomach. "You saw them, didn't you?" I turned to see the innkeeper standing in the doorway, her hands clasped tightly. Her expression was unreadable, a mixture of sadness and resignation. "Who was it?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Her eyes darkened. "Not who, what?" I opened my mouth to press her further, but she shook her head. "Some things don't leave with the storm," she said, almost to herself. I didn't ask more, I couldn't. As I stepped outside into the crisp morning air, I felt the weight of unseen eyes on me. I hurried to my car, eager to put distance between myself and the inn, but just as I reached the door, I heard it. Thud. A single footstep, faint yet deliberate, carried on the still morning air. I froze, my breath visible in the cold. The inn behind me loomed silent, its windows dark. But the sound came again. Thud. Thud, slow, steady, eternal. And as I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that I would never truly leave those footsteps behind. Story 52. The clock struck midnight, its chime reverberating through the house like a solemn warning. The air was thick with an eerie stillness, the kind that made the old house's creaks and groans feel deliberate, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. I had always sought solace in this place, far removed from the cacophony of the city. But tonight, the comfort of isolation felt more like a trap. Shadows stretched longer, and the air felt colder. It wasn't just the loneliness, it was the sense that the house was waiting for something. Then the phone rang. The sound cut through the silence like a blade, sharp and intrusive. My heart leapt. The landline hadn't rung in years. It was practically an antique, connected more out of sentiment than necessity. No one called this number. I hesitated, staring at the receiver. The ring persisted, insistent, daring me to answer. Finally, with trembling hands, I picked it up. "Hello?" I said, my voice barely above a whisper. For a moment, there was nothing, just the faint crackle of static. Then came a voice, low and chilling, like a whisper carried on a winter breeze. "You shouldn't have answered." The words sent an icy shiver down my spine. It wasn't just the words, but the voice itself. It sounded distorted, familiar yet foreign, as though it were mimicking something I should remember but couldn't place. "Who is this?" I demanded, though my voice betrayed my fear. The response was a soft, sinister laugh that made my stomach churn. The line went dead. Before I could process what had happened, a loud bang echoed from upstairs. I jumped, dropping the receiver. My eyes darted toward the staircase. The house was old, yes, but it had never made a sound like that. I moved toward the stairs, driven by both fear and the irrational compulsion to confront whatever was up there. Halfway up, the lights flickered and died, plunging the house into darkness. My phone was in my pocket, but its battery was nearly dead. I pulled it out, its faint glow barely illuminating the steps ahead. Each creak of the wood underfoot sounded like a scream in the oppressive silence. At the top of the stairs, the hallway stretched out before me, cloaked in shadows. The door to my bedroom stood ajar, a faint light flickering within. I stepped inside, the cold hitting me like a wave. My breath misted in the air, and the room felt wrong. Though everything was as I'd left it, the atmosphere was oppressive, the shadows seeming to ripple and twist on their own. The phone downstairs rang again. The shrill sound jolted me back to reality. I bolted for the stairs, desperate to escape the suffocating dread. But as I reached the bottom, the ringing stopped abruptly, and then it began again. This time, the sound wasn't coming from downstairs. It was coming from the room I just left. I turned slowly, my breath caught in my throat. The glow of my phone's screen, lying on my desk upstairs, now illuminated the receiver of the old landline. It sat there, untouched but ringing incessantly. Against every instinct screaming at me to run, I climbed the stairs again. My legs felt like lead, each step heavier than the last. The bedroom door creaked open as I approached. The phone was still ringing. I reached for it, my fingers trembling, and lifted the receiver. Hello. The line was silent, save for the faint sound of breathing. Then the voice spoke again, a chilling echo of its first words. You shouldn't have answered. A cold breath brushed the back of my neck, and my entire body froze. Slowly I turned. The shadows in the corner of the room began to shift, coalescing into a form. It wasn't human. It wasn't anything I could comprehend. The figure seemed to suck the light out of the room, its presence overwhelming, suffocating. I dropped the phone and stumbled backward, my mind screaming for escape. I bolted down the stairs, through the hallway, and toward the front door. But as I reached it, the phone rang again. I hesitated, my hand on the doorknob. The voice came, not from the phone but from the air around me, omnipresent and inescapable. Don't leave. I turned the knob, desperate to flee, but the door wouldn't budge. The voice laughed, low and mocking, and I felt the shadows closing in. The last thing I heard before the darkness consumed me was the phone, ringing once more, and then silence. Story 53. The mountain lodge loomed ahead, its silhouette half swallowed by the swirling snowstorm. I'd arrived earlier, eager for peace and solitude, an escape from the noise of everyday life. But as the sun dipped behind the peaks, the storm intensified, obscuring everything beyond the immediate vicinity of the lodge. I stepped inside, the warmth from the hearth greeting me like an old friend. The fire crackled softly, filling the room with a comforting glow. I tossed my coat aside and went to the window, gazing out at the storm's fury. The snow fell in thick, heavy clumps, rendering the world outside a blur. There was nothing but the howling wind and the soft, rhythmic crackle of the fire. The lodge was old, beautiful yet worn, its dark wood beams covered in a thin layer of dust. The furniture, though sturdy, had seen better days, but there was something about it that made me feel like I'd stepped into a forgotten corner of the world, untouched by time. I sighed, slipping off my boots and heading for the kitchen. I was alone in the lodge, with no agenda, nothing to do but think and breathe, letting the isolation wrap around me like a blanket. But as I cooked, the storm outside seemed to grow louder. The wind moaned like creatures in the dark, and beneath it there was something else. A low hum in the air, a vibration that resonated through the walls beneath my feet. It was unsettling, but I brushed it off, telling myself it was the storm playing tricks on my mind. After all, I was alone, miles away from anyone. Then it started. A faint sound, a tapping. It was so soft at first that I nearly missed it, a delicate knocking noise coming from the wall behind me. I froze, my fork still in my hand, as the tapping came again. Louder this time, as if someone were gently rapping on the wooden wall. I stood slowly, my breath catching in my throat. No one was there. I moved cautiously to the wall, running my fingertips over the cool wood. It felt solid, unyielding. I exhaled, telling myself it was nothing, just the storm playing tricks on me. But then the tapping came again. This time it was louder, persistent. It sounded like fingers drumming against the inside of the wall. My pulse quickened. I moved to the window, peering out into the storm, but all I could see was a curtain of snow. There was no sign of anyone. I quickly closed the curtain, my heart racing, trying to shake the feeling of being watched. I sat back down, forcing myself to eat. But the tapping didn't stop. It seemed to be coming from beneath the floorboards now, more insistent, rhythmic. My heart pounded in my chest. I stood up, moving cautiously to the center of the room. The tapping was louder now, coming from directly beneath me. It wasn't the wind, it was real. I sank to my knees, listening closely. The floor was solid, untouched, but the tapping, it was there. It felt deliberate. It was happening. Panicked, I scrambled to my feet and bolted toward the door, my hands shaking as I tried to unlock it. The cold air outside beckoned, but before I could open the door, the room fell into an eerie silence. The tapping had stopped. I stood frozen, listening. The silence seemed to press in, suffocating, as if the lodge itself were holding its breath. Then a soft whisper, so faint yet so close, reached my ear. "You shouldn't have come here." The words sent a chill through my spine. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. My body was rigid with fear. With trembling hands, I threw open the door, plunging into the storm. The cold bit at my skin, the wind howling in my face. I ran blindly, not caring which direction I was going, just away from the lodge. Behind me, the lodge stood silent, swallowed by the snowstorm. The tapping had stopped, but the whisper echoed in my mind, a curse I couldn't escape. The mountain seemed to laugh at me, the wind mocking my flight. I knew one thing for certain: I would never return. Story 54. The snowstorm arrived without warning, descending from the mountain passes like a living thing. The world outside vanished beneath the thick, swirling curtain of white. The road was barely visible, and the wind howled so fiercely that it sounded almost like voices. I had been driving for hours, hoping to reach the small inn at the edge of the remote town before nightfall. But as the storm worsened, my grip tightened on the steering wheel, the car sliding dangerously on the slick road. I had no choice but to find shelter. Through the storm, a shadow appeared, a small building on the side of the road, barely visible through the snow. A flickering light shone from within, guiding me like a distant beacon. The sign, battered by the wind, read, "The Last Stop Inn." It was my only option. I pulled into the parking lot, the cold seeping through the car as the engine's warmth faded. The inn stood tall and silent, as if it had withstood countless storms. I grabbed my bag, pulled my coat tight, and stepped into the blizzard. The door creaked open when I entered, a rush of warmth greeting me like a breath of relief. The smell of burning wood filled the air, mingling with something faintly metallic. An elderly woman sat behind the front desk, her eyes fixed on a small, flickering candle. She didn't look up as I entered, but her voice, calm and soft, broke the silence. "You're the only one here tonight, dear," she said, her words quiet but unsettlingly loud against the stillness. "I didn't think anyone would be open in this storm," I said, surprised. "I thought the inn was closed." "Oh, we don't close," she said with a smile, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. "Not when the storm's this bad. It's tradition." I nodded, trying to shake off the unease creeping over me. The air felt thick in the room, and the flickering candlelight cast long shadows that seemed to move on their own. She handed me a key, her fingers cold as they brushed against mine. "Room 4, she said, "down the hall. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask." I took the key, my hand still tingling from her touch, and made my way down the hallway. Each step echoed in the silence. The storm outside battered the windows, but inside there was a stillness that felt almost too heavy. As I reached room 4, I hesitated. The hallway behind me was empty, the shadows stretching long in the dim light. For a brief moment, I wondered if I'd made a mistake. I pushed the door open. The room was modest but inviting. A single lamp by the bedside cast a soft, warm glow over the thick quilt on the bed. There was a small wooden chair by the window, and an old coat hung on the wall, an odd detail for such a simple room. I set my bag down and walked to the window. The snowstorm had turned into a blinding frenzy. The road, the inn sign, everything beyond the glass was lost in a sea of white. A soft knock at the door interrupted my thoughts. I opened it to find the elderly woman standing there, holding a tray of tea. "I thought you might want something warm," she said, her smile as cold as ever. "It helps settle the nerves, especially with the storm so strong. You'll sleep better if you drink it." I hesitated, the chill from her touch still lingering on my hand. "Thank you," I said, "but I think I'll pass on the tea for now." Her smile never faltered. "Sleep well, dear. Remember, you're safe here." The door clicked shut behind her, leaving me in the quiet. I set the tray on the small table and sat in the chair by the window. The storm howled outside, the wind rattling the glass, but inside the inn, it was eerily still. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It wasn't just the storm. Something about the place felt wrong, like I wasn't alone. Suddenly I heard a noise, a soft thump, like a door opening and closing. I stood, my heart racing, and walked down the hall. The lights flickered as I passed, casting strange shadows that seemed to move at the edge of my vision. I reached the stairs, each step creaking under my weight. The air grew colder, and my breath came out in visible puffs, even inside. At the bottom of the stairs, a door stood ajar. It led to a dark basement, the shadows inside thick and impenetrable. Before I could decide whether to investigate, I heard it, the low murmur of a voice. It wasn't just a whisper anymore. It was a chant, soft but unmistakable. "Stay," it called. "Stay with us." My blood ran cold. My instincts screamed at me to turn around, to leave the inn, but I couldn't move. I backed away slowly, heart pounding in my chest, and fled up the stairs. The storm outside was still howling, but the sounds of the inn were oppressive now, suffocating. As I reached the door to my room, I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps behind me. I spun around, but the hallway was empty. The door slammed shut behind me with a force that rattled the walls. I stumbled back, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. My mind raced. Had I imagined the footsteps? Had I truly heard the voice? But then the storm outside stopped. The wind fell silent. The only sound was my own breath, heavy and uneven in the sudden stillness. I stood there, frozen, listening for any sign of life, any sign of movement. But all I could hear was the silence pressing in on me. It was as if the storm, the inn, had swallowed everything whole. And the worst part, I knew I couldn't leave. The inn had already claimed me. I sank to my knees, the cold stone beneath me a stark contrast to the warmth that had once filled the room. And I realized too late that this wasn't just a place of refuge. It was a place that kept its guests forever. The storm outside raged again, but I was no longer afraid. The inn had me now. Story 55. I hadn't planned on staying at the cabin for long. A quick weekend retreat to escape the pressure of deadlines, the buzz of the city, and the constant ping of my phone. The cabin was small, isolated in the woods. Its only company the wind's mournful howls and the occasional groan of the old wooden beams. That first night, everything was peaceful. I sat by the fire, watching the flames flicker as they consumed the dry logs. Outside, the snowstorm raged, the wind howling like a living thing against the windows. But inside, everything was calm. I had spent too long in noisy places, and the stillness here felt like a blessing. But as I drifted off to sleep, a soft scratching sound pierced the quiet. It was faint at first, like the brush of a tree branch against glass. I tried to dismiss it, telling myself it was just the storm. But the sound came again, a little louder this time, more deliberate. My heart began to race as I sat up in bed. The sound was coming from the bedroom window, across the room. I tried to ignore it. It was just the wind. It had to be. But when I forced myself out of bed, the chill of the wooden floorboards sent a shiver up my spine. The air felt thick, colder than it should have been. I made my way to the window, the scratching sound still echoing in my ears. Peering outside, the snowstorm was now a violent blur, whirling in every direction. But as my eyes moved to the window itself, something strange caught my attention. The frost had started to form intricate patterns, delicate webs stretching across the glass. I hadn't noticed them earlier, but now the frost seemed almost alive. The figures were subtle at first, just shadows moving in the ice. Faces, distorted shapes pressing against the glass. I pressed my hand against the cold, feeling the strange, unnatural chill seep into my skin. The faces on the other side of the window grew clearer, eyes wide and hollow, staring at me through the frost. I pulled my hand away, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. My legs felt weak, but I couldn't look away. The scraping sound returned, now louder and more urgent. It wasn't the storm. It was something closer, inside the room. A soft whisper reached my ears, so faint I wasn't sure if I had imagined it. "Let us in." My pulse quickened. I stumbled back from the window, trying to tear my eyes away, but the frost patterns didn't fade. Instead, they grew clearer, the faces becoming more defined. There were at least 6 of them now, each pressing their face to the glass, eyes hollow and desperate. They were trying to get inside. I tried to run, tried to escape, but my body refused to move. My legs felt frozen, rooted to the spot. The air in the room felt heavier now, suffocating, as though the very walls were closing in. Then one of the faces moved. It wasn't just pressing against the glass anymore. It was shifting, slowly, as if it were trying to crawl through the frost itself, inching closer to me. Its eyes never left mine. The scraping sound grew louder, now coming from within the room, inside the glass itself. My heart pounded in my chest as the whisper came again, this time louder, more desperate. "Let us in. We can't stay out here much longer." I could barely breathe. The cold, the fear, the suffocating air, everything seemed to press in on me. I turned toward the door, my body stiff with fear. As I reached for the handle, an icy chill shot through me. It was colder than the storm outside, colder than the frost on the window. I looked back at the window. The faces were gone. The frost, now just a frozen pattern of lines, no longer held their shapes. But something in my gut told me they were still there, waiting. I didn't hesitate. I flung the door open and bolted into the hallway, my breath quick and ragged. The storm outside welcomed me with a slap of icy air, but it wasn't enough. The weight of the cold outside couldn't compare to the unnatural chill I had left behind in the cabin. I didn't dare look back. But then, amidst the howling storm, I saw it. A figure standing at the edge of the woods, barely visible through the swirling snow. A face, familiar but hollowed out like the ones on the window. The same desperate eyes staring at me, pleading, "Let us in." Story 56. I had always preferred solitude. The noise, the people, the constant hum of the world outside, it all became too much sometimes. So when I stumbled upon the small cabin on the outskirts of town deep in the woods, I knew it was the perfect escape, a place to recharge, to be alone with my thoughts, far away from the pressures of daily life. The world outside was slowly fading into autumn, and I longed for silence, for peace. The first few hours in the cabin were exactly what I needed. I set up my things, lit a fire in the old stone fireplace, and let the warmth fill the room. The rain tapped softly on the roof, a steady, calming rhythm. Outside, the wind howled through the trees, but inside, there was only the crackling fire and the soft patter of rain against the window. I poured myself a drink and sank into an old, well-worn armchair by the fire, feeling the weight of the city's chaos fall away with each passing minute. But as night deepened, the storm outside worsened. The wind whipped against the windows, rattling the panes, and the rain turned to sleet, smacking against the glass like tiny stones. I could feel the atmosphere inside shifting, thickening. The stillness was starting to feel too heavy, like the silence itself was pressing in on me. That's when I noticed it. At first, it was just a flicker. I thought I saw something move across the room out of the corner of my eye. But when I turned, there was nothing, only shadows stretching in the firelight. I dismissed it, convincing myself it was nothing more than the play of the storm and the flickering flames. But then it happened again. A shift. A subtle movement from the far corner of the room, like someone had just passed out of view. My breath caught in my throat. I stood up from the chair, the wood creaking under my weight, and walked to the corner. There was nothing, just the shadows and the cold stillness of the room. I told myself it was the wind, just my imagination playing tricks on me. But when I returned to the armchair, a coldness settled in the pit of my stomach. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Then I heard it. A soft sound, a faint sigh, almost imperceptible, but undeniably human. It came from the far corner of the room, just behind the shadows. I froze, my blood running cold. This wasn't the wind, it wasn't the storm, it was something else. I stood slowly, my legs feeling like they might give out. I crept toward the sound, each step heavy, my breath shallow. The shadows around me seemed to thicken, swirling like they were alive, closing in on me. And then I saw it. In the dim light, At the edge of the shadows, there was a figure. At first, I thought it was an illusion, a trick of the low light. But as I moved closer, the shape became clearer. A person standing completely still, facing away from me. They were tall, unnaturally tall, with a gaunt, almost skeletal frame. Their features were obscured in darkness, but their hair, long and tangled, cascaded down their back in a wild mess. My heart skipped a beat. My throat went dry. I opened my mouth to speak, but no sound came out. My body felt heavy, as if the room itself was trying to hold me in place. I took a step back, but the air around me grew thicker, colder. "Hello," I croaked, my voice barely a whisper. The figure didn't respond. It didn't move. The silence that followed was suffocating. I took another step back, more urgently this time, but the room seemed to shrink. The shadows grew longer, and the temperature dropped so suddenly I could see my breath misting in the air. The fire had long since burned out, leaving only an oppressive, unnatural chill. I turned to run, but my legs wouldn't move. I was rooted to the spot, like some invisible force was holding me in place. My skin crawled, and my heart hammered in my chest as I struggled to break free. The figure moved then. It didn't just turn its head, it twisted, its neck contorting unnaturally, until its face, what should have been a face, was visible. Where eyes should have been, there was only darkness, hollow and endless. Its mouth twisted into a jagged, silent grin, and my blood ran cold. "Stay with me," it whispered, its voice like a cold breeze that seemed to brush against my very soul. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. My entire body was frozen in fear. The figure took a slow, deliberate step forward, its feet making no sound on the wooden floor. My pulse thundered in my ears. In a desperate burst of adrenaline, I grabbed the nearest object, an old brass lamp, and threw it at the figure. It passed right through it, as if the figure wasn't even there, as if it were nothing but shadow. It didn't react. It didn't even seem to notice. I turned and ran for the door, my legs trembling beneath me, my chest tight with panic. I slammed the door open, the force of it almost knocking me to the ground. The storm outside greeted me like a slap to the face, but it wasn't enough to shake the terror still clawing at my mind. I didn't look back as I bolted into the woods, my heart racing, the chill of the figure still clinging to me. But as I ran through the storm, I caught a glimpse of something in the distance, a figure standing at the edge of the woods. I stumbled, my breath catching in my throat. It was watching me. Its face, twisted and hollow, stared at me through the driving snow, its eyes pleading. "Let me in," it whispered, its voice faint, almost drowned by the storm. I never went back to that cabin, but I could never escape the feeling of something following me. A presence, cold and distant, lingering in the shadows, the whispers, the darkness, the silent companion. It never left. Story 57. I've always been drawn to winter, the way the snow blankets the world, muting the usual noise of life. That's why, after a particularly exhausting few months, I decided to spend a weekend alone at a cabin deep in the forest. Isolated, with only the sound of the wind and the crackling fire to keep me company. It wasn't my first time at the cabin, but it was the first time I'd chosen to stay alone during the dead of winter. The storm started on the second night. What began as a light flurry turned into a full-blown blizzard by evening, the wind howling through the trees and turning the world outside into a swirling white blur. The power went out soon after. No matter. I'd come for peace, not luxury. The dim flicker of candles cast long shadows on the wooden walls, and the fire in the hearth was my only source of warmth in the growing cold. I sank into an old armchair by the fire, the rhythmic sound of the rain turning into sleet on the cabin's roof lulling me into a sense of quiet. Outside, the storm raged, but inside, it was almost serene. That is, until I noticed the radio. It was an antique, sitting on a dusty shelf in the corner of the room. The wooden frame was worn with age, its dials faded and useless, and I knew it hadn't worked in years. The original owner had left it behind when the cabin was abandoned, but the storm outside pressed in on me, the isolation beginning to gnaw at my nerves. So out of curiosity, I fiddled with the dials. At first, I expected nothing, just static. But then a crackle filled the air, followed by a voice, clear, distinct, and startling in its suddenness. "Can hear you. Are you there? Please, help me." A cold shiver ran down my spine. I froze, my heart leaping into my throat. I spun the dial, thinking I had imagined it, but when the signal came back it was the same. The voice, now more frantic, sliced through the static. "Are you there? Please, help me." I sat still, unsure whether I was hearing things. It didn't make sense. The radio hadn't worked in years, and I was far from any radio station. But there it was, an unmistakable plea, filled with desperation. I laughed nervously, shaking my head. Just the storm, I told myself. Just my imagination playing tricks. But as the night wore on, the voice persisted. Each time I turned the dial, there it was again, faint but unmistakable, calling out through the static. The words were more fragmented, more panicked with each passing moment. "Please, they're coming. I'm trapped." I couldn't explain it. The radio had no power, no connection to anything, yet the voice was real. It was real. I yanked the radio off the shelf, desperate to find some explanation, but it was the same. The voice, growing more frantic, echoed through the cabin. "Don't let them find me." I slammed the radio off, my heart racing. Silence filled the room, but it was heavy, suffocating. The words lingered, pressing against the walls. I glanced nervously around the room, half expecting someone to be standing there watching. The storm outside intensified. The wind howled, rattling the windows as though it were trying to break through. I tried to calm myself, pouring a drink to steady my nerves, but the voice stayed with me, a whisper in the back of my mind. By midnight, the storm had reached its peak. Snow piled against the windows, the wind howling louder, shaking the cabin's walls. The fire had burned down to embers, leaving the room cold and dark. I tried to sleep, but the noise of the storm, the pounding of the wind, kept me awake. And then I heard it again, the faint crackle, the low hum of the radio. I couldn't resist. I got up, almost mechanically, and turned the dial. "Please, can you hear me?" This time the voice was clearer, more frantic. My blood ran cold as the words slipped through the static. "Behind you." I whipped around, my breath caught in my throat, my pulse hammering. The room was empty. The fire crackled on the hearth. The storm howled in the distance. But for a moment, the air felt thick, heavy, as though something unseen was pressing in on me. Without thinking, I turned the radio off, grabbed my coat, and ran out into the storm. The snow stunned my face as I stumbled through the wilderness, the howling wind pushing against me, but I didn't dare look back. The storm was so thick I could barely see more than a few feet ahead. But I didn't stop running. I ran until I reached the edge of the forest, where the wind had lessened and the storm's fury had quieted. Gasping for breath, I turned to look back at the cabin. Through the falling snow, I saw it. A face, pale and ghostly, staring out from the cabin window. Its eyes glowed faintly in the darkness, its expression unreadable. I froze. My blood turned to ice. It knew I was there. It had always known. And then, before I could move, I heard one last whisper, echoing in my mind, louder than the storm, louder than my fear. Help me. Story 58. I had always felt a sense of peace in winter. The way the world seemed to hold its breath under the thick, soft blanket of snow. It was why I decided to spend the weekend in the remote cabin tucked away in the mountains. A place far from the noise and chaos of everyday life, where the towering pines and endless white wilderness could offer the clarity I sought. It was a cabin I'd rented before, but this was the first time I'd come alone in the heart of winter. The storm began quietly enough, a soft dusting of snow at first, almost serene in its subtlety. But soon it grew in strength, the wind picking up, howling through the trees as the snow swirled in chaotic gusts, turning the road into an indistinguishable blur of white. The world outside vanished into a near impenetrable wall of snow and darkness, leaving only the warm light spilling from the cabin's windows. Inside, I sank into an old armchair by the fire, a mug of tea in hand. The storm's rage outside was muffled by the thick walls of the cabin, and the crackling of the logs in the hearth added a comforting rhythm to the evening. The fire cast flickering shadows on the wooden walls, and the wind's mournful howls against the cabin's frame became a distant, almost soothing presence. Still, an unease began to crawl up my spine, a feeling of being watched, though I couldn't explain why. At first, I attributed it to the isolation. After all, it was just me, the storm, and the wilds of the mountains. But then I heard it, a soft whisper, barely audible over the howling wind. I froze, my pulse quickening. The sound seemed almost like the wind itself, soft, fleeting, indistinct. But it carried with it a weight, an urgency that set my nerves on edge. I listened intently, but only the wind answered. I dismissed it as a trick of my mind, the isolation playing games with me. I leaned back, trying to relax, but then the whisper came again, closer this time. A voice, clear yet distant, as though it had come from deep within the snow, calling to me. Help me. I sat up, my heart skipping a beat. The words were faint but unmistakable, and they chilled me to the core. I stood and moved to the window, pressing my palm against the cold glass. Outside, the storm raged, the snow swirling in blinding gusts, but there was no sign of anyone. The trees stood still, heavy with snow, their branches swaying in the wind. The ground was pristine, untouched by human footprints. But the voice came again, more insistent this time, piercing through the storm's roar. Please, don't leave me. I couldn't tell if the voice was in my head or if it came from outside. Either way, it felt real, too real to ignore. Grabbing my coat, I stepped into the storm. The snow stunned my face and the wind whipped around me, but I kept moving, drawn forward by the whisper. It led me deeper into the wilderness, through the thick snow, where the trees closed in like silent sentinels. The wind screamed in my ears, but the voice cut through it, growing more frantic. Please, don't go. They're coming. Each word seemed to freeze the air around me, making every breath a struggle. The temperature plummeted, and the snow seemed to thicken, turning the world around me into a blur of white. My footsteps were muffled, swallowed by the deep drifts, but still, I pressed on, unable to stop. The farther I went, the colder it seemed to get, as though the very air itself had grown sharp with an otherworldly presence. And then I saw her, a figure standing just beyond the tree line in the middle of the snow, barely visible through the storm. A woman, tall and pale, her features obscured by the swirling snow, but her eyes, they glowed faintly in the dark. Her face was a blur, but I could feel her gaze, cold and pleading. She was dressed in a long, flowing gown, her hair whipping around her face in the wind. She stood motionless, as if waiting for me, her gaze never leaving mine. The wind howled louder, but the snow seemed to swirl around her like an ethereal veil, her form untouched by the storm's fury. "Please," she whispered again, her voice trembling with desperation. "Help me." I opened my mouth to speak, but no words came. Fear gripped me, but I couldn't turn away. I was rooted to the spot, caught in her gaze, my legs heavy as though the snow itself were holding me in place. And then the voice changed. It was no longer hers, but something darker, colder, more menacing. "Leave her, or join her." A jolt of terror shot through me. I stumbled backward, my heart pounding in my chest. The woman's form began to fade, as though the storm itself were swallowing her whole. The cold pressed in, and for a moment the world fell silent. The storm, which had howled with fury, was now eerily still. The snow hung in the air like frozen shards. Panic surged through me. I turned and ran, my legs burning as I fought my way back toward the cabin. The snow seemed to pile up faster with every step, and the whispers followed, always just behind me, too faint to understand, but undeniably there. The storm's fury seemed to chase me, a wall of snow closing in with every stride. When I finally reached the cabin, I slammed the door shut and bolted it, my hands trembling. I collapsed against the door, my chest heaving, but the storm outside had grown quiet. The wind had died down. I dared to glance at the window, but it was the stillness that unnerved me. The whispers had stopped, but there was no peace in the silence. And then I heard it. A soft tap at the window. I couldn't bring myself to look. Story 59. The snow had fallen heavily that year, smothering the world in a thick blanket of white. The trees, heavy with snow, stood like ghostly sentinels, their bare branches stretching toward the sky, as if begging to be freed from their icy prison. The kind of storm that makes the world feel muffled, distant, like time itself slows down beneath the weight of the cold. It was in this desolate, frozen world that I found myself. A cabin in the woods, far from civilization, isolated by miles of snow-clad paths. I had chosen this place for its solitude, a retreat from the chaos of everyday life. But tonight, solitude felt different. The storm had started as a light dusting, just enough to coat the ground in soft white powder. But it escalated quickly. The wind howled through the trees, and the snow now fell in thick, dense sheets, obscuring everything outside. The warmth of the fire flickered weakly against the storm's fury, casting shifting shadows across the cabin's weathered walls. The silence between the gusts felt heavier than the snow itself. My breath echoed in the stillness, and despite the fire, the air inside the cabin grew colder with each passing minute. I sank deeper into the armchair, trying to shake off the sense of unease gnawing at the back of my mind. The cabin, though familiar, had an eerie presence tonight, like it was no longer just a refuge, but something else, something watching. The wind rattled the windows, and its constant howling became indistinguishable from the sounds of the cabin itself. Then, the first cry came, distant, barely audible, but sharp enough to slice through the wind's howling. My blood ran cold. The sound was unmistakable, a human cry. But there was something off about it, a desperation so raw it felt unnatural. The echo seemed to reverberate through the very air, making the walls tremble. I stood frozen, my hand gripping the back of the chair. The cry seemed to come from the marrow of the storm itself, blending with the wind yet somehow distinct. I strained to listen, my heart hammering in my chest. It came again, louder this time, piercing the night with an urgency that made my blood run colder. A woman's voice, or so I thought, raw, filled with fear and pain. It was the kind of sound you never want to hear when you're alone, deep in the woods, and especially not in the midst of a raging storm. I rushed to the window, pressing my hands against the frost-covered glass, but saw nothing. The world outside was a blur of swirling snow. No figures, no movement, just the endless white and the hiss of the wind. I returned to the fire, pacing the room. My thoughts raced. Was it real? Was the storm playing tricks on my mind? Or was something else, something sinister, lurking just outside, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself? But then the cry came again, and this time it was closer. My stomach churned. I hesitated, pulse quickening. The urge to ignore it gnawed at me, but some primal instinct urged me to move. Grabbing my coat, I opened the door to the blinding snow. The cold air hit me like a slap, the wind whipping my face as I stepped into the frozen wasteland beyond the door. The world outside was unrecognizable. Blurry, shifting, nothing but snow and wind. The cry came once more, sharper, more frantic. Real. Unmistakably real. I staggered forward, boots sinking into the deep snow, the wind howling in my ears. The cries cut through it, louder now, more urgent. It felt as though they were pulling me, guiding me toward something hidden in the storm. Each cry echoed in every direction at once, ricocheting off the trees, bouncing through the night air. Then in the distance I saw her. A figure standing in the clearing. She was tall, her figure draped in tattered clothes that fluttered around her like ghostly rags in the wind. The air around her bent unnaturally, the snow swirling violently as though caught in an invisible current. Her hair, long and wild, lashed around her face as she turned to face me, her eyes wide, hollow, empty, locked onto mine. There was no warmth in her gaze, only cold emptiness, an inescapable pull that seemed to reach out and drag me toward her. "Help me," she whispered, but it was not just a whisper, it echoed in my mind, reverberating through the air. The cry had turned into a pleading whisper, but it held the same weight, the same urgency. But something was wrong. The cry didn't come from just her, it was all around me. An echo of voices crying out in agony, swirling in the snow. My mind raced. How could it be? There was no one else. It was just her. Wasn't it? "Help me," she whispered again, but this time the words changed. They were darker now, more sinister. The voice that had once pleaded now twisted into something colder, more threatening. "Help me, or join me." The words hung in the air, thick with malevolent presence, and I stumbled backward, a chill creeping into my very soul. The snow around her seemed to grow colder, thicker, as though the earth itself was freezing under her feet. My body screamed to run, but I couldn't tear my eyes away. The cries began again, louder, frantic, swirling around me like a vortex. The forest seemed to close in, the trees groaning and creaking as the wind intensified. I turned and ran. My heart pounded, breath coming in ragged gasps, each step deeper into the snow. The cries followed me, echoing in my ears, but I couldn't stop. I pushed through the storm, the fear suffocating me, and finally I reached the cabin. I slammed the door shut behind me, collapsing on the floor, shaking. For a moment there was silence, but then from the silence came one final whisper. It wasn't from outside, it was inside. "Help me." Story 60. The wind howled through the hollow remains of the abandoned asylum, a distant, eerie wail that seemed to echo from every corner of the decaying building. Snow had piled high against the windows, blocking the view of the outside world. Inside, the air was cold, unnaturally so. Despite the heavy layers of clothing I wore, I could feel the biting chill of the stone walls seeping into my bones. I had been searching for answers for days, an answer to the disappearance of my sister, who had been committed to this place 5 years ago. The official report had claimed she was no longer among the living. But something felt off. Something gnawed at the back of my mind. I couldn't let it go. Not when I felt deep down that the truth was still here, buried within these rotting walls. The asylum had been abandoned long before I arrived, but even in its dilapidated state, it was imposing. An ancient, looming structure frozen in time, its twisted halls once home to the forgotten souls deemed insane by a society that didn't understand them. Now only remnants of the past remained. Tattered papers, broken furniture, peeling paint, and shadows that whispered of horrors long buried. I made my way down a long hallway, the floorboards creaking underfoot. The overhead lights flickered as if they were struggling to stay on, casting harsh shadows that seemed to shift and twist with each step I took. There were no signs of life, just the deep, oppressive silence that hung in the air like a suffocating blanket. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that eyes, hidden and patient, were tracking my every move. My heart quickened when I reached the door at the end of the hall, the one I had been searching for. The room where my sister had spent her final days, according to the records. The door was cracked slightly open, as though waiting for me. I pushed it gently, the rusted hinges groaning in protest. Inside, the room was small and barren. Just a bed and a desk, the remnants of a life long extinguished. The walls were covered in strange markings, scribbles, and scratches, as though the previous occupant had been trying to communicate something desperate. There was a distinct smell of mildew in the air, but under it I caught the faintest scent of something else, something sharp, metallic, blood. My stomach churned as I stepped deeper into the room. I approached the desk, my eyes scanning the disorganized papers scattered across its surface. Most of them were illegible, covered in water stains, but one document caught my attention. It was a letter, torn and yellowed with age, the handwriting shaky but clear. I hear them, their whispers. I see their eyes. They're watching me, always. They want me to stay, to become one of them. If I go, they will follow. If I stay, I will never leave. A chill ran down my spine as I read the words. It sounded like something my sister would write. She had always been sensitive to the things most people couldn't see or hear. I had thought she was just imagining things back then. But this letter made me question everything. I reached for the drawer of the desk, my fingers trembling as I pulled it open. Inside, there was a small, worn notebook, its pages filled with similar writing, frantic, disconnected thoughts about voices and shadows that lurked in the corners of the asylum. Some pages were soaked with dark stains, but most were covered in words that made little sense. I could hear my sister's voice in my head as I read, her voice echoing through the years. Then I heard it. A faint whisper, soft and distant, but unmistakable. "Leave this place." My blood ran cold. I froze, the notebook slipping from my hands and falling to the floor with a dull thud. The voice, it was my sister's voice. It wasn't just in my head. Someone or something was here with me. I turned around, my eyes frantically scanning the room, but there was nothing. No movement, no sign of life. Yet the air felt thick, charged, as if the very atmosphere of the room had changed. The temperature in the room dropped even further, and I could see my breath in the air. I backed away slowly, not wanting to turn my back on whatever was in the room with me. I stumbled toward the door, my heart pounding in my chest, but before I could reach it, the whisper came again, this time louder, more urgent. "You shouldn't have come." I spun around, but there was no one. The room was empty, save for the strange markings on the walls. But then, in the dim light, I noticed something. The marks were not random, not just scribbles, but a pattern that seemed to form words as my eyes adjusted. "Join us." I felt a cold hand brush against my shoulder, and I spun around, breathless, but there was no one there. The air was thick with an oppressive presence, and I could feel something creeping toward me, something ancient and malignant. I ran. I didn't stop to look back as I sprinted down the halls, my footsteps echoing in the darkness. The asylum seemed to close in on me, the walls narrowing, the hallways twisting in impossible ways. I heard the whispers again, louder now, a chorus of voices rising from the very walls themselves, each one overlapping the others, each one beckoning me. "Join us." I ran until my lungs burned, my legs threatening to give out beneath me. I could hear them, see them now, those eyes, those hollow, dark eyes watching from the shadows. They were there, waiting for me to collapse, to give in. And then I found it, the exit, the door I had come through earlier. I threw it open and stumbled into the snow, gasping for air, the cold biting at my skin. But as I turned back to look at the asylum, I saw something that made my heart stop. The building was not abandoned after all. Figures, pale and gaunt, stood in the windows, their eyes fixed on me, their mouths open in silent screams. The whispers from inside had followed me outside, and as the door slammed shut behind me, I heard one final whisper, loud and clear. "You are one of us now."